Chapter 1, 10 Months of Expectation. Where am I? A warm sensation enveloped Zhang Tianyang, awakening within him an overwhelming disarray. Continue drift tinginto adi slumber. What on earth is my situation? Why do I feel utterly immobilized, unoblievento sensimilums? Surely, asajani and charmin jungman, I can a thay fallen preto a pervert wahas forcibly abducted meta perpetrating connects. No, please not this. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Tianyang gadam ted to speak, onlato discover thaith possessed na mouth. Why theach thought surging through his mind, here realized the te semblancio fiscantiousness, a kinto hissel, wash gradually drifting away from his body. Own lie then did a true lie comprehend, thenatury fis predicament. E have been reborn. Before him lay an exceeding peculiar mass of flesh, grotesque and bizarre in appearance, yet Zhang Tianyang felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This mass resembled the fetus she had studied in the past, leading him to suspect that he had been reincarnate after his previous life. As for how hair tained memory is from his past life ed spite being gan embryo devoid of fabrain, Zhang Tianyang was at a loss, attributing the notion that he had not consumed mengpasup, thus preserving the benefits of his former existence. Speaking of which, how did deity? Why do I possess nor collection whatsoever? With this thought, Zhang Tianyang furrowed his brow, realizing hatna ton lidded helak memoria sophist death, butevant the recollection sophist de la life had substantially faded. In stark contrasto the obscuritio fisi viride memories, thek knowledge of Buddhistan Taoist text shihadrivius lie encountered remained vivid and profound. Confused, Zhang Tianyang soon abandoned the pseudo-fancers, recognizing the thu as merely an embryo, incapable of investigating the events of his former life. Rather hand well on trivial matters, higher ned to explore the differences between his current self and his past. First and foremost, there was no need to elaborate on his physical state. He was merely an only formed embryo. Note yet 9 weeks into gestation since conception. With a considerable time remaining before his birth, there was little to examine his physical development. Thus, Zhang Tianyang shifted his focus to his soul, which, unlike the transient nature of the body, bore a memorious of his previous life and servitishist. Hequicla discover a remarkable enhancement in his memory capability as knowledge had once perused, along with the texts from his youthful obsession with Taoism and Buddhism, now surfaced effortlessly of the mere thought. Should his soul retain such ability as post-birth, Hud undoubted libial daseus in the future. Next, Zhang Tianyang concentrated intently, attempting to discern the country in which he currently resided from the sound side. As a patriotic rabbit, he naturally hoped to remain a citizen of Wagwo in this life, yet he outcome left them somewhat disheartened. Thoth could indeed har the voice beyond with his formidable soul, the language of spoken ways entirely unfamiliar to him. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of linguistic barriers with Zhang Tianyang's current capabilities, acquiring a new language from scratch would not be insurmountable. What related to rhythm was the lack of reference point, show could he learn a language so disconnected from his previous knowledge. Finally, and most significantly, inane forto past the time, Zhang Tianyang decided to meditatiousing. Thetic ni kasha remembered, only town expected lie into a vast, empty space. From thick knowledge of that permiti this space, he realized it twice a manifestation of his own soul, likely recording the entirety of his previous life, thoth norendered some hesiduedo thenature of his transmigration. Much like his own memories. However, within this space, Zhang Tianyang discovered an entirely new ancient-looking bamboo scrolls. On the left scroll, inscribed in red ink, weareth the 4 characters Zhan Wajian Dao, while at the right scroll bereth the golden ink head characters Zhan Daoju. Etap here read that these atwo scrolls were complementary. From a literal standpoint, one suggesteth that in must eliminate thy own distraction, sto perceiveth the great Tao, while it heeth or implied that tone should forsake, the complexity is soft deata discover for self. One persuade great Tao, willing to obliterate thy own being, while it heeth or announced Tao, focusing solely in self-cultivation, placing themselves as the center of all things. Thothier pursuits were diametrically opposed, thiovocados and Zav mutual enhancement. Fei said with such extraordinary scrolls, Zhang Tianyang, well versed in countless web novels from his past life, could hard lidni histroka fortune. These scrolls were undoubtedly his golden fingers, a hallmark of classic novel tropes for protagonists Wander Gorbirth. As this thought emerged, Zhang Tianyang couldn't help but chuckle, his slaughter echoing in theorem of his spirit, unheard Bianyather, yet filled with joy. Perhaps it was a celebration of his rebirth, or perhaps a toast to his newfound luck, or perhaps a glimpse into the magnificent future that lay ahead. After indulgent laughter, Zhang Tianyang began to examine his golden fingers. Since the were scrolls, there was a significant likelihood the content technique as with Astro Cuffluck, he might even obtain a point location system disguised as scroll. Embracing this fanciful notion, he attempted to open that wo scrolls, only to find the don lie the netital John Waj Yinde o Kolbun rolled. Theater scroll remained obstinately shut, impervious to any method he employed. Akin to Avalt Strupedifitsky, event the right few loner runnable to extract a single coin. What exactly is lacking? This question surfaced in Zhang Tianyang's mind, yet in his current tate, heckle donathing, leaving high mutable to see Nithakai Townlock this fault. Regardless, he held in his possession the Apine scroll, so he was not compelled town cover all truthsats for armament. Let me see what this Zhan Wajindeo truly signifies. With this intention, Zhang Tianyang slowly leziate himself in theorem of his spirit and unfurled the scroll inhibitions. Chapter 2 Zhan Wajindao. As the scroll was opened, Zhang Tianyang felt Hatramin Duzen flux off knowledge forcefully cramming into his brain. The sensation was excruciating, nearly provoking gay cry of anguish. Yet, he possessed neither a brain nor a mouth. Only his soul emitted a sound of distress, yet no one was there to hear it. What the hell is going in? Initially, upon observing the scroll's appearance, Zhang Tianyang had anticipated the thwood neateria and cultivatethic knowledge when, after all, with nothing else to occupy his time, dedicating moments to study and practice some worthwhile endeavor. However, he had no textbectethic knowledge content within the scroll to be so violent, assaulting informed consciousness with such ferocity. This aggressive intrusionito, his mind was rather runk. Yet soon, Zhang Tianyang found himself unable to dwell in such trivial matters, so his focus shifted o esidine and flux off knowledge flooding his mind. Rather than mere information, it felt like yak methadane exceptional talent. Ashib sorbed theme entirety of tech knowledge, Hegende comprehensive understanding gofti ability as imparted scroll. The scroll granted Zhang Tianyang the capacity to summon a blade off law through a particular technique, enabling him to sever his own physical imsandavina diminishes lifespan, health, and talents to either real attributes. Logically, this should have been a supreme killing technique. A single Kathat Wu drawn flesh from bone, shatter souls, deplete lifespans, and resettlance. It was designed not merely to inflict bodily harm but a torment to knoppen into an virtual level. Alas, as the name Zhan Waj Yindeo implied, this blade could only affect Zhang Tianyang himself. It was, without a doubt, a self-destructive blade. Upon reaching this realization, Zhang Tianyang was initial a perplexedasto he own wood cultivity, he upon the tharmadonly owns ulfonatones enemies. Yet this subsequent explanation provided he insuri kinta the scrollstidal, when Theosir inflicted a self-wounding cut, severing Thirbity orsal, memories, lifespan, health, and other aspects, they wouldn't a profound state of enlightenment. In that realm, Theosir sinate talents and insights are elevated to a terrifying oval, allowing them to discern hilazoft universe within Themanushi and comprehend the principles governing the world. In this state, Theosir escape a biof accomplishing numerous feats. For instance, they can derive entirely new techniques and skills tailored to themselves from those phenomena, based on their understanding gone the potential cultivation, principles that may exist in this world. They can perceive a theft laws and their opponents attacks from mere fraction sofinink, there be vanquishing their foes. This ability can be employed to complete a missing to secretarts, and it may even allow this or torfinite his attack nikastopter sut hyrone capabilities, Thusenli Shinga power even greater than the original. It can pave a through a for ordinary nika storiach fates tutwar, previous slide imagine attainable. While light may sound daunting, iPhone dop salmon satakan tato ferry dreamersed in a novel, the sismerlia means off sacrificing what tone possesses to interest out of enlightenment. Noton like an own summon an invincible avatar, butanicanal su talisia technique simulation and fusion apparatus, as well as DI methods for crafting techniques. Were it not for the need for personal sacrifice, these would indeed be formidable power. Uncertain of t trinitarief this ability, Zhang Tianyang tentative liar fured toida say divine power after all, Compared to those legendary abilities, his son wash by no means inferior. Although t costs might be zomi watka reader, it is conceivable that in the future, he could leverage the sane sights to manifest the divine powers residing within his mind. Should Ejavatatri, upon grasping the function of this divine power, the thought surged uncontrollably in Zhang Tianyang's mind, like Yaple Fukutin and Sasant, lighting Gathi Shi heartstrings. Presently, he found himself in astatofan activity, and after observing the situation, he realized that he had several months before he could truly emerganeth world. Yet, his soul and intellect were fan or malperson and remained unaffected by his physical form. Logically, he should have been devoid of consciousness at this moment, but paradoxically, he possessed adorness, which raised an question. If he did not occupy himself during his remaining time, he feared that by the time of his actual birth, he might succumb to madness from prolonged solitude. With this in mind, Zhang Tianyang resolved to act, for the knowledge imparted by the ancient texts indicated in a state of enlightenment, he would be large lion's sensitivity to the passage of time. As long as he made death and necessary preparations, to him, it would merely feel like a brief immersion in enlightenment, event though in reality, months would have elized outside. These would not only serve to prevent them from descending into madness dueto he soon circumstances but would sorlow him, thako. No matter how one of you wedded, the benefits were manifold, while if the losses encouraging, this process could be mitigated using only what was necessary, with the possibility of recover the reefter. However, there is still a present issue. Before Zhang Tianyang could put these intentions into action, Hekin licensed the existing lawfully. At present, Huazens concede within Thwom, cut off from external communication, and lackadaprasai their standing off-world outside. What manner of world existed beyond? What were its laws? Was it martial arts or spiritual cultivation? Was it magic or combat energy? Or perhaps the breeding gone manipulation of monsters forbital? Or the utilization of for rematerial stove forge unique armaments? Without knowledge of these circumstances, how could a possibly craft techniques while locking clarity on the rules governing this realm? Wait, it seems I have found a solution. If this divine power is indeed described, then we know to seek to glimpse the truth of the world? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Zhang Tianyang's mind. In the next moment, he began to take action, intending to experiment with his thoughts to ascertain the possibility of success. He positioned his solanacular stance within his mental realm, and soon, vibrant streams of flight surged from all directions, converging above his head. These lamina strands twisty dan merged, their forms undergoing jadromatic transformation, ultimate lyco, lessing into a sharp blade of forder hovering above him. Everything unfolded seamlessly, as if this blade of always existed, waiting for Zhang Tianyang's to manifest. With the preparations complete, Zhang Tianyang altered his movements, following festins provided in the ancient texts, and urged the blade above his head to descend, striking forcefully upon his forehead. In that moment, he beheld the path to enlightenment. Chapter 3. The realm of martial arts and the Yuan technique. Zhang Tianyang has always felt a sense of ambiguity regarding the teachings of the cutting through to enlightenment technique. Many concepts are described in an enigmatic manner, appearing straightforward at first glance, yet upon deeper contemplation, they reveal a multitude of interpretations. It raises the question of whether this state of enlightenment stems from one's own understanding of the universe, or if it is a direct observation of the essence of the cosmos. Interpreted through one's own perception. Based on the records of this divine ability, the process of enlightenment seemingly leans towards the former. However, upon closer examination, the latter possibility appears more plausible, in an effort to clarify the operational principles of this divine ability. Zhang Tianyang resolutely decided to perform a minor self-inflicted wound, seeking to ascertain the true extent of this power. As the sharp blade descended and grazed his mind, it felt as though an invisible entity was severed. And an overwhelming sense of emptiness surged within him. Before he could react to this strange sensation, he discovered that his soul had seemingly undergone a profound elevation. Everything around him became astonishingly clear, as if the entire world had opened its arms to him, allowing him to observe, learn, and comprehend freely. Moreover, when he focused intently on a particular subject, all related information seemed to emerge like a fountain, with knowledge flooding into his mind in a rush. This exquisite sensation, akin to having dominion over all that exists, filled Zhang Tianyang with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, tempting him to lose himself in this euphoria. However, he soon regained his composure, recognizing that the phenomena he experienced were indeed the effects of the cutting through to enlightenment, perfectly aligning with his initial hypothesis regarding the second possibility. With this newfound clarity, Zhang Tianyang directed all his attention towards understanding the principles governing cultivation in this world. He intended to perceive the foundational rules of cultivation through the lens of enlightenment. Thus, he sought to create his own unique martial arts technique. This world is one steeped in martial arts, where practitioners, primarily warriors, inhabit a grand era marked by divine martial prowess. The realms of these warriors vary from weak to strong, each possessing distinct abilities. The first realm, commonly referred to as the foundation establishment period, or the body refinement stage, focuses on tempering the body and strengthening the muscles and bones. Progressing from the external to the internal, it encompasses the skin refinement, flesh refinement, organ refinement, bone refinement, and blood exchange stages. During this phase, warriors enhance their physicality through foundational training, medicinal baths, and various elixirs that bolster their vitality, laying a solid groundwork for future cultivation. Following this, the second stage, known as the qi accumulation period, is where the warrior's body has typically reached a certain level of enhancement. The subsequent cultivation predominantly shifts from external to internal, utilizing specialized internal cultivation techniques. Practitioners absorb the elemental energy of the universe, forming a cyclone of energy within their dantian, thereby accumulating internal strength. If the foundation establishment period is characterized by fierce and aggressive close-quarters combat, where warriors display increased strength, speed, defensive capabilities, and reflexes compared to ordinary individuals, then this stage marks the true acquisition of extraordinary powers. The cultivated energy, or true qi, not only manifests unique properties through the practitioner's own techniques, but also exhibits distinct characteristics through their specialized martial arts skills. At this juncture, the true qi can only circulate within the warrior's body, enhancing their capabilities without the means for ranged attacks. Once the energy accumulates to a significant degree, and a sensation of fullness arises within the body, the warrior can, with the aid of enlightenment techniques, enter the third stage. The opening of meridians die in this phase. Practitioners manipulate the true qi to open their meridians, thereby increasing their capacity to absorb the surrounding elemental energy and refining their internal energy to a purer form, unleashing even greater power. With the support of the meridians, warriors can finally project their true qi outward, executing techniques that appear almost divine, imbued with various extraordinary qualities. At this moment, Zhang Tianyang's knowledge abruptly halted. The essence he had severed merely allowed him to glimpse the abilities of the opening of meridian stage. Before he could delve deeper into the subsequent realms, he found himself exiting the state of enlightenment. Upon returning to his senses, Zhang Tianyang shook his head, realizing he could not recall what exactly he had severed. However, he dismissed these thoughts and turned his focus to the insights he had just gained. Although his understanding only reached the opening of meridian stage, he now possessed a general impression of the martial arts within this realm. This realization indicated that his aspiration to create a unique martial technique was indeed feasible. With this in mind, Zhang Tianyang hesitated no longer and resumed the posture he had assumed before. The vibrant blade of rules reappeared above his head as he contemplated the cost of furthering his knowledge of martial arts. Such an endeavor was beyond Zhang Tianyang's consideration. With his current understanding, he felt entirely capable of achieving his goals without incurring unnecessary expenses. With this thought, Zhang Tianyang opened his mind and began to contemplate the sacrifices he would need to make. In his previous self-inflicted wound, he had severed a portion of his past memories, specifically those embarrassing moments from his former life. This act not only erased those memories but also obliterated the recollection of the act itself. Now, Zhang Tianyang intended to create a technique that was not his primary focus but akin to the I Jing Jing, serving as a supplementary cultivation method. This technique would be applicable to various realms and would remain relevant even as he ascended to higher levels. The essence of this technique lies in utilizing the universe as a womb, with the practitioner as the fetus, nurturing oneself with the energy of heaven and earth. It would not only enhance longevity, talent, and physical strength, but also serve as an aid to elevate the efficacy of his primary cultivation technique. This method was tailored to suit his needs, and he was prepared to sacrifice a significant portion of his life force to create it. Even though his current state was akin to that of an infant, which afforded him some resilience, there remained the risk of premature demise. Furthermore, upon his emergence into the world, he would inevitably face moments of self-sacrifice in both cultivation and crises. He had no desire to lead a short-lived existence, which was also the underlying intent behind creating this technique. It aimed to mitigate the effects of self-inflicted wounds, preserving his life in critical moments. This technique represented Zhang Tianyang's safeguard, a means to cling to life when the stakes were high. Uncertain of the resources required to perfect this technique, he recognized that he could no longer afford to sacrifice memories. Thus, he resolved to utilize his lifespan and physical constitution to fill this void, even if it meant sacrificing his current cultivation aptitude. However, as long as he could manifest this technique, every sacrifice would be worthwhile. The kaleidoscopic blade of rules descended from above, striking Zhang Tianyang with force. A strange aura gradually dissipated. He was once again enveloped in the profound state of enlightenment, and the world before him opened its embrace once more. Chapter 4. The Descent into the World. My lord, the lady has given birth, a son. Both mother and child are safe. Within the grand courtyard of the high court, a middle-aged man anxiously awaited outside. Upon hearing the outcome, he exhaled deeply, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation. The tension he had felt while waiting outside was overwhelming, surpassing even the anxiety he had experienced during his first escort mission as a bodyguard. When he encountered a formidable bandit, the agonizing screams that had emanated from the room had gripped Zhang Yunjia's heart, making him wish he could enter and suffer in place of his wife. The man's name was Zhang Yunjia. In his youth, he had served as a bodyguard for the Qingfeng Escort Agency, training under the agency's chief, mastering the Five Tigers mountain summoning spear, and thereby earning immense renown within a 100-mile radius. In this region, any robbers or water bandits encountered along his escort routes would pay their respects and yield passage, not merely due to the formidable strength and deep-rooted heritage of the Qingfeng martial arts school backing him, but also because he had achieved a breakthrough at a young age. In this rural town, resources and formidable martial arts techniques were scarce, yet through sheer talent and determination, he had progressed step by step into the Qi enlightenment phase, establishing a solid foundation. Had it not been for the limitations of his skills, he might have contended with disciples from prominent families in the capital. This illustrates the extraordinary talent he possessed. However, the techniques beyond the Qi enlightenment phase were beyond the reach of individuals like him from such a county town. The stringent restrictions on relevant texts rendered acquiring these secret manuals a near impossible endeavor. Without access to techniques above the Qi enlightenment phase, reaching the pinnacle of that stage was the utmost limit of his potential in this lifetime. Nevertheless, even with such constraints, his prowess in the mid-Qi enlightenment phase made him one of the strongest figures in the town. Currently, he had wedded Lingrong, the daughter of the chief of the Qingfeng Escort Agency. Their relationship had blossomed from childhood companions to a deep mutual affection, having grown up together, training and escorting goods side by side. In their maturity, they expressed their feelings for one another. Given Zhang Yunjia's talent and the chief's regard for him, and Ling Yun entrusted his daughter and the agency's legacy to this young man he had watched grow. Thus, Zhang Yunjia, with his cultivation and the agency's foundation, became one of the preeminent figures in the town. Just 6 months after their marriage, Lingrong became pregnant and soon gave birth to a robust baby boy. This filled Zhang Yunjia with immense joy, for in an era that favored sons over daughters, he epitomized the archetype of a successful life. This alone was enough to incite envy among his peers. Just as Zhang Yunjia was lost in delightful reverie amidst a cascade of good news, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the tranquility, jolting him back to reality. Upon hearing the screams from within the room, his expression shifted to one of grave concern, a surge of unease rising within him. Without a moment to ponder, he took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and summoned his internal energy, his body tensing like a coiled tiger ready to pounce. What had transpired? He let out a low growl, his voice imbued with authority and power. In an instant, his form became a blur, shattering through the closed door. As the door swung open, he beheld a scene of disarray. Scattered bowls of blood-stained water lay on the floor, and several maids cowered in the corners like frightened quails. The midwife responsible for the delivery was now sprawled on the ground, her wrinkled visage contorted with panic and fear. Her delicate hands, contrasting with her age, trembled as she pointed toward the bed, her terror palpable. Raising his gaze, he spotted his wife, who, despite having just given birth, sat silently at the head of the bed, her face radiant and vibrant, betraying no signs of her recent ordeal. Moreover, Zhang Yunjie could distinctly perceive the pressure emanating from her, as well as the pure energy radiating from her being. As a mid-chi enlightenment cultivator, he recognized the extraordinary change in her. It was evident that she had just achieved a breakthrough, though her newfound realm remained unsteady. Astonishingly, her cultivation level had surged from the nascent stage of chi enlightenment to its pinnacle. Had she not lacked the subsequent cultivation techniques? The vigor she exuded suggested she might still push beyond this threshold. Such occurrences were unfathomable. The scene before him profoundly challenged Zhang Yunjie's worldview. Not only did he wonder how his wife could ascend to the pinnacle of chi enlightenment through childbirth, but also how she appeared entirely unscathed, her aura devoid of any signs of exhaustion or instability. On the contrary, he sensed her foundation was remarkably solid, with an inexhaustible stream of energy surging within her. Yet due to Enlingrong's lack of advanced training, her body instinctively channeled all this energy into fortifying her own foundation. What could have possibly transpired? The discerning can easily perceive that extraordinary events, beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, have undeniably transpired. As witnesses to this incident, the midwife and the maidservants who observed the entire process stand as the most reliable sources of information. Without hesitation, Zhang Yunjie gestured emphatically, seizing the midwife by her collar and lifting her effortlessly off the ground. His vital energy surged within his throat, and his inquiry erupted like a thunderclap, instantly rousing the midwife from her state of terror. Awakening, the midwife's eyes widened in fright, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, and her body trembled involuntarily. Had Zhang Yunjie not lifted her from the ground, she likely would have fled in a panic. "Madam, she just gave birth to the young master." Just as I was about to cut the umbilical cord, the young master's body inexplicably shriveled, and even his breath became exceedingly faint. It seemed he would not survive. I? Her words became increasingly incoherent, akin to an ordinary person encountering a specter. Seeing that she could offer no further clues, the surrounding maidservants were equally overwhelmed, merely shaking their heads in despair. Zhang Yunjie shifted his focus to the bed. Striding purposefully toward it, there, in his wife's embrace, lay their newborn child. The infant's skin had lost its luster, his breath was feeble, and his vitality flickered like a dying candle, as if a mere gust of wind could extinguish it. The fine hair upon his head was a dull white, resembling withered grass, and his body lacked the plumpness characteristic of a healthy child, instead appearing emaciated, as if he had subsisted on roots and bark for months. "He is on the brink of death," Zhang Yunjie lamented. Chapter 5. Misunderstanding Ling Rong. What has transpired? Upon witnessing the near-lifeless state of their child and the despondent appearance of his wife, who, despite her newfound strength, appeared utterly forlorn, even someone as resilient as Zhang Yunjie felt his voice quaver slightly. Jiegu. Upon hearing Zhang Yunjie's voice, Enlingrong, who cradled their seemingly doomed child, finally reacted, breaking down into tears. "Jiegu? It's all my fault. Everything is my fault. Our child has been harmed by me." Enlingrong's panic and regret were palpable, just after giving birth, while the midwife had yet to sever the umbilical cord. Enlingrong suddenly felt a pure and potent energy surge from below, flooding into her body. This energy not only swiftly replenished her postpartum weakness, but also relentlessly opened the blocked meridians within her, enhancing her connection to the vital energies of the universe and forcibly pushing her to break through her limits. Yet, as she reveled in this exquisite sensation, a sudden scream from outside jolted her back to reality. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld her son, seemingly drained of life. Listening to the cacophony of weeping nearby, Zhang Tianyang, who had just performed a drastic maneuver to cultivate the Yuan Tai skill, gradually emerged from the chaos. The energy consumed in his cultivation far exceeded his expectations. He had assumed that, being in an infantile state with abundant innate energy and vitality, combined with his inherent talents, he could easily develop the Yuan Tai skill, drawing on the universe as a womb, himself as the fetus, with breath as the umbilical cord, nourishing himself with the energies of heaven and earth. However, he had not foreseen that this self-sacrifice would nearly cost him his life. The vital energies that represented his lifespan and vitality were drastically diminished, bringing him perilously close to death. Yet, Zhang Tianyang's fortune was remarkable. The terrifying self-harm he inflicted resulted in a powerful comprehension ability and a profound connection to the laws of the universe. Achieving his initial goal, he had created a cultivation method that could be deemed the strongest foundational skill in this realm. However, the price paid was that the newly born Zhang Tianyang now existed in a state of near death. His vital energy was alarmingly weak, with only a month of lifespan remaining, and his body was so frail that it seemed incapable of retaining any true essence. His bones were brittle, making any pursuit of martial arts seem utterly futile. In his current condition, he could not even step into the qi-gathering stage, let alone the initial stage of foundation establishment. As for the pure energy Enlingrong had just sensed, it was merely the result of Zhang Tianyang's activation of the Yuan Tai skill at the moment of his birth. Establishing a connection with the external energies of heaven and earth, as the energies from the universe surged in to mend his body, they flowed into Enlingrong in accordance with their mutual connection. This energy, born from the Yuan Tai skill, was not only incredibly pure but also possessed various benefits, including promoting cultivation, solidifying foundations, and enhancing qualifications. This was the primary reason for Enlingrong's sudden elevation in cultivation and the strengthening of her base. Indeed, Enlingrong relayed her experiences to her husband, along with her speculations. Our son likely possesses an innate, formidable constitution, carrying pure innate vital energy at birth. He ought to have progressed rapidly in his future cultivation, destined to be a prodigious talent of the Zhang family. Yet now, due to my momentary lapse, he has been reduced to this state. Enlingrong was filled with self-reproach, feeling no joy in her current cultivation level, but rather lamenting that her actions had transformed their once proud son into a mere shadow of life. The innate vital energy he was born with had propelled her from the initial stages of enlightenment to the pinnacle, solidifying her foundation without any superficiality. If only that energy could have been utilized in her son's future cultivation, what a magnificent sight it would have been. Observing his wife, who was overwhelmed with regret, Zhang Yunjie sighed deeply, cradling her tear-streaked face in his hands. Resting his chin atop her head, he gently patted her back in an attempt to soothe her distress. It's all right, it's all right. Our family is prosperous enough. Even if we must support him for a lifetime, it matters not that I end this situation. We can only say that our son's fortune is lacking, unable to retain the blessings that have descended upon us. Furthermore, if he chooses not to pursue martial arts and instead lives a stable life as a wealthy heir, that is not without its merits. The world is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Rather than obsessing over whether he should lead a life on the edge of danger, perhaps it is better to embrace the present. Theo claimed that he felt no pain would be disingenuous. After all, this was his firstborn son, and in such a feeble state, which parent could remain unmoved? Yet, given the circumstances, what good would it do to cast blame? Would scolding his wife restore their son to health? Instead of dwelling on such matters, it was wiser to consider the brighter side. Life must continue, I understand, Enlingrong replied quietly, absorbing her husband's comfort. After a moment, she gently extricated herself from Zhang Yunjie's embrace. Gazing at her still feeble child, who struggled to breathe, Enlingrong concentrated her vital energy and gathered it in her palm. With tender care, she began to nurture her son with the energy flowing from within her. Seeing this, Zhang Yunjie let out another soft sigh. Why must you do this? Such a depletion of your vital energy not only halts your cultivation but may severely harm your foundation, making future progress nearly impossible. This approach, though not uncommon among esteemed families, is typically reserved for those distinguished descendants who are deemed worthy of such support. This is my karma, and also my sin. Chapter 6. the young master in the secluded chamber within the quaint and antiquated confines of the room. An atmosphere of tranquility and serenity enveloped the space. Seated therein was a young gentleman clad in a flowing robe of pure white, his snow-white hair casually secured at the back of his head with a wooden hairpin. At that moment, he occupied a wooden wheelchair, intricately crafted from timber and enhanced with mechanical artistry. One hand clasped a scroll of parchment, while the other delicately maneuvered a brush, inscribing thoughts upon the paper beside him. His slender, elongated fingers appeared as fragile as delicate porcelain, susceptible to shatter under the slightest pressure. As one's gaze ascended along his arm, it fell upon a visage both handsome and gaunt. The prolonged frailty imparted a pallid hue to his skin, and an ineffable sense of tragic helplessness lingered in the depths of his eyes. This frail demeanor instinctively stirred a protective instinct in others. Resembling a porcelain doll, he was naturally endowed with an air of vulnerability that seemed to beg for sustenance. This young man, nurtured in the confines of the inner chamber, akin to a sheltered maiden who rarely ventured beyond the threshold, was none other than Zhang Tianyang, who clung to life through the practice of Yuan Tai Gong. In this lifetime, it seemed he was bound by a vow made by his father to sustain him regardless of his accomplishments until the day of his demise. His father had bestowed upon him the name Zhang Tianyang, fortuitously mirroring that of his previous incarnation, thus sparing him the turmoil of renaming. The current state of his being was profoundly influenced by the self-inflicted severance endured during his fetal stage, a consequence of striving to master the Yuan Tai Ju. The repercussions of this act reverberated through the very core of his existence, resulting in a debilitating frailty that transcended the immediate, casting a long shadow over his future. The once flickering essence of life, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, despite a decade of nurturing and the occasional infusion of vitality from his mother to fortify his body, remained irreparably compromised. The cause was simple. Zhang Tianyang's constitution was excessively weak. Any slight deviation, be it a lack of clothing, a hint of filth in his surroundings, a whisper of chill in the air, or the insidious presence of pathogens, could render him ill. Each bout of illness was no trifling matter. Even a mere cold could inflict catastrophic damage upon his lungs. These injuries would invariably reflect upon the essence of his life, further depleting his already meager vitality. Moreover, during times of sickness, the pace at which he could replenish his life essence through Yuan Tai Gong paled in comparison to the rate of its depletion. Had it not been for the restorative properties of Yuan Tai Gong and his diligent cultivation, he might have succumbed to illness long ago. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Tianyang set aside his scroll and brush, abruptly covering his mouth as a fit of coughing overtook him. It appeared that today's scholarly pursuits would need to be curtailed. Given his frail constitution, the path of martial arts was beyond his reach. Yet, to forge a more potent and harmonious martial discipline attuned to the laws of this realm, the acquisition of pertinent knowledge and elucidation of martial texts was indispensable. The more knowledge he amassed, the deeper and more profound his insights would become once he entered the Tao of Severance. Though his current condition rendered him incapable of physical training, it did not preclude him from laying the groundwork for future cultivation. However, this was merely the surface explanation. The truth lay in his inability to run or jump, as even prolonged sitting brought him discomfort. In this era, reading was his sole means of passing time. Feeling he had reached his limit for the day, Zhang Tianyang relinquished his efforts, carefully placing the scroll aside while collecting the flashes of inspiration that had surged in his mind during his reading. These bursts of insight, while perhaps impractical and unlikely to materialize, would find their rightful place when he accumulated sufficient life essence and entered the state of Tao realization. Inhale, exhale, activating the Yuan Tai Gong within. Zhang Tianyang took a deep breath, allowing a minuscule increase in his life essence. As he calculated the vitality within him, a yearning for a brighter future blossomed in his mind. "Young master, it is time to rest." A gentle voice floated in from the doorway, like a babbling brook, soothing to the soul. Recognizing the voice, Zhang Tianyang knew it belonged to his devoted maid, Ping, assigned by his parents. She bore no surname, merely the name Ping, a young girl sold to the Zhang household during a year of famine to exchange for sustenance. With a gentle demeanor, She was but 18 years of age, her presence reminiscent of a delicate peach blossom. Though the Zhang family thrived as a bodyguard agency, their treatment of servants was notably kind. The daily meals, though not extravagant, were sufficient to stave off hunger. This benevolence allowed the already well-proportioned Ping to develop a unique freshness in her appearance, her physique blossoming beautifully as she matured. Despite her somewhat submissive nature due to her upbringing, she was hardworking and resilient, tending to the needs of her half-disabled master without a hint of complaint. As Zhang Tianyang, a time traveler, found himself in a world so vastly different from his own, the values instilled in him through 9 years of compulsory education lingered on. Thus, he regarded this attentive older sister figure not as a mere servant, but as an equal, often addressing her as Sister Ping, fostering a bond akin to that of siblings rather than master and servant. "Very well, Sister Ping," Zhang Tianyang replied, reclining slowly. Moments later, the door creaked open, and a young girl in a light green dress, her hair tied up and devoid of makeup, entered. With a single glance, Ping directed all her attention to Zhang Tianyang, observing the stack of papers accumulated on the corner of his desk. Silently comparing the current pile to its previous thickness, she calculated how much he had written. Stepping forward, she gently pushed the desk toward the bed, guiding her young master back to rest. Chapter 7. The younger sister. One wonders what insights the young master has gained today. As she settled him onto the bed, Ping casually inquired, tidying the sheets as she spoke. "Merely some rudimentary thoughts, pale in comparison to the realms of the sages. I have scarcely scratched the surface." Zhang Tianyang sighed, his words tinged with truth. Even with an adult soul, he had not experienced the dramatic enhancements in talent and comprehension often depicted in novels. His innate abilities remained unchanged, the essence of the boy unaltered. Setting aside the esoteric texts of Buddhism and Taoism, even the ordinary tomes on cultivation required considerable effort for Zhang Tianyang to grasp. Given his immobility, reading was his sole means of engagement. Otherwise, his inherently lethargic disposition might have driven him to madness, leaving little room for scholarly pursuits. Ping, unfamiliar with these complexities, could not fully comprehend. Yet, she had heard the elder maids, including Wang Ma, remark that for a young master of his age and temperament to dedicate himself to the study of these texts was no small feat. And thus, he need not belittle his efforts. As she gently massaged his limbs, Ping offered her response with a hint of pride. "You needn't worry, Sister Ping. I have no intention of underestimating myself." Merely expressing some sentiments as Zhang Tianyang savored the comfort of Ping's ministrations, he seamlessly shifted the topic. "By the way, Sister Ping, what amusing happenings have unfolded in the manor today?" Attuned to his laid-back demeanor, Ping readily obliged, steering the conversation in a new direction. "Indeed, several significant events have transpired today. Young Master Tianxing has officially entered the refining skin realm, embarking upon the path of a martial artist. Young Master Tianxi has also commenced his martial training, and the nearby servants have remarked on their extraordinary talents. The master himself has acknowledged that their gifts far surpass his own in the past." Although Pinger's remarks might seem to the average person akin to rubbing salt into Zhang Tianyang's wounds, she herself comprehended that her young master did not place significant value on such matters. Otherwise, during his cultivation, he would not have exhibited such an unremarkable demeanor, nor would he have taken the leisure to continue perusing Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, as well as martial arts manuals. Moreover, after her inquiries, he did not display any unusual reactions. From that moment on, Pinger understood that her young master was not as fragile as his physical form suggested, and he had thus relaxed his approach to cultivation. Even when she occasionally jested, he did not respond with indignation or a desire to chastise her. Listening to Pinger report on the cultivation progress of his 2 younger brothers, Zhang Tianyang merely nodded absent-mindedly, not allowing these matters to weigh heavily on his mind. Had it not been for his self-inflicted wound, his innate talent was already commendable, and his 2 younger brothers had undoubtedly inherited their parents' formidable genes. Thus their aptitude for cultivation was equally promising. Consequently, Zhang Tianyang exhibited no particular reaction to their progress, as it was well within his expectations. Therefore, he simply closed his eyes, reveling in the exquisite sensation of his sister's delicate hands providing him with a massage. Observing Zhang Tianyang's demeanor, Pinger quickly discerned that he held little interest in the news she had just shared. Indeed, although her young master appeared remarkably indifferent towards his inability to cultivate, he could not completely rid himself of lingering grievances. Thus, she shifted the topic and began, "Speaking of which, Miss Tianxin unexpectedly fell into the water this morning." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Tianyang's eyes widened in alarm. This Miss Tianxin was his only sister, the youngest among the 4 siblings, possessing an exceedingly charming appearance. However, due to her excessive pampering, her character bore a certain arrogance and defiance, showing neither respect nor concern for her elder brother, embodying the archetype of a spiteful female antagonist from a novel, inciting both annoyance and frustration. Yet, before their 2 younger brothers, she displayed a facade of innocence and understanding, acting the part of the beloved little sister. Though they seemed at odds, Zhang Tianyang was aware that apart from their mutual indulgence, the more significant factor contributing to their relationship's current state was his own physical condition, which had deprived him of the companionship she yearned for. After all, she was merely a young girl. At an age of innocence, incapable of discerning good from evil, where affection was simply a matter of mutual companionship. I wonder how Tianxin is faring now. It was not a grave matter. She had merely fallen into the garden pond, which was not deep, and there were other servants present at the time, who swiftly rescued her. However, for reasons unknown, the young lady remained unconscious after being saved, unresponsive to all calls for her to awaken. Upon hearing Pinger's account, Zhang Tianyang exhaled in relief. Despite the poor relationship he shared with his sister, she was, after all, still his sibling. He could not wish ill upon her, and now that he learned she was not in serious danger, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. The room was adorned in a predominant shade of pink, brimming with charming decorations, each item reflecting the utmost affection lavished upon its occupant. Yet at that moment, the room's mistress lay restlessly upon the bed, her petite frame tightly clutching the blanket. Her adorable brow was furrowed, eyes firmly shut, her expression twisted slightly in response to some unknown pain. Suddenly, the little girl jolted upright from the bed, gasping for breath as cold sweat beaded on her forehead, evidently shaken by some recent fright, her body instinctively reacting to the distress. Just as she was regaining her composure, her attention was suddenly drawn to her surroundings. This was not her once ruined Tianhuang Palace, nor was she the formidable princess of the Lihua dynasty, endowed with the bloodline of a phoenix, capable of conjuring seas of flames with a mere flick of her wrist. Now, she was merely an 8-year-old girl, the youngest sister in an ordinary family within a common town. In this family, the strongest was her father, who had only barely reached the late stage of the enlightenment realm. Such strength was hardly worthy of her former self's regard. Currently, her own abilities were exceedingly feeble. Not only had she yet to embark on the path of cultivation, but even the potent phoenix bloodline she once possessed seemed now to exist only as a faint echo of its former glory. Yet, she found solace in her acceptance of her new identity as Zhang Tianxin, the princess of the Lihua dynasty. Raising her gaze to the ceiling, it seemed as though she were locking eyes with a distant presence. "Jun Wuxie, Su Wuming, you despicable scoundrels, just wait for me to exact my vengeance. Though I am uncertain why I have become this way or how I have replaced this little girl, since fate has granted me a second chance, I shall use your heads as offerings for my rebirth." Chapter 8. Discovered? Knock, knock, knock. "Miss, are you awake?" The knocking at the door interrupted Zhang Tianxin's grand ambitions, forcing her to revert to the ordinary persona of a Zhang family girl. Even though remnants of her previous life's phoenix bloodline still coursed through her, and she retained memories of her ascension to the pinnacle of power, she was still merely an 8-year-old girl, one who had yet to set foot on the path of cultivation. To contemplate revenge at this stage would certainly be premature. Before that, the identity of the Zhang family's young daughter could afford her certain conveniences. Maintaining this guise was currently her only and best course of action. Not only could she extract necessary cultivation resources from the Zhang family, but she could also prepare a foundation for her eventual resurgence. It was known that despite her past prowess, even with the combined efforts of Jun Wuxie and Su Wuming, who had formed a martial army under her leadership, they had not gained much advantage over her. Had it not been for the betrayal of her most trusted maid, who had been seduced by their charms and poisoned her meals, she would never have fallen to such lowly adversaries. Regrettably, her once mighty Phoenix bloodline was now but a remnant, and her resources paled in comparison to those she once commanded within the divine dynasty. Additionally, her current state could be likened to that of a novice in cultivation, with the time required to reclaim her former glory being immeasurable. Moreover, her two adversaries, while previously lacking in talent and strength compared to her, were still formidable, and having usurped the resources of the divine dynasty after her demise. Their progress in cultivation would surely be swift. Thus, if she wished to contend with them, she too must seek loyal allies, much like they had done in their efforts to eliminate her from the memories of this little girl. Zhang Tianxin was aware that among her three brothers, while the eldest was inexplicably weak and incapable of martial cultivation, her second and third brothers possessed talents that were considered top-tier even in the divine dynasty, lacking only the techniques and foundational support necessary for advancement after the enlightenment stage. These were things she could provide them, and due to their shared bloodline, they would be unlikely to betray her. Their most cherished sister, by stabbing her in the back, they were, in essence, natural henchmen. Just as Zhang Tianxin was lost in her reverie, the door gently swung open, revealing a young woman with a gentle demeanor. Appearing delicate and lacking any signs of martial training, upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Tianxin could not help but scrutinize her, losing interest upon realizing she was merely an ordinary person. Nevertheless, she had to maintain a facade. Recalling the memories of the girl she had replaced, she recognized the newcomer as her elder brother's devoted maid, responsible for caring for her inexplicably frail brother's daily needs. Logically, the maid should have been in her brother's room to prevent any mishaps. Yet here she was, observing the young lady now standing from the bed. The maid, noticing her rosy complexion and vibrant energy, realized she had fully recovered. She promptly bowed slightly and spoke, "Miss, I have come on the orders of young Master Tianyang to check on your health. Seeing you in such good spirits, I am relieved." Upon witnessing the maid's nearly flawless demeanor, it was evident she was no longer the headstrong girl of yore, but rather a maiden with the poise befitting a princess. Naturally, she would not treat the girl before her poorly, merely responding calmly, "Please convey my thanks to my elder brother for his concern. I am quite well, but what of him? His health has been persistently frail. Has he improved at all recently?" The unremarkable voice, when heard by Pinger, resonated like a thunderclap. The once headstrong and willful girl, who had looked down upon her frail elder brother, now displayed an unexpected concern for him after merely a single incident of falling into the water. Could it be that her character had undergone a transformation post-incident? Was there truly such miraculous efficacy in being submerged? Yet, Pinger was not the type to act recklessly. Such blasphemous thoughts were best left unspoken. For even as the personal maid of the young master, articulating them could spell trouble in the days to come. Moreover, given the young lady's recent change, it could be considered beneficial for her master. Thus Pinger chose to remain silent. With her lady's health restored, she would report back, for unless commanded by the eldest young master, she would not dare leave her master's side, as she observed the departing figure. Zhang Tianxin felt a flicker of curiosity about her elder brother. Logically, with both parents being martial artists and her brothers possessing commendable talents, it was inconceivable for her elder brother to be reduced to a state where merely walking 2 steps would leave him incapacitated. There must be deeper reasons at play. The other inhabitants of this small locale, lacking in knowledge and understanding of the world's peculiarities, had no viable remedies for her brother's condition. Yet, she was different. As a former princess, she possessed profound insights into the extraordinary phenomena of the realm, having perused countless texts in pursuit of her training, which spanned an expansive breadth. It was conceivable that her brother bore a unique constitution, one that had never received the proper guidance, leading him to his current predicament. If she could discover a method to heal him, not only would she reclaim her gifted brother, but in future battles against her foes, she would have a loyal and powerful protector by her side. Resolute in her decision, Zhang Tianxin casually retrieved a delicate pink gown from a nearby wardrobe, changing out of her current attire and neatly placing it aside. After arranging her appearance, she swiftly departed the room, making her way to her brother's quarters. Upon reaching the door, instead of knocking, she stealthily approached a nearby window, gently rising on her toes to peer inside. Through the wide-open window, she caught sight of a figure within, and in the next moment, she gasped in astonishment. Could it be? How was this possible? Was there truly a person in this world whose talent could evoke envy from the heavens? The former princess, holding the tome in hand, pointed to the phrase envied by heaven with curiosity etched across her charming face. Having just embarked on the path of cultivation, her formidable phoenix bloodline had propelled her strength to new heights, filling her with pride. She was deeply intrigued by the talents described within the tome, which were said to be envied by the heavens. According to her master, her own potential was already among the finest of her generation. Yet it did not reach the so-called realm of being envied by heaven, leaving her, who considered herself unparalleled, feeling quite dissatisfied. Observing her puffed-up cheeks, the woman opposite her, adorned in resplendent multicolored palace attire, merely smiled gently. The so-called envy of heaven indeed contained elements of exaggeration. Strictly speaking, those recorded in the texts could hardly be called such. The true essence of envy from the heavens pertained to those who bore innate injuries from the laws, who, despite having exceptional talent and comprehension, were hindered by their physical bodies, unable to tread the path of martial arts. So it was thus. But why did Master assert that the individuals chronicled in this tome were not truly envied by heaven? According to the descriptions, these individuals were similarly burdened by their corporeal forms, capable of climbing to great heights yet unable to break through the mere threshold of enlightenment. Those chronicled within the tome, while also encumbered by their physical forms, could only be regarded as pseudo-envied by heaven, a form of self-comfort. So then, Master, what would true envy from the heavens resemble? She was filled with curiosity, her heart brimming with anticipation. Such exalted envy, even if burdened by the body, should still be able to transcend its confines. True envy from the heavens. One could scarcely survive beyond an hour after birth, for injuries from the laws were not so easily borne, especially those inherently linked to one's existence. It was rare for any who were truly envied by heaven to see the light of the next day. Were it not for the fact that a certain father, a paragon among peak cultivators, had sensed his son's law-based injury the moment of birth, the concept of envy by heaven might have remained unknown to the world, as the memory of her master's voice faded. Zhang Tianxin's focus returned to her elder brother. Even now, though her cultivation was diminished, her insights remained unscathed. At the first glance of her brother, she was certain. He was the very embodiment of what her master had referred to as one who would not see the sun of the following day after birth. The quintessential envy of heaven. This was nothing short of a miraculous occurrence, an infant burdened with law-based injuries at birth, a seemingly fatal predicament. Yet he had not only survived through some unknown means but thrived until the present. Who exactly was her elder brother? After a silent sigh of wonder, Zhang Tianxin withdrew her head, extinguishing her previous thoughts of healing her brother and expanding her future faction. If it were merely a common ailment, her knowledge would suffice to devise a remedy. However, her brother was an envy of heaven, a being who, theoretically, should not have lived to this day. How could she be so foolish as to think she could heal him when she did not even comprehend how he had survived thus far? Having been reincarnated, she had believed herself well acquainted with the world and thought it implausible that any problem in this small town could elude her grasp. Yet reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Inside the room, Zhang Tianyang sensed the retreat of the prying presence, as Pinger gracefully circled past him, her gaze casually sweeping over the open window. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a petite figure departing from the window's view. Listening to Pinger as she relayed that his sister had returned to normal, Zhang Tianyang pondered for a moment, deducing who had been peering at him moments ago. He felt a peculiar sense of unease regarding why his younger sister had chosen to observe him through the window immediately after her recovery. Though he found it strange, he dismissed the thought. In his current fragile state, he possessed no means to defend against any potential adversaries. Zhang Tianyang silently assessed the flickering spark of life within him, akin to a candle flame, and sighed softly. Fortunately, his luck had been relatively good of late. He had not fallen ill, which would have hindered the accumulation of his life essence. Presently, his life source equated to approximately 3 years of lifespan, meaning that, barring any misfortune, he could sustain himself in this weakened state for about 3 years. Should this pace continue, regaining a semblance of normalcy would require at least another decade. Any significant illness during this period would only prolong his recovery. Fortunately, the speed at which his life essence replenished was exponentially increasing. The further he progressed, the less susceptible he became to illness, and there would be no need to expend his essence for recovery. With hopeful anticipation for the future, Zhang Tianyang gradually closed his eyes under Pinger's gentle ministrations, soon drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianxin, having hastily exited her brother's door, increasingly sensed that her family, nestled within this small town, was anything but ordinary. The mere fact of producing such gifted children among them indicated the exceptional talents of both parents, especially considering they had given birth to an envy of heaven. It was evident that if both parents bore mediocre talents, the emergence of such prodigies would be akin to striking gold. Moreover, their parents had subsequently welcomed several other exceptionally gifted children. Initially, she had believed that her parents' talents were merely decent, attributing the births of her brothers to sheer luck. After all, Zhang Tianxin's current potential, augmented by the innate phoenix bloodline she inherited, had yet to be fully comprehended. However, in light of having borne an envy of heaven and then two more exceptionally talented children, it was clear that mere luck or a sudden surge in talent could not adequately explain the phenomenon. Yet, she remained perplexed regarding the true nature of her parents' talents and why, despite such extraordinary gifts, they remained at the nascent stage of enlightenment. Lost in her thoughts, Zhang Tianxin was completely oblivious to her surroundings, and in a moment of distraction, she inadvertently collided with a soft embrace at the corner of the house. Instantly, she found herself ensnared by two slender, gentle arms, and she could distinctly sense the faint tremor of the other's body. In the 10th chapter, an unusual family and a useless father, Zhang Tianxin was initially startled by the unexpected action. Although her strength was lacking, her awareness remained intact. In a moment of panic, she instinctively prepared to retaliate, yet her body was firmly immobilized, rendering her unable to move. After a brief interval, Zhang Tianxin finally comprehended the situation at hand. The person before her was none other than her mother, one of those who had given birth to the prodigious Tianju and two other exceptional talents. Based on her past life's experiences, she realized that her mother's strength was not merely at the early stage of enlightenment, as rumored, but had already reached the pinnacle on the brink of a breakthrough. Though this level of cultivation had once seemed trivial to her, in the present moment, her mother appeared to be an insurmountable mountain. Despite the discomfort caused by her mother's power, Zhang Tianxin felt a profound sense of care emanating from her, evoking a long-lost warmth within her heart. Having lost her parents at a young age and grown under her master's guidance, thus, she ceased to struggle and instead wrapped her arms around her mother, soothing her emotions as if she were a little adult comforting her. "It's all right, mother. I'm fine. There's no need to worry." It seemed that Zhang Tianxin's words had a calming effect, or perhaps her mother was gradually regaining her composure, as Zhang Tianxin could distinctly feel the embrace loosening and her mother's emotions stabilizing. At that moment, an indescribably familiar yet undeniably foreign sensation began to emanate from her mother, enveloping Zhang Tianxin in a warmth reminiscent of being within her mother's womb. This was not a mere illusion born from a lack of maternal love, nor was it a fantasy conjured from her imagination. It was an enigmatic essence, something she had once known intimately but believed could never manifest in this reality: Tao rhythm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could someone at merely the early stage of enlightenment exude such profound Tao rhythm? Such a level of Tao rhythm could not possibly be achieved by one who had only recently begun to comprehend it. Zhang Tianxin had thought she would never again lose her composure. Having grown accustomed to grand spectacles, setting aside the chaotic battles of the past, she had witnessed her own resurrection and had laid eyes on the 10-year-old Tianju that very day. Now, she encountered another individual, supposedly at the early stage of enlightenment, yet already grasping the Tao rhythm. While she remained unaware of the nature of her mother's Tao, the mere existence of such a phenomenon was miraculous. "Tianxin, since you're all right, would you like to see your brothers?" After a moment of contemplation regarding her extraordinary mother's suggestion, Zhang Tianxin realized she was referring to her second and third brothers. As she rifled through the memories of Zhang Tianxin before her transmigration, she keenly noted that her mother, despite appearing deeply concerned for her eldest brother, always seemed to avoid direct contact with him, exuding an aura of indebtedness. Of course, mother. Before long, Zhang Tianxin and An Lingrong arrived at the training ground in the expansive arena. Only 3 figures could be seen. One of them, with a robust physique and a stern, icy demeanor, exuded a palpable sense of authority, a formidable teacher. This individual was her father, a martial artist at the late stage of enlightenment. Given her previous experiences, Zhang Tianxin harbored great expectations for him. Despite his outwardly ordinary strength, after all, with a mother and an elder brother of such caliber, it was hard to fathom how he could have married her exceptional mother and fathered a prodigious son like Tianju. Even though his abilities might have seemed unimpressive in the eyes of her past self, Zhang Tianxin still held on to some hope, believing her father possessed some extraordinary quality. Otherwise, he could never have married her mother or birthed such remarkable children. However, the reality left her profoundly disappointed, and no matter how intently she observed her father, she discerned no hint of anything extraordinary. He appeared to be just another typical martial artist at the late stage of enlightenment, even lacking in the martial arts techniques that, in her eyes, were rather unremarkable. His strength was far below the average standard for late-stage martial artists in her mind. Could it be that he hides his true capabilities so deeply that my current insights and abilities are insufficient to perceive them? Zhang Tianxin pondered, as it seemed illogical otherwise. Given the talent and abilities he displayed, it was hard to believe he could father a child of Tianju's caliber. Unable to sense anything unusual from her father, Zhang Tianxin's attention shifted to her second and third brothers. In the next moment, her gaze was drawn to a figure covered in a dark medicinal ointment. The cultivation method he practiced was of relatively low rank, and Zhang Tianxin surmised that reaching the stage of enlightenment with such a technique was likely his limit. The ointment he wore appeared to be a low-grade training aid known as 5 Poison Skin Refining Ointment, something she wouldn't have glanced at twice in the past. Yet even so, Zhang Tianxin could clearly perceive an extraordinary aura surrounding him. It was an ethereal and pure sensation that radiated outward as he cultivated, emitting a unique wave that was difficult to detect without prior preparation. With just a glance, Zhang Tianxin recognized his foundation. If she was correct, he possessed the rare Kongming spirit body, a top-tier spiritual talent. This would allow him to seamlessly adapt to any cultivation method and even master multiple conflicting techniques simultaneously without suffering any adverse effects, thereby fully harnessing their powers. Such a formidable spirit body rivaled many lower-tier Dao bodies. Moreover, this spirit body was not his ultimate form. Given sufficient opportunity, it could evolve into the Wuxiang Dao body or the Gi Dao body. One could effortlessly evolve myriad techniques, mimicking the abilities of their adversaries through the true energy they emitted, and in doing so, manifesting countless techniques with a mere gesture. This could lead to the synthesis of learned abilities into a unique martial art that far surpassed their original forms. The other path would be that of myriad laws returning to one, wherein all learned techniques would operate harmoniously within the cultivator's body, allowing conflicting energies to merge into a more potent and pure form. Such individuals could convert the subtlety of spellcasting into a contest of true energy, effortlessly operating thousands of techniques simultaneously, making it impossible for them to lose in terms of true energy quantity. As for her third brother, he too appeared remarkable, despite only just beginning his training and still laying the groundwork. He hadn't displayed any unique attributes yet, but he was resolutely lifting a stone lock designed for children his age, gritting his teeth in determination. Even though beads of sweat poured from him and his arms trembled, he seemed to have reached his limits. At this tender age, children were often playful and carefree, and even if they harbored aspirations of becoming martial artists, they rarely exerted their full strength during training. Yet here he was, pushing himself to the brink, his maturity belying his mere 8 years of age. Zhang Tianxin marveled silently, contemplating the extraordinary lineage into which she had been reborn. She held great anticipation for her future plans to restore her nation. Although her eldest brother, due to his innate talent, could not offer much assistance, the mere presence of her second brother, endowed with the Kongming spirit body, was enough to command respect, as long as she provided him with ample resources and cultivation techniques to help him evolve from the Kongming spirit body to the Wuxiang Dao body or the Gi Dao body. Once he achieved mastery, No one in the world would be able to obstruct his path. So powerful, truly so powerful. Is this what it means to be a martial artist? Zhang Tianqi gazed at the scene before him. A chaotic mass of black paint that appeared somewhat comical, yet, with every gesture, a formidable wind surged forth. Though merely a 9-year-old child, the power he exuded was reminiscent of the fantastical heroes found only in novels, films, and television series of a bygone era. This was merely the first step in his cultivation journey. Having embarked on his path not long ago, he already possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary mortals. If he were to advance further in the future, becoming a formidable practitioner like his father in the enlightenment stage, what immense power could he wield then? At that point, labeling him a little superhero would hardly be an exaggeration. Furthermore, according to his father, the enlightenment stage was not the pinnacle. Beyond it lay even greater realms, yet a lack of suitable techniques had hindered progress. This realization left Zhang Tianqi somewhat disheartened. However, he quickly cast such thoughts aside. Firstly, he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the enlightenment stage, and secondly, he was a transmigrator. What transmigrator did not possess an extraordinary advantage? It was not merely a question of breaking through to the enlightenment stage. Even transcending it to reach even loftier heights was within the realm of possibility, given his destined fortune. Although his elder brother seemed fated to spend his life confined to a wheelchair, unable even to move freely, such trivial matters paled in comparison to the potential of a transmigrator like himself. He believed in the future, and in himself, as the days passed in unremarkable monotony. Zhang Tianxin continued to play her role. Though she yearned to begin her own cultivation, her body still prohibited her. Fortunately, she could nurture the faint traces of her phoenix bloodline through a secret technique she had developed in her pursuit of higher realms, hoping to restore her former talents and physique. Simultaneously, she aimed to bring her body to a state that would support her cultivation practices. The two brothers, Zhang Tianqi and Zhang Tianyang, persisted in their own cultivation endeavors, striving to step fully into the realm of practice and advance further. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyang had endured a severe illness that had cost him half a month of his lifespan, barely recovering, yet his life had been further diminished. The efforts he had expended over the prior weeks had been for naught. Young master, young master. The voice of his sister Pinger echoed from afar, yet he felt no desire to respond. It was not that he bore a grudge against anyone. Rather, he found himself momentarily perplexed, questioning how he had fallen to such a lowly state. Had his choices been misguided? What if he had not forcefully created the Yuan Tai technique? To what heights could he have ascended now? Perhaps he could have achieved the same results without incurring such a heavy price. No, at that time, the stars had aligned perfectly. Had any one factor been lacking, he could never have truly devised such a powerful technique. His choices had not been erroneous. A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind until he let out a long sigh and reclined against the back of his wheelchair. What significance did it hold to dwell on these matters now? Regardless of the outcome, it was his own choice. Why should he torment himself? After a brief emotional release, Zhang Tianyang regained his usual calm demeanor and was about to call out to his sister Pinger when a resounding and grandiose roar erupted. The sound seemed to emanate from all directions, penetrating his eardrums and striking his mind with a dizzying force, akin to being pierced by countless steel needles. When everything returned to normal, he found himself in an extraordinary space. Before him lay a plaza paved with stones resembling white jade, at the center of which floated a towering stone tablet. The tablet bore no inscriptions but emitted a peculiar, ethereal glow. Surrounding it stood numerous statues, depicting warriors in rough garments, ethereal swordsmen as if they existed apart from the world, and formidable swordsmen seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. Among these were also slender assassins cloaked in robes, wielding dual daggers. Yet, amidst these figures, there were even more intricate bas-reliefs of exotic flowers and mythical beasts. A mere glance allowed one to discern the forms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, phoenix, and paishio, among countless others. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Zhang Tianyang clutched his wheelchair tightly, as if it were the only source of comfort in this bewildering place. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Just then, A crisp yet furious reprimand rang out from behind a statue of Pai Xiao. Subsequently, voices emerged sequentially from the lifelike stone figures. I am Zhang Qingjing, a disciple of the Jinwu sword sect. I do not know how I have come to be here, but I beseech you all to reveal yourselves and discuss this matter. A handsome young man in a dark robe, adorned with a Taoist crown, stepped forth from behind the azure dragon statue, moving gracefully to the center of the plaza, near the stone tablet. His every gesture exuded righteousness, instantly endearing him to those present, upon hearing his words. The remaining individuals emerged from their respective statues, totaling 7 in all. Apart from the distinguished Zhang Qingjing, there was a youthful monk clad in gray robes, with rosy lips and white teeth. Another, a young Taoist boy with dual hairpins and a haughty demeanor, seemed to regard the world with disdain. A burly man, bearing numerous scars yet appearing timid in his movements, presented a stark contrast to his imposing physique. A girl in a flowing blue dress, carrying a pristine white long sword, radiated an ethereal beauty, exuding an air of otherworldly grace. A young man donned in a dark brown long robe, with a plain sword at his side, appeared stiff and unyielding, almost indistinguishable in a crowd. Finally, there was Zhang Tianyang himself, slowly pushing his wheelchair forward, relying on its mechanisms to reduce his exertion. Even so, it took considerable effort for him to emerge from behind the statue. The moment he appeared, all eyes were drawn to Zhang Tianyang, for he stood out starkly among the others. Though he appeared no older than 10, only the young monk could compare to him. Yet, here he was, seated in a wheelchair, akin to a fragile porcelain figurine. Instantly, sympathy welled up in the hearts of those around him, particularly from the sole girl present. This young lady, Jiang Yuning, though seemingly aloof, was, in truth, a kind-hearted girl. Witnessing Zhang Tianyang's unfortunate state stirred deep compassion within her. This Shaolin temple, reputed as a sanctuary of Buddhist cultivation, has turned out to be a den of corruption. We came here to exchange and learn martial arts, only to find ourselves ensnared by the contemporary forces of Shaolin, declared the young Taoist boy in black and white robes, known as Qingfeng. After observing Zhang Tianyang for a moment, he concluded that he was merely an ordinary ailing child and directed his accusation toward the nearby gray-robed monk. What reason do you have for such words? I am but a humble servant of the temple, lacking both martial skills and divine weapons. If this matter were indeed orchestrated by Shaolin, why would they need to drag me into it? The young monk, though youthful, spoke with clarity, addressing the crux of the issue. Jiang Yuning echoed his sentiments, stating, the monk is correct. If this were truly the work of Shaolin, they would not have taken an inconsequential servant like him. Indeed, regardless of whether the so-called Shaolin was capable of abducting them, why would they bother to include a nameless servant in their scheme? If Shaolin truly intended to engage in such actions, it would be a mockery of their centuries-old reputation, treating others as fools. Humph! Who knows if this is not a ruse by Shaolin, a deliberate facade to divert suspicion from themselves? Qingfeng, after calming down, had already pieced together that their current situation bore little relation to Shaolin or any of the sects involved. Yet, even if he had erred, how could he admit fault after a lifetime of smooth sailing? Thus, Qingfeng merely engaged in a futile argument, effectively ignoring the facts, as if to assert that he bore no responsibility. Brother Qingfeng, let us not bicker for now. What matters most is to ascertain our current location and who could dare to disregard Shaolin's might, as well as the backgrounds of our respective sects, to bring us here. As the topic of background emerged, Zhang Qingjing's expression momentarily stiffened, yet it soon relaxed once more. Well, esteemed warriors, I must confess that I am utterly unaware of the whereabouts of the Shaolin temple you speak of. Until today, I had not even encountered the term Shaolin. The robust figure, muscular yet awkward in demeanor, abruptly broke the silence surrounding the notion that this matter was orchestrated by Shaolin, targeting those who had upended the younger generation of its disciples and the rising stars from other sections. I too find myself in a similar predicament. Perhaps due to my remote upbringing, I have never heard of anything related to Shaolin. However, I do possess unique Buddhist scriptures, which I often peruse in my leisure time. Zhang Tianyang hastily interjected, eager to assert his presence, for if he continued to remain passive, he would inevitably be relegated to the role of an inconspicuous minor character. His current capabilities were limited, and lacking means for self-preservation, he found solace in blending into the crowd, existing as an ordinary passerby. Neither too conspicuous nor overly obscure, appearing as a pragmatic choice for the time being. That moment, a melodious chime resonated, drawing the attention of all towards the stone tablet at the center of the white jade square. Welcome to the cycle of 6 paths. Within this cycle lies an abyss of peril, yet it also harbors boundless opportunities. Here, you may obtain all that you desire. The grand, frigid voice echoed alongside the enchanting chime, causing all present to furrow their brows, for this was an experience they had never encountered before. Only the humble servant monk seemed slightly taken aback. Similarly, Zhang Tianyang couldn't help but frown, feeling utterly helpless against this strange space that had intruded upon his tranquil existence. Although this seemingly cyclical realm might significantly aid his growth, his current circumstances rendered him ill-suited for adventures within it. Yet, the all-too-familiar screen before him compelled him to obediently take a seat and await the ensuing developments, devoid of any means of resistance. "Enough with your theatrics. Who are you, truly?" exclaimed Qingfeng, the most fiery-tempered among them. Dismissing the facade the entity had just presented, he unsheathed his sword and waved it chaotically in the air, as if attempting to ward off some invisible foe. "You may refer to me as the cycle of 6 paths. I am both the beginning and the end of all things. I shall bestow upon you the gifts marked with predetermined value from the shadows." The voice remained grand and cold as it continued. "As the yin and yang flow, and the cycle of 6 paths unfolds, you shall traverse one world after another, completing tasks preordained for you, amassing sufficient merit. When your merit is ample, I shall exchange it for all that you desire." Chapter 12. The cycle of 6 paths. Despite the lofty rhetoric surrounding the cycle of 6 paths, those present were hardly naive, swiftly discerning the current situation from the grandiose words. This was a realm akin to a divine space, where the cycle of 6 paths issued tasks, enabling them to traverse various worlds and embark on one adventure after another. The rewards for these endeavors consisted of the merits spoken of by the entity, which, according to its claims, could be exchanged for anything. These deductions were drawn by Zhang Tianyang based on his understanding. Others, with their distinct perspectives, might interpret the situation differently, yet the fundamental essence remained the same. Amidst this seemingly diverse array of explanations, Zhang Tianyang's curiosity piqued regarding the so-called rewards or the entity's exchange list. Seizing the opportunity while the others were still processing the information imparted by the cycle of 6 paths, he directly inquired, "Are there any other methods to acquire merit aside from completing tasks? Furthermore, how does one go about utilizing merit to exchange for desired items?" Merit can be obtained not only through task completion but also by surrendering valuable items, such as martial arts manuals, elixirs, and weapons. The value of these items will fluctuate with the updates to the exchange list. Items not present on the list will be redeemed at a premium of 50, while existing items will be acquired at half price. Elixirs will be redeemed at 70 of their value, and those absent will be returned at their original price. Weapons will be appraised based on their condition. The response from the cycle of 6 paths remained as impassive and unyielding as ever, resembling an automated program devoid of emotional fluctuations. "Young brother, do you seek to harness the power of the cycle of 6 paths to heal yourself?" Zhang Qingjing, exhibiting a semblance of leadership, promptly posed the question after the entity's explanation. Having digested the situation beforehand, the others fell silent upon hearing Zhang Tianyang's inquiry, recognizing these questions as vital intelligence they urgently needed. Thus refraining from distractions or interruptions, observing the youthful figure before them, who appeared to bear no visible injuries yet was confined to a wheelchair, it was evident that such a condition was innate rather than a result of mistreatment. The craftsmanship required to construct such a wheelchair suggested that he was not without favor, for only someone of considerable means could possess such an exquisite apparatus. "Indeed, I seek to leverage the power of the cycle of 6 paths to mend my injuries. I cannot endure this feeble sensation for even a moment longer." There was no need for concealment, especially given their previous demeanor, which indicated a considerable wariness of the cycle of 6 paths. Furthermore, most of their martial arts were derived from sect or family traditions, rendering them unlikely to carry items of significant value. Even if they bore elixirs or weapons, who could ascertain whether the forthcoming tasks would necessitate combat? To lose a trusty weapon at such a critical juncture would be a most lamentable outcome. Thus, after careful consideration, Zhang Tianyang surmised that he and the timid, burly man nearby were the only two likely to attempt selling or exchanging items. Observing the latter's current demeanor, which exuded sheer terror, it was clear he lacked the courage to be the first to take the plunge. Zhang Tianyang slowly maneuvered his wheelchair toward the stone tablet at the center of the square. Lips pressed tightly together, his gaze resolute. This expression was merely for show, as the scenario resembled a trip to the gallows. Should he appear too relaxed or nonchalant, it might arouse suspicion among the onlookers. Given their prior discussions, the group had already positioned themselves near the center of the square, so it took little time for Zhang Tianyang to reach the base of the stone tablet. Gazing at the unadorned stone tablet, devoid of any inscriptions yet hinting at something more beneath prolonged scrutiny, Zhang Tianyang inhaled deeply. Steeling himself, he placed a hand upon the tablet and declared with conviction. Cycle of 6 paths. I wish to sell the 5 Tiger Mountain Spear, the Black Cloud Palm Technique, and the White Ape Strike Point one by one. He recited the names of several martial arts techniques. And with each utterance, an ethereal representation of the technique's essence materialized before him on the tablet. The scenes depicting the granting of these techniques appeared fantastical and resplendent, evoking a sense of wonder among the disciples who had yet to venture into the martial world. As they were wholly devoted to their training, Zhang Tianyang, offering 2 foundational martial arts techniques, the exchange list acknowledges a value of 250 and 200 merit, now offering 225 merit. 5 martial arts techniques at the Qi gathering stage, valued at 100 merit, offering 50 merit. 13 foundational techniques, valued at 70 merit, offering 35 merit. In total, you are being offered 410 merit. Zhang Tianyang's sale of martial arts techniques represents the culmination of years of his family's efforts. In this singular instance, he has offered every martial art possessed by the Zhang family. Yet, the outcome was a mere 410 merit points. It is evident that items capable of healing one's current injuries or extending one's lifespan must hold immense value. Far beyond the paltry sum of just over 400 merit points, as he surveyed the ever-scrolling list of items before him, each accompanied by impressively high merit prices, Zhang Tianyang could not help but smirk. His expression filled with resignation. The array of items was indeed diverse, featuring a wide variety of intriguing techniques, as well as uniquely powerful weapons, all splendidly displayed, including legendary artifacts and tomes of cultivation that were said to exist only in myth. Thus, the 6 paths of reincarnation could be considered a treasure trove fulfilling all their desires. However, Zhang Tianyang felt disheartened by the apparent restrictions that limited exchanges to only martial and cultivation-related items. Neither the chakra from the Naruto world, nor the Haki and devil fruits from the world of One Piece, nor even the Scion bloodline from Dragon Ball, could be traded. It appeared to be a reincarnation space suited solely for the realms of martial arts and cultivation, proving that this so-called 6 paths of reincarnation was not as omnipotent or all-encompassing as it claimed to be. Nevertheless, this range of exchanges could still be deemed extensive for individuals hailing from the martial arts world. With this in mind, Zhang Tianyang contemplated his current merit points and directed his focus towards the mechanism-based hidden weapons in the exchange catalog. Purely cultivating techniques held no significance for him. Those formidable and often enigmatic weapons were merely useless sticks in his eyes. After all, he could hardly lift those heavy weapons, and even the celestial-grade equipment he coveted could only be exchanged for low-tier talismans due to his current merit points. Weighing the cost-effectiveness and his own compatibility, Zhang Tianyang ultimately set his sights on the mechanism-based hidden weapons. Their lethality did not depend on the wielder's state or the force required to pull the trigger, meaning even in his present condition, he could still utilize them. After some searching, he quickly found the most cost-effective mechanism-based hidden weapon for himself, the Zhuge crossbow, a mundane hidden weapon capable of holding 10 metal bolts in each magazine. With power comparable to a peak-level practitioner's full-strength strike. It could be fired both singly and in rapid succession, powered by an internal mechanism that required no winding. The cost for exchange was 200 merit points for the crossbow and 10 merit points for each magazine. with the bolts being reusable. After exchanging for one Zhuge crossbow and 10 magazines, Zhang Tianyang continued to peruse the exchange catalog, familiarizing himself with everything within and hoping to discern more patterns. Considering the various situations he might face in the upcoming tasks, he did not forget to use his remaining merit points, over 100, to exchange for 7 pills for detoxification and barrier removal, as well as 3 pills for healing and restoring vitality, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Upon witnessing Zhang Tianyang complete his exchanges, the others swiftly gathered around him, and he readily provided them with relevant information. It seemed the claims of the 6 paths of reincarnation were not unfounded. Such a vast resource and formidable foundation existed, even containing techniques that could lead to ascendance. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity. The speaker was a young man with a cool demeanor and a stiff expression, who placed his hand on the hilt of his long sword, lightly probing it, yet his tone carried an odd undertone. This opportunity is also a calamity. I do not believe that the so-called 6 paths of reincarnation is a benevolent entity, casually placing these techniques here for anyone to select. Tio earns sufficient merit points. One must surely face life and death situations and sacrifice everything. Zhang Qingjing interjected, striving to dispel the delusions of the individual before him. Although unaware of the other's experiences, it was clear from his demeanor that he was not one who had traversed a smooth path. Such a colossal opportunity appearing suddenly would likely be difficult to maintain. Rest assured, I am not blinded by the illusory opportunity. It is simply that in this world, seizing such an opportunity could lead to soaring success. And I momentarily lost my composure. The young man's expression remained unchanged, suggesting that his earlier excitement was but a fleeting mirage. Observing this, the others chose not to comment further, for what they truly thought was likely known only to themselves. The leader of the Yinling sect, the immortal Yanluo, Poison Immortal, in a bid to gain complete control over the martial world, has secretly targeted and captured the 4 great masters of the martial world, Han Yuliang, Ma Changshun, Qi Yan, and Sun Wuji, intending to turn them into poison puppets. Upon hearing this, the martial heroes have united to infiltrate the Yinling sect to rescue the 4 masters. Main task, within 3 hours. Eliminate Immortal Yanluo, Poison Immortal. Participants in the kill will each receive 100 merit points. If the task fails, 200 merit points will be deducted. Those with insufficient merit points will have to offset their own cultivation and techniques learned with their life essence. Side task: rescue the 4 great masters who are about to be transformed into poison puppets. Each rescue will reward participants with 20 merit points, with no penalties for failure. After an incense stick's worth of time, the task commenced. The grand and resounding voice of the 6 paths of reincarnation echoed through the void, startling the hearts and minds of the group. The inevitable had finally arrived, their first task, which appeared daunting from any perspective. After all, it involved a significant event concerning the entire martial world, and as fledgling youths, they had never engaged in matters of such magnitude, with no elders to assist them. Causing a wave of apprehension to rise within. It seems our first task has been confirmed. Fortunately, the requirements sound rather righteous, allowing us to act without compromising our principles. Zhang Qingjing spoke first, having previously been concerned that the 6 paths of reincarnation might issue tasks involving slaughter or the destruction of cities, which would challenge their moral boundaries. If that were the case, they would be at a loss as to whether to forsake their conscience for the sake of justice or to commit atrocities for the sake of the mission. From this perspective, it seemed the 6 paths of reincarnation was not entirely devoid of sanity. The 6 paths of reincarnation has granted us an incense stick's worth of time, likely to allow us to sell our techniques and earn merit points in preparation. At this moment, the previously silent little monk, who appeared to be deep in thought, suddenly spoke up. As soon as the little monk's words fell, apart from him and the already completed Zhang Tianyang, the others fell into silence. The techniques I practice are secrets imparted by my sect. Not to be shared, I have followed this path without delving into other techniques. I fear I have nothing to exchange. The others shared similar sentiments. Although they had witnessed Zhang Tianyang's exchanges and were quite curious about the legendary items within the catalog, their mindset remained unchanged. The secrecy of their sect's techniques was a conviction they had cultivated throughout their lives. And barring a life-and-death crisis, it would be difficult to alter their beliefs in contrast to those from renowned orthodox sects. The gray-clad little monk did not place much importance on these matters. However, he was merely a menial monk at present, still focused on martial arts cultivation, and his learned techniques were beyond his current capabilities. Before the task begins, allow me to introduce myself for the sake of our upcoming actions. I am Zhang Qingjing, a disciple of the Jinwu sword sect, currently in the early stage of refining the organs, skilled in swordplay and boxing. Zhang Qingjing was the first to introduce himself, outlining his cultivation level and strengths, as he believed it was essential for enhancing cooperation during the forthcoming task and to clarify his abilities. This not only helped to bridge the distance between teammates, but also prevented potential confusion arising from uncertainties about each other's strengths during the mission. I am Qingfeng, a disciple of the Taishu Temple, currently at the peak of the refining the flesh stage, adept in swordplay, proficient in lightness skills, and knowledgeable in pharmacology and toxicology. Upon hearing Zhang Qingjing's declaration, the little Taoist Qingfeng snorted dismissively but offered no objections, directly continuing, I am Jiang Yuning, a disciple of the Yunu sword sect, also at the peak of the refining the flesh stage, skilled in swordplay. However, I possess a killing move that allows my sword techniques to transcend one realm, unleashing the power of a peak-level refining the organs practitioner. The cool and stunning Jiang Yuning spoke calmly, even revealing her trump card without reservation. I am Lu Wuming, a disciple of the Xinghua sect, currently at the mid-stage of refining the skin, capable of executing several sword techniques. The cold and stiff-faced youth spoke, his tone somber, his head bowed, seemingly embarrassed by his cultivation level. I am Qi Wuxin, a disciple of the King Kong sect, presently at the early stage of refining the skin. Although I do not practice swordplay or boxing, my hard skills are quite decent. The speaker was a timid and hulking man, his voice wavering, evidently lacking confidence. I am Zhen Chong, a menial monk from the Shaolin Temple, having yet to begin my cultivation. In the upcoming task, I shall rely on all of you. The young monk clasped his hands together, his expression serene as he bowed in a gesture of Buddhist reverence. He possessed a clear understanding of his role, merely a humble participant seeking to gain experience among the more seasoned practitioners. The forthcoming task would require him to rely heavily on the support of his formidable companions in order to navigate it successfully. I am Zhang Tianyang, without affiliation or sect, possessing only a modest fortune at home. Regrettably, due to personal circumstances, I am unable to cultivate my skills. However, I have exchanged for some means of self-preservation. If I can catch the practitioners of the refining corpse realm off guard, it may inflict considerable harm upon them. Beyond that, I fear I will have to depend on all of you for this mission. With that said, Zhang Tianyang produced an oddly designed hand crossbow from his robes. This is the concealed weapon I just acquired from the cycle of reincarnation. Known as the Zhuge crossbow, valued at 200 merit points, it can fire single shots or multiple rounds, effortlessly penetrating the defenses of the refining corpse realm. While I cannot contend with them in direct combat, a surprise attack could potentially severely injure or even kill an opponent. This is the weapon I have prepared for myself. Its unique mechanism allows me to use it with ease, merely requiring me to pull the trigger and load the magazine. Although facing practitioners of the refining corpse realm may result in my attacks being evaded due to their swift reactions, it is, in theory, still sufficient. This remains the most cost-effective concealed weapon within my current means. As the mission commenced, the grand voice of the cycle of reincarnation resonated, altering the light and shadow before the group and plunging their consciousness into darkness. When the light re-emerged, Zhang Tianyang and the others realized they had departed from the White Jade Plaza and entered a corridor surrounded by stone walls. This must be the so-called Yinling sect. As they surveyed their surroundings, Zhang Qingjing spoke slowly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuning drew her sword from her waist, and in an instant, it sang like a dragon's roar, the blade shimmering like autumn waters in tumult. The cycle of reincarnation indeed possesses remarkable powers. What was once spoken of as traversing through reincarnation was now confirmed, suggesting that the items listed in the exchange catalog were not mere fabrications. Given the circumstances, we cannot afford to remain idle. According to the cycle of reincarnation, upon completing the task, we may return to our original world at any time, and the meritorious rewards could serve as resources for our future advancement, a rare opportunity that has likely never existed before. Qingfeng's voice was filled with excitement, his mind racing with fantasies of transcending the mundane through the chances afforded by the cycle of reincarnation, ascending to the celestial realm, and eventually becoming a revered immortal capable of commanding the elements. Regardless, completing the task must remain our foremost priority. Lu Wuming spoke coldly, yet the tremor in his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. I can do my part. I only hope that the few young heroes can protect me to the best of their abilities. Qi Wuxin curled up as much as possible, timidly trailing behind the others, her heart brimming with fear. The same goes for me, the young monk remarked. I fear I may become a burden to you all. Please do not think ill of me. The young monk and Zhang Tianyang both spoke in unison, forming a trio of perceived weaklings with Qi Wuxian. No matter, since fate has brought us together, I shall not abandon you, Zhang Qingjing declared, a disciple of the Zhenwu sword sect. His previous conduct and unique charisma had earned him respect, even if his words now seemed somewhat lacking in empathy. The others understood that he spoke the truth, and thus, no dissatisfaction was expressed. With the mission underway, the prior discussions concluded, and Jiang Yuning was the first to speak. I wonder how we should proceed with this task. As we know so little about the structure of this world, acting rashly could lead us into a trap. I believe we should first rescue the four great masters before confronting the so-called leader of the Yinling sect. At this moment, Xinchang interjected, eager to voice his opinion. Isn't that a waste of time? That mere puppet relying on poison to dominate the martial world. How strong can they possibly be, given our capabilities? Qing Feng, for reasons unknown, seemed to hold Xinchang in disdain, retorting against whatever he said, regardless of its validity. Xinchang, despite being a monk, did not yield. First of all, we are unaware of that poison-imbued individual's true strength. All information we possess is merely speculation based on the hints provided by the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, acting recklessly is exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, I doubt the cycle of reincarnation would assign us a task devoid of significance. I suspect that this poison-imbued individual's power far exceeds our own capabilities. The side quest to rescue the masters serves to provide us with allies and intelligence for the battles to come. Zhenchang grew increasingly animated as he spoke, his eyes shining with fervor. Himph, as if you possess any profound understanding of the cycle of reincarnation. Though you have much experience. Qing Feng shot a sidelong glance at Zhenchang, his tone dripping with provocation. In the next moment, he unsheathed his sword and lunged directly at Zhenchang. Faced with Qing Feng's sudden attack, Zhenchang, having never practiced martial arts, stood helplessly like a fool, frozen in place. He allowed Qing Feng's sword to slice past his ear, striking down a shadow that had unexpectedly appeared behind him. Zhenchang's body was engulfed in a wave of cold sweat, initially feeling at ease in a familiar domain. He had unwittingly found himself confronted with a lethal sword aimed at him. The sudden surge of danger rendered his hands heavy as lead, paralyzing him in fear until the blade grazed his ear and struck the shadow behind him. Zhenchang realized that Qing Feng had not intended to engage him physically but had acted swiftly to save him from peril. As Qing Feng passed by, he casually pushed Zhenchang aside with one hand, then swiftly swung his sword, severing the shadow's arms. He prepared to capture the figure and extract information. Yet, the shadow, unlike a typical individual, charged at Qing Feng despite its severed limbs, intent on engaging him in a fight to the death. Seeing this, Qing Feng could not afford to hold back. He thrust his sword to pierce the shadow's heart and followed up with a kick that sent the figure flying. Kill him. This shadow felt akin to a practitioner at the early stages of skin refinement. Not particularly strong, merely a nuisance. However, when he concentrated on the shadow, he was astonished to discover that even after piercing its heart, it remained as vigorous as ever. Even after being kicked away, it quickly rose again. Advancing toward Qing Feng once more, Qing Feng furrowed his brow at the shadow's peculiar behavior. As it lunged at him again, he swept his sword horizontally, cleanly severing its head. Only then did the shadow's body collapse limply to the ground. Sheathing his sword, Qing Feng turned to the now sweating Zhenchang and could not help but mock him. Your analyses sounded impressive, but in the end, they were mere theoretical musings. Thank you, benefactor, for saving me, Zhenchang replied, not retorting as before, but bowing respectfully to Qing Feng. Observing Zhenchang's gesture, Qing Feng merely scoffed. saying, "Don't get the wrong idea. I had no intention of saving you. I simply miscalculated my strike. If you dare to speak to me like that again, I won't be so lenient. Yes, it was my fault. Esteemed benefactor Qingfeng, you possess great magnanimity. Why bother with a mere monk like me?" From Zhenchang's stubborn demeanor, he discerned that Qingfeng was a classic tsundere, all talk and no action, while his own body remained more honest. Believing he had grasped Qingfeng's true nature, Zhenchang could not suppress his grin, which only served to irritate Qingfeng further, who felt an overwhelming urge to draw his sword and silence him. As the two exchanged barbs, Zhang Qingjing stepped forward, tilting her sword sheath to unveil the black cloth obscuring the figure's face, revealing a visage bruised and swollen. This must be the poison practitioner mentioned in the hints. It seems this place is not as simple as we initially imagined. If it can be used as a scout, then it is likely that the poison practitioner is not the first of its kind, and the resources required for its creation may not be as great as we previously thought. This is not a piece of good news, for it signifies an epic increase in the number of their adversaries, with the strength of their opponents likely surpassing what a few could possibly imagine. Just moments ago, Qingfeng effortlessly dispatched the poisoner before him with a single strike, appearing to do so with ease. Yet, he was acutely aware that each of his blows had encountered tremendous resistance upon making contact. Furthermore, judging by recent events, it was evident that only by severing the heads of these poisoners could one truly eliminate them. For an ordinary person, even a slight misstep could lead to falling prey to these poisoners. Had he not already reached the stage of refining his flesh and fortuitously targeted the enemy's vital points? It would have been improbable for him to achieve such a swift kill. After Qingfeng shared his observations with the others, Zhang Qingjing pondered for a moment before speaking. "It seems the little monk's analysis holds merit. Indeed, the 6 paths of reincarnation would not issue tasks unrelated to the mission at hand. It is likely that the so-called side quests are intended to weaken the enemy's forces while simultaneously bolstering our own and providing hints for seeking allies. If that is the case, let us proceed with our plan to rescue the 4 valiant heroes, though we remain uncertain of their exact location of captivity." The previous scout was merely a poisoner who had lost his consciousness. Thus, it appears that all members of this so-called shadow spirit sect are likely poisoners, save for the sect leader. Given this, how shall we locate the place where the heroes are imprisoned? The situation seemed to have reached an impasse. Though the group was eager to save the 4 heroes, the lack of specific coordinates and the intricate terrain made it impossible for them to even find the sect leader. This was illogical. Under normal circumstances, we should have captured an ordinary scout and extracted information regarding the terrain and corresponding intelligence from them, subsequently defeating the sect leader. Why, then, does the leader not adhere to the expected norms? Zhenchang silently cursed in his heart, shifting his gaze to Zhang Tianyang, the only one among them who seemed emotionally stable. "Zhang, do you perhaps have a solution?" Zhenchang's words instantly captured the attention of the others, their eyes turning toward Zhang Tianyang, who sat calmly in his wheelchair. Observing Zhang Tianyang's composed demeanor, a flicker of hope ignited within Qingfeng. Perhaps this young man in a wheelchair possessed some unique insight that could aid them in overcoming their predicament. Thus, under the expectant gazes of his companions, Zhang Tianyang slowly shook his head and replied, "I do not possess a solution, merely a lingering curiosity. How is it that this poisoner, having lost all awareness, can discern us as intruders? Furthermore, how can these mindless poisoners exhibit such remarkable agility, springing forth before we even notice?" Zhang Tianyang seemed to be merely voicing his questions, yet these inquiries struck Qingfeng like lightning, prompting him to exclaim in sudden realization. He then circled the poisoner with his sword sheath, gently drawing forth a nearly invisible thread from around the poisoner. This thread extended into a dimly lit wall nearby. At that moment, Zhang Qingjing also seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "It's a secret passage." Meanwhile, Qingfeng had already followed the thread emanating from the poisoner to an unremarkable wall. Indeed, if the poisoners could silently evade our detection, they must have the assistance of a secret passage. This area is dimly lit, and the mechanisms employed are quite sophisticated. Unless one is well versed in this craft or exceptionally fortunate, it would be challenging to detect any anomalies. Moreover, for these mindless poisoners to navigate these secret passages, The methods employed must be relatively uncomplicated. As expected, Qingfeng casually explored the wall for a moment before his right hand seemingly latched onto something. Applying a slight force in the next instant, the stone wall silently slid open, revealing a hidden passage within. Qingfeng's skill in the 7-star breaking barrier is indeed remarkable. Observing Qingfeng's seemingly casual unraveling of the secret passage, even the well-versed Zhang Qingjing could not help but quietly click his tongue in admiration. Although Qingfeng appeared youthful, he not only possessed profound cultivation but had also mastered various unique techniques, equipping him with sufficient means to handle the vast majority of situations. In comparison, while Zhang Qingjing's cultivation surpassed that of Qingfeng, he was acutely aware of the age gap, fearing he would soon be surpassed. Let us proceed. This secret passage is likely a shortcut for the poisoners. To ensure these poisoners reach their destination, the passage must not be as convoluted as the outside terrain. Qingfeng glanced at the passage before him, stepping forward while beckoning the others to follow. Seeing this, the others raised no objections and silently trailed behind Qingfeng. Zhenchang, lagging behind, quickly approached Zhang Tianyang's wheelchair, pushing him onward to catch up with the main group. Thank you, little master. Zhang Tianyang felt somewhat surprised by Zhenchang's willingness to assist him. Zhang, please call me by my Dharma name. Zhenchang. We are comrades who share life and death now, so there is no need for such formality. It may well be that in the battles to come, I will require your protection. Chapter 14. Fierce Battle with Poisoners. The little monk was acutely aware of his position, having never trained in martial arts and lacking any weapons. He was naturally incapable of fighting. To survive in this world, one must demonstrate their value, perform tasks within their capabilities, and foster good relationships with their companions. As long as he did not encounter situations that were certain to lead to death, he would undoubtedly succeed in this mission by relying on this strategy. Who would not appreciate a diligent, obedient, and industrious teammate? Everyone, be cautious. This secret passage is intended for poisoners, and within it, the number of poisoners is bound to be considerable. Traversing this passage poses a significant risk of ambush by poisoners. Upon hearing Zhang Qingjing's warning, Qi Wuxin, who had been slightly relaxed due to the smooth progress, began to tremble, his hoarse voice tinged with a sob. Young hero Zhang, Taoist Qingfeng, Lady Jiang, you must protect me. Observing this robust man, resembling a bear, weeping with snot and tears like a bullied little bride, the three exchanged glances, despite witnessing the helplessness in each other's eyes. It was worth noting that he had already entered the realm of cultivation and was even a formidable defender, possessing survival capabilities stronger than anyone else in the group. Merely considering his bear-like physique and the strength contained within his iron-like muscles, he could certainly restrain a few poisoners. Yet, his timid nature held him back. Otherwise, with his formidable physique, why would he find himself merely lingering in the initial stage of skin refining? A big, hulking man at the skin refining level, performing worse than the little monk beside him and that cripple. If I were you, I would find a place to hang myself with a rope. His utterly hopeless demeanor incited the ire of the hot-tempered Qingfeng. As a Taoist, Qingfeng held great importance to the Tao heart, and he had always been direct in addressing things he deemed unsatisfactory. Sometimes, if action could be taken, he would never hesitate to do so. According to his master's teachings, such behavior, which brings discomfort to oneself, is akin to the wicked seeking to disrupt one's Tao heart, and must be eradicated with a thunderous force to maintain one's mental state and protect one's Tao heart. Since the beginning of their cultivation, they had pursued their true selves, and it was customary to draw swords in aid of those wronged. Seeing those who could not rise to the occasion, he would often provoke them to awaken their sense of shame, encouraging them to strive for progress. However, this tactic had now met with resistance. Faced with Qingfeng's mockery, Qi Wuxin neither retorted nor became angry, instead nodding vigorously in agreement, his smile unwavering. This person is a waste. This was a sense of powerlessness that Qingfeng had never before experienced. Such feelings he had only heard of in tales recounted by his senior brother. Now, such a person truly stood before him, and all he could do was frown slightly, ultimately saying nothing. Little monk, Zhang Tianyang, you two possess the weakest abilities. Come to the middle of the group. I am most familiar with the mechanisms here. With me leading the way, Zhang and Jiang. I hope one of you will guard the front, and the other the rear. As for you and the one surnamed Lu, take positions on either side of the team. Quickly now, keep up, do not hold us back. Ignoring Qi Wuxin any further, Qing Feng redirected his focus to the mechanisms within the passage, issuing commands as he went. The others raised no objections to Qing Feng's arrangement, and the group followed his lead, flowing into the passage like a school of fish, shadows clad in black night attire, with skin exhibiting an eerie bluish-purple hue, moved with a stiff yet astonishingly swift grace. From the fork in the path surged a horde. Some wielded short swords, others brandished long knives, while some grasped dual axes or hefted bronze hammers, their movements reminiscent of zombies unleashed upon the night. Lunging towards a small group, Qin Feng, gripping his long sword, stepped forward. The blade's tip danced like a serpent in chaos, akin to a tangle of silken threads, swiftly engulfing the shadowy figures before him. He barely managed to stem the tide of these venomous foes. Following closely behind Qin Feng, Zhang Qingjing, who stood guard at the forefront of the group, saw the enemies emerge and without a moment's hesitation, drew her black and white long swords in the somewhat constricted corridor. Executing a fluid swordplay proved challenging, thus she opted not to employ her most familiar and graceful Taiji sword technique. Instead, she used the sword's tip as a brush to sketch the principles of yin and yang in the air. As the blade sliced through, the dualities intermingled, and in the dance of reality and illusion, she deftly disarmed the long knife from one of the venomous assailants. Following that, with a swift stroke, she severed the head of the foe. Extinguishing any chance of survival, little monk, you two stay here. I fear I shall not have the time to protect you during the ensuing battle. Unlike Qi Wuxin, who cowered in fear, curled up like a frightened turtle upon witnessing the enemies, Lu Wuming, despite his inferior strength compared to the two, displayed unyielding courage and a spirit ready to forsake everything at a critical moment. Confronted by the relentless tide of venomous foes, Lu Wuming drew his sword and advanced, parrying a long knife with a horizontal strike before delivering a kick to the assailant's abdomen, temporarily repelling him. Observing this, Zhang Qingjing, after forcing back her adjacent opponent with a strike, glided forward with ethereal grace. Slipping behind the venomous assailant who had been sent flying by Lu Wuming, with a deft twist of her sword, she followed the momentum of the fallen foe and, amidst the intertwining of their forms, struck down the venomous creature. Thank you, young hero Zhang, for your timely assistance. Given Lu Wuming's significantly greater age, it was impossible for him to address Zhang Qingjing as senior brother. Thus he adhered to Qi Wuxin's terminology, calling her young hero. You are not too bad, certainly better than that timid turtle. Though age may have dulled your talents somewhat, with your resolute spirit, if you can weather this mission unscathed, you shall surely soar to great heights. Qin Feng held deep admiration for individuals like Lu Wuming, who, despite their lack of prowess, possessed unwavering determination and an indomitable spirit. While his words retained a teasing tone, they were also imbued with acknowledgement. I say, can none of you three strapping lads lend me a hand? Came the exasperated voice of Jiang Yuning from the rear of the group. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her long sword, summoning the commoners to her side. Her swordplay, not characterized by agility but by a remarkable, unrefined mastery, swiftly dispatched several foes with precise strikes to their throats. Observing the formidable capabilities of her companions, even as the venomous assailants continued to pour forth from the corners, the once feared resilience and strength of these creatures became utterly inconsequential before their might in their world. The martial arts they practiced fundamentally emphasized the fortification of one's physique, thus laying a solid foundation. How could mere creatures altered by toxins and arcane arts ever hope to rival a body honed through relentless training? Of course, an already paralyzed coward was not included in this assessment. Truly, Brother Zhang and the others are remarkably strong. I wonder when I shall achieve such finesse, where every movement I make sends forth a flurry of sword shadows, so effortlessly graceful. Zhenchang's subconscious murmurs were distinctly heard by Zhang Tianyang, who found himself both amused and bemused by such thoughts. The admiration expressed for swordsmanship reminded him of the mad monk with the thunderous blade and the reckless Vajra, both monks of Shaolin. Both of humble beginnings, both aspiring for the elegance of swordplay. He pondered whether he could tread a path of unparalleled supremacy like that mad monk. "What am I thinking?" Zhang Tianyang chuckled at his own musings. "I must truly be losing my wits, fixating on memories of the past." With those thoughts in mind, Zhang Tianyang retrieved the Zhuge crossbow he had previously purchased from his robe, gesturing for the dazed Jinchang to assist in drawing the bowstring. Before aiming at the venomous creature emerging from the rear, he signaled to Jinchang to steady the weapon, then pulled the trigger. The metal-crafted bolt shot forth, striking the forehead of a menacing venomous foe beside Jiang Yuning, who wielded a meteor hammer with an imposing presence. This battle marked the first for this small team, as well as their first experience with taking lives. However, these fledgling killers exhibited no signs of abnormality. Zhang Tianyang held a neutral stance on their performance. Witnessing a life-or-death brawl stirred profound sentiments within him, further solidifying his determination to restore his own life essence swiftly. After all, relying on others even to wield a crossbow felt rather inappropriate. Continuing down this path was untenable. As time progressed, the number of venomous creatures would inevitably swell. If they remained entangled with these assailants much longer, they would likely find themselves transformed into formidable venomous beings by the time they encountered the four great heroes. Zhang Qingjing, while wielding her long sword and deftly maneuvering through the fray, spoke up, "With each passing moment, our chances of completing our side mission grow increasingly distant." Taking this corridor was indeed a clever notion, yet the likelihood of becoming lost in it was minimal. However, soon enough, their lack of experience in the martial world became evident. While the passage provided direction, it also drew them ever closer to peril. Once the first venomous creature spotted them, those who remained in the corridor became proverbial fish in a barrel, leading to their current predicament. The strength and physical prowess of these venomous foes were hardly formidable. Most were akin to the early stages of skin refining. A handful were peak practitioners of this stage, while many were in the middle tier, and only a scarce few were at the initial stage. Yet, in the hands of these creatures, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. "We must leave quickly. If we continue this way, we shall either exhaust ourselves or be ground down by this rabble." Qinfeng's movements grew increasingly frantic, and in his desperation, he seized the face of a nearby venomous assailant and, with a swift motion, slapped it away. How to escape? Though this corridor is rife with mechanisms, dismantling them requires time, and you are the only one capable of doing so in this situation. There is hardly any time for you to explore at your leisure. With her unarmed hand, Zhang Qingjing effortlessly seized the neck of a nearby venomous foe, twisting her wrist with a slight force to snap the creature's neck. If only there were a door beside this corridor. In this predicament of being unable to advance or retreat, perhaps that possibility alone could lead us to safety. Qinfeng slapped the sudden, emerging venomous creature on the forehead, rendering it unconscious as it collapsed limply to the ground. "I apologize. It was my miscalculation not to consider our current circumstances." Now, there was no time for such reflections. Seeing Qinfeng's spirits wane, Zhang Qingjing quickly spoke up, realizing he was merely a youth who had traveled smoothly thus far, now confronted with such a monumental upheaval, at his age and with his temperament. He likely could not withstand this ordeal. If his resolve were to be shaken, it would be difficult for him to progress in the future. Despite seeing their accomplishments in cultivation, which should have sufficed to handle the immediate crisis, Kawuxin remained stubbornly curled up, akin to a self-deceiving turtle, believing that if he simply kept his head hidden, he would remain unharmed. "I do not wish to fight. I do not wish to be hurt." That despairing sense of powerlessness. I never wish to experience it again. In a daze, he found himself transported back to his childhood, a time when he had just embarked on the path of martial cultivation. Filled with ambition and aspirations, he had believed that through his diligence and talent, he could secure a place within the sect. Yet, during a sparring match, an utterly despairing incident unraveled. Convinced of his invincible prowess, he was met in his first bout by the most gifted and powerful individual of his generation. Although they were both newly initiated into the skin refining stage, one would expect that his hard-earned strength would grant him a considerable advantage in defense and power. Yet, when faced with the onslaught of rapid, palm-edge strikes, he was met only with despair. The first strike halted his advance, The second caught him directly on the forehead, sending stars dancing before his eyes. The third strike landed squarely on his neck, disrupting his breath and leaving him dazed on the ground. From that moment on, the shadow of battle loomed over Qi Wuxin's mind, and losing his fighting spirit led to stagnation in his cultivation. His advancement into the mid-skin refining stage was solely due to the passage of time. How terrifying! It is truly too terrifying. Why? Why me? Why was I chosen? Why must I confront such tribulations? The incessant sounds echoing in his ears gradually enveloped Qi Wuxin in despair. Even the most formidable members of his team began to feel a sense of hopelessness and confusion. How could someone like him possibly find a way to survive? No, he could not succumb to inaction. Curling up, Qi Wuxin seemed to have an epiphany, rising abruptly. Remaining here was merely a waiting game for death, he resolved, as he stood. The thoughts swirling in his mind had yet to crystallize when an eerie voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. A gaunt figure emerged from the shadows, lunging directly at him. Chapter 15. The elite poisoner, am I to perish? The notion surged uncontrollably in Qi Wuxin's mind as he beheld the looming shadow advancing towards him. Accompanied by a flurry of frantic thoughts, the few with exceptional strength had become embroiled in combat. With time passing and stamina waning, their ability to persist was dwindling. Choosing to enter this passage had been a grave error. In this uncharted territory, recklessly venturing into cramped quarters could easily lead to various unforeseen predicaments. Despite the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, as the assailant bore down upon him with a raised long knife, his body reacted with greater acuity than his awareness. Confronted with the downward arc of the blade, Qi Wuxin's skin tautened reflexively, his arm instinctively crossing in front of him. The sound of steel meeting flesh resounded. Yet the blade, sharp as it was, failed to cleave through his defenses as he had anticipated. Sparing his head from decapitation, it was as though the formidable knife had struck resilient leather, becoming ensnared within the flesh of Qi Wuxin. Even as the shadow exerted its utmost effort to penetrate deeper, it merely grazed his flesh, inflicting a slow, painful incision. Blood trickled from the wound, staining a portion of his body crimson. Yet, amidst this life-or-death crisis, Qi Wuxin discovered he was not as fragile as he had feared. His strength was not as lacking as he had imagined. Though his heart brimmed with dread, and he could not fully confront the prospect of battle anew, his battle-hardened physique refused to abandon him, and his past endeavors were not diminished by his temperament. I can prevail. I can win. I am not as powerless as I believed. My talents remain intact, and my strength has not forsaken me. There is no need for fear. He resolutely tightened his arms, aiming to trap the blade embedded within him, ensuring it could not escape. Simultaneously, he gathered his strength, poised to seize the opportune moment to unleash the might of his powerful thighs, making the assailant experience the bitter taste of defeat. The timorous aura that had once enveloped him seemed to dissipate, replaced by a rebirth akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, radiating a brilliance akin to that of his peers. In the cycle of reincarnation, myriad opportunities abound, containing martial arts, secrets, and divine weapons beyond imagination. Even if I begin to strive now, it is not too late. I shall ultimately tread the path of the martial arts hall of honor. Suddenly, an eerie breeze swept past, brushing against his arm and neck, departing with a chilling sensation. Still immersed in his newfound strength and hope for the future, Qi Wuxin barely registered the icy touch before the world began to spin. Before his eyes, a headless, robust figure loomed, its form strikingly familiar. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. When the closest ally, Zhan Tianyang, who had been relegated to the role of a mere crossbow support due to his inferior strength, finally noticed Qi Wuxin under attack, it was already too late. As he opened his mouth to warn, he caught sight of a sinister aura emanating from Gui Feng's long knife, which sliced through Qi Wuxin's outstretched arm as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, simultaneously severing his neck with lethal precision. Beware, enemy attack. Zhan Tianyang's warning snapped the attention of Jin Chang, who had been focused on Jiang Yuning. With Jin Chang's assistance, the Zhuge crossbow's arrows were swiftly aimed at the shadowy figure, and the triggers were pulled in rapid succession, sending a volley of arrows flying towards the assailant. These metallic projectiles were swift and sharp, yet for reasons unknown, the figure did not seem to regard the arrows launched by the two. It made no attempt to evade nor adopt any defensive posture, charging straight at them. This was yet another poisoner, but prior to its transformation, it had possessed considerable strength. Thus, compared to ordinary poisoners, this one boasted enhanced power, speed, and defensive capabilities, retaining some semblance of instinctual awareness. Its strength hovered at the pinnacle of the skin refinement stage, on the cusp of entering the flesh refinement stage, in contrast to its commonplace counterparts. This poisoner was undoubtedly elite. Its decision to charge forward without dodging stemmed from its awareness of its own formidable physique. As long as it did not suffer a fatal blow to the head or heart, it posed little threat to itself. Ordinary attacks, especially arrows, would inflict less damage than the severing of an arm. Indeed, this was not its first encounter with intruders. It had ingrained the strategies for dealing with them and exploiting information gaps into its very instincts. After merely shielding its vital points with its hand, it advanced toward the two, perceiving them as insignificant weaklings, easily crushed without expending the true energy accumulated within. Though they were relatively weak, they were still companions of the more powerful ones. Given their nature, witnessing a comrade's demise would inevitably incite their wrath. In the heat of battle, their anger would likely lead to revealing vulnerabilities, a perfect opportunity for the poisoner to exploit, even as its consciousness waned. Such thoughts persisted, urging it to disregard danger and press forward. The arrows struck true, delivering a powerful impact that momentarily halted the poisoner's advance. The sinister aura that had previously enveloped its long knife dissipated, becoming almost non-existent. Die! Jin Chang's furious exclamation shattered the serene demeanor he had attempted to maintain, his anger ignited by the actions of the foe. After all, this was a companion who had journeyed alongside him. At least sharing names, Theo perish here, quietly and without significance, was not the narrative of a cultivator who had entered the mid-skin refinement stage. How could he not be enraged? How could he not feel fear? Surrounded by fear and anger, he realized that the crossbow bolts merely hindered his movements without inflicting any fatal harm. Consequently, he ceased to contemplate the disparity in strength between them. With a thunderous roar, he advanced rapidly, charging directly towards the shadow before him, executing a set of ordinary yet powerful moves from the 18 dragon-subduing palms. His fist landed forcefully upon his adversary, causing the latter to stagger back a small step. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the mere recoil from his strike rendered his right hand somewhat numb, temporarily depriving it of strength. Nevertheless, this did not impede his actions. Following that punch, his left hand instinctively grasped the wrist holding the blade. As he pulled and attempted to wrest the long knife from his opponent, his shoulder collided with the adversary's chest, propelled by the force of the pull. Simultaneously, as the figure of the poisoner was being tugged by Zhenchang, a slender metal crossbow bolt shot forth, striking his arm and causing him to loosen his grip on the knife. In an instant, Zhenchang seized the long knife with fluidity, as if rehearsed countless times, executing the motion with grace. Without Zhenchang's assistance, Zhang Tianyang found himself unable to utilize the Zhuge crossbow effectively for an extended period, relying solely on his own strength. However, fortune smiled upon him, for Zhenchang, having acquired the long knife from the poisoner, showed no intention of retreating. He gripped the weapon firmly and aimed a direct slash at his opponent. Confronted by this formidable poisoner, whose prowess greatly surpassed his own, Zhenchang's tang knife descended with a force born from fear and trepidation. In response to the incoming strike, the poisoner raised both hands, intending to parry the long knife with a fierce clash, seeking to eliminate Zhenchang in the process. Even with diminished awareness, driven mostly by instinct, his superior strength and keen perception allowed him to find the opportune moment to act. His ironclad palms, modified for resilience, were raised just in time, yet he failed to catch the descending blade with empty hands. The injury sustained from the Zhuge crossbow became his vulnerability, and amidst the tugging, his movements lagged slightly, allowing the long knife to breach his defenses and aim for his face. Even though the wielder of this knife was merely an ordinary person yet to undergo training, the disparity in strength and speed remained stark. Unfazed, he did not evade. As the long knife approached his visage, his arm remained suspended in the air, uncoiling. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward, tilting his head to absorb the blow with his skull while simultaneously launching a fierce strike at Zhenchang's temple with both fists. Should this attack land, considering Zhenchang's current capabilities, it would likely result in his immediate demise, following in the footsteps of Qi Wuxin. Such tactics, if employed by a normal individual, would undoubtedly lead to a fatal exchange. Any reasonably sensible person would refrain from such reckless confrontation. Meanwhile, the other four formidable teammates were entangled with ordinary poisoners, unable to extricate themselves from these relentless foes, who displayed no fear of death or pain. In this moment of struggle, Zhenchang appeared isolated and unsupported, yet even so, he discerned his opponent's movements. The long knife he wielded maintained its trajectory, advancing without retreat. It was a desperate gamble, even if he was but an untrained commoner. He possessed the audacity to risk his life for a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, he was not fighting alone. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Zhang Tianyang disregarded the potential toll on his own life force and resolved to act. He knew that if he hesitated, it would not be long before he too would lose his head. Thus, he summoned all his strength to raise the Zhuge crossbow, aiming it with utmost precision at the joint of the poisoner's other arm. Although the poisoner was largely impervious to pain, and his subsequent actions would not be hindered by injury, he was nonetheless human. If an arrow were to embed itself in the joint, it could severely impair his arm's mobility or even render it entirely incapacitated. Of course, Zhang Tianyang was acutely aware of the risks involved in his decision, having never before utilized a crossbow, despite its seemingly straightforward operation. However, at that moment, they were locked in a life-and-death struggle, and any misfire could result in collateral damage to his comrades. The only recourse was to employ the passive technique he had mastered, expending the life force he had accumulated over time to temporarily enhance his dynamic vision and the steadiness of his hands. Simultaneously, he delved into a profound state of enlightenment, invoking the clarity of thought necessary for precise aiming. Fortune favored him, as after sacrificing 3 days of hard-earned life force, Zhang Tianyang's shot successfully struck the poisoner's shoulder, embedding the arrow in the joint. This caused the poisoner to falter, but Zhenchang, seizing the advantage, relentlessly hacked at the now weakened foe with successive blows, each strike akin to a tempest, forcing the poisoner to retreat in haste. This could be likened to a haphazard display of knife technique, perhaps even a frenzied onslaught. Zhenchang mused to himself, having lived a life of tranquility in his previous existence and yet to embark on a martial journey in this one. He was far from a skilled swordsman. Both the 18 dragon-subduing palms and his current unrelenting strikes were mere manifestations of chaotic flailing. Nevertheless, his childhood experience as the renowned sword saint of Weeding did grant him some insight into wielding a long knife. Yet, he recognized that had it not been for their extraordinary luck, Zhang Tianyang's 2 consecutive arrows would have halted their offensive momentum. Confronted by an adversary of superior strength, had they not remained vigilant and armed, a mere encounter could have spelled their doom. With each successive strike, Zhenchang's forceful blows appeared fierce. However, as the protagonist, he silently lamented his plight. His relentless attacks were effortlessly evaded by the poisoner, resulting in a futile expenditure of energy. Moreover, his youth and limited strength became apparent as time wore on, as the struggle persisted. Zhenchang's fatigue grew increasingly pronounced, leaving only the poisonous opponent as the likely victor. Behind him sat a disabled child in a wheelchair, devoid of any means to resist. Throughout the preceding conflict, he had merely acted as a support for his comrade, pushing him along while the latter's crossbow ensured their safety. Now, with his ally virtually incapacitated and the remaining formidable teammates ensnared by other poisoners, if he could not endure, it would be their lives on the line. This was untenable. Chapter 16. Escape and encounter. Just as Zhang Tianyang prepared to continue sacrificing his life force for another shot to turn the tide, the other four noticed the peculiar situation at the heart of their formation. Until now, their focus had been solely on repelling the poisoners on either flank, exerting themselves to prevent these foes from breaching their defenses and causing harm to the weaker members at the center. They had assumed that the individuals shielded by their presence would be relatively secure, and thus had not dividing their attention excessively, they focused on the center of the group. Ultimately, they were but young lads. Despite their considerable strength and the tactical training they had received within their sect, this was their first encounter with such a dire situation. They were not akin to seasoned veterans, adept at perceiving the world around them with true vigilance. Furthermore, whether it was the demise of Qi Wuxin or the ensuing battle between the two and that poisonous adversary, the commotion they created paled in comparison to the tumult caused by the surrounding assailants. It was only natural that they failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. At present, upon realizing that the two at the center of their formation were in peril, their curiosity piqued. How could these seemingly ineffectual individuals force a formidable foe into such a desperate plight? Yet, recalling the Zhuge crossbow that Zhang Tianyang had clutched earlier, now resting on his lap, along with Zhang Cheng wielding his blade with reckless abandon and the evident arrow wounds adorning the enemy, their minds began to piece together the puzzle. While the little Taoist Qingfeng swiftly discerned the trouble at the heart of their ranks, he promptly disengaged from the original battlefield, stepping atop the heads of the surrounding foes. Utilizing the wall for leverage, he thrust forward with his weapon just as a sword approached from the west. The poisoned adversary, preoccupied with evading Zhang Cheng's relentless assaults and slowly depleting his own strength, was caught off guard and swiftly decapitated. "Are you all right?" Qingfeng's swordplay was both clean and decisive, allowing the two who had been fighting desperately to exhale deeply, their spirits lightening significantly. Zhen Chong, in particular, found that the recent series of battles had nearly exhausted all his courage, and with the immediate threat now dissipated, he longed to collapse onto the ground and relax. "Well done. I shall tentatively acknowledge your prowess," Qingfeng mused, casting a glance at the fallen foe, his earlier concern seemingly a fade as he resumed his haughty demeanor. However, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. How had this poisonous adversary infiltrated their ranks? Logically, it was inconceivable that, under their vigilant watch, such an enemy could breach their defenses unnoticed. Suddenly, inspiration struck him as he shifted his gaze to a shadowy corner nearby. Paying no heed to the ordinary foes on either side, he instructed the others to hold their ground momentarily. With a few agile steps, he approached what appeared to be a nondescript wall. The surface was smooth, indistinguishable from the surrounding structure, yet Qingfeng, undeterred, resolved to explore his suspicions. As his fingers lightly tapped against the wall, listening for echoes, he quickly confirmed his hypothesis. His movements became increasingly deliberate as he probed the wall, and soon enough, what seemed like an unyielding barrier began to part silently. Concealed by shadows, unnoticed by anyone but Qingfeng, this revelation elucidated the enemy's incursion and the means of their escape. "Zhang Shixiang, Jiang Shiji, come quickly." The exit was tantalizingly close. There was no reason to continue battling the poisonous adversaries in this narrow corridor. At their youthful age, despite the impetuous fervor of youth, they would not easily concede defeat. Yet with a viable route to safety presenting itself, why persist in futile combat? Escaping to safety was the most prudent course of action. Maintaining their formation, Qingfeng led the charge, guiding the three less formidable companions out of the passage first, while the two most capable among them, Zhang Qingjing and Jiang Yuning, naturally chose to bring up the rear. They had borne the brunt of the previous battle, especially Jiang Yuning, who had valiantly safeguarded their rear with little more than a single arrow and Zhang Tianyang's occasional crossbow support, ensuring the safety of their group. Her performance far exceeded expectations for her current level, and it was not at all far-fetched to suggest she was on the cusp of entering the refining stage. Exiting the passage proceeded smoothly. Both the entry and the relatively short corridor were quite discreet. Thus, as they traversed this stretch, it felt as though they had just emerged from a battlefield, encountering no attacks along the way. Just as they exited this brief passage and returned to their original vicinity, a sudden, furious voice rang out, "Who are you?" Before them stood a dozen individuals, all clad in light attire, led by a middle-aged scholar of affable demeanor, who held an iron fan in one hand while the other discreetly gripped a concealed weapon, demanding to know the identity of the newcomers. Why engage in idle chatter with these children? Sun Zhuangzhu? Their appearance is so peculiar it may well be linked to the sinister Yinling sect, Allow me to subdue them and pry the truth from their lips regarding the whereabouts of the 4 esteemed heroes. One young man, sharp-nosed and eager, noticed that the group consisted of mere children, one even seated in a wheelchair, and immediately felt inclined to display his prowess in the face of this misunderstanding, the eldest among them. Zhang Qingjing stepped forward protectively, positioning himself in front of the others. He then respectfully bowed to the group and introduced himself, "Esteemed seniors, I am Zhang Qingjing, a wandering cultivator and my family once received aid from the valiant Sun Wuji. And upon hearing of his plight, I gathered a few friends to offer assistance. Regrettably, our inexperience led us into an ambush, causing us to stumble into a hidden path where we were besieged by poisonous foes. We barely managed to escape their clutches." Zhang Qingjing's account was delivered with clarity, weaving a tale so seamless that it left no room for doubt, blending truth with fiction in a manner that prompted nods of agreement from the listeners. They were impressed by these young individuals, who, despite their youth, exhibited gratitude and a willingness to sacrifice for justice, embodying the hope of a brighter future for the martial world. Since they were all intent on rescuing the esteemed heroes and vanquishing the poisonous adversaries, the young friends might as well join forces with them for mutual support. As he surveyed the group, it was evident they were not seasoned warriors. Among them were 2 who looked scarcely 10, a novice monk lacking any signs of cultivation, and a child in a wheelchair. Regardless of how one looked at it, they hardly seemed capable of infiltrating such a place. The remaining 4, though appearing vigorous, bore no signs of true energy, suggesting they had not yet stepped into the postnatal realm. "Whose children are these?" In response to Sun Zhuangzhu's invitation, Zhang Qingjing exchanged glances with the others before nodding in agreement. They were unfamiliar with the terrain and thought it wiser to avoid aimless wandering. Moreover, they had expended considerable energy in the recent skirmish and possessed no healing elixirs. Accompanying these evidently capable individuals would provide them with valuable support in the battles ahead. "Thank you, Sun Zhuangzhu. We brothers arrived here driven solely by our fervor, without gathering pertinent intelligence regarding the terrain, which was indeed reckless." Zhang Qingjing assumed a leadership role, bowing respectfully to the assembled elders to express his admiration. He then adopted a humble demeanor, showcasing the image of a young hero who, while fearless and willing to help, remained courteous and respectful. His conduct naturally drew unanimous praise from the assembled chivalrous figures. Such humility and courtesy were increasingly rare. Furthermore, given their youth, it was implausible that they could be minions of the poisonous adversary. The old fiend could never cultivate such refined youths. As these newly arrived heroes exchanged knowing glances, they marveled at how, despite Zhang Qingjing's lack of experience in the postnatal realm, his demeanor and interactions were remarkably mature, suggesting he had received an exceptional upbringing. Who could be so fortunate as to raise such a graceful young man? Meanwhile, the others began to discern the arrangements of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It appeared that these individuals were the guides assigned to them. The enemies they were to face would never divulge vital intelligence. Without the presence of a guide, they would flounder aimlessly like headless flies, likely failing to locate their mission objective. Zhang Qingjing cast a sidelong glance at several individuals nearby, then employed a series of subtle gestures to convey her conjectures. This supposition was met with the assent of both Qingfeng and Jiang Yuning. Despite the lofty demeanor suggested by the 6 paths of reincarnation, it was clear that he would never personally engage in the distribution of such tasks. However, by merely adjusting the destination for himself and his companions, he could achieve his desired outcome. Why not seize the opportunity? Thus, the 2 groups converged, guided by a rather unsavory-looking man, as they cautiously navigated the myriad traps along the way. Progressing deeper into the unknown, this was Dihong Xian, Huang Fuguwei, who, though of humble origin, was a master at pathfinding, excavation, and trap disarming. He had willingly joined their ranks, prioritizing the greater good. Previously, the responsibility of disarming traps had fallen to the young Taoist Qingfeng, which led to an immediate comparison among the group, particularly from Zhenchang, who had never witnessed such a scene firsthand and was thus filled with curiosity. Noticing their inquisitive gazes and expressions of curiosity, Sun Zhuangzhu graciously introduced Huang Fuguwei, ensuring to afford him a measure of respect in his words. However, the other teammates seemed less than impressed with Huang Fuguwei. Upon hearing Sun Zhuangju's remarks, they exchanged peculiar smiles, especially two burly men who appeared to be in a foul mood, who immediately began to mutter under their breath. What a Dihong Xian! Merely a lowly fellow from the countryside, engaged in petty theft and grave robbing. Were it not for Sun Zhuangju's generous offer of a handsome sum, this avaricious character would surely never have consented to act as our guide. They deemed him nothing more than a base individual, blinded by greed rather than honor, possessing only his skill and trap disarming to boast of. How could he dare to present himself as a hero worthy of the title Dihong Xian? Though their voices were kept as low as possible, it was evident that the others, all of whom had reached a certain level of physical prowess, could hardly be oblivious to the derisive comments. Most of them silently agreed with the sentiments expressed, refraining from rebuttal, including Sun Zhuangju, who had previously seemed intent on preserving Huang Fugui's dignity. Be cautious, Jiang Shimi. The atmosphere was evidently fraught with tension beneath the surface, and it was likely that internal discord could erupt at any moment during the impending battle, particularly concerning Huang Fugui. It was hard to believe that anyone would endure such humiliation purely for monetary gain. The two individuals who had yet to cultivate true energy, relying solely on their physical forms, lacked the legendary ability to transmit thoughts silently. They could only communicate through hand signals and gestures. Received, they replied succinctly, their hands instinctively resting on the hilt of their swords, ever ready to draw them at a moment's notice in response to any looming threat. Although Lu Wuming did not comprehend the gestures exchanged among them, he instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword upon observing the heightened alertness of his companions. While the reason for their sudden vigilance eluded him, he understood that he could not afford to let his guard down. Be careful, assist me in preparing the Zhuge crossbow and reloading the new quiver. Zhang Shixiang and the others might sense something amiss. We should be poised for battle at all times. Zhang Tianyang seemingly nonchalantly leaned back, his lips barely moving as he whispered a prompt to Zhenchong, who promptly leaned forward, one hand resting on the Zhuge crossbow. Chapter 17. The four great poisoners and the indestructible poison. In the dimly lit and expansive center of the chamber lay a pool of green water, its surface bubbling ominously, an eerie sight at the heart of the room. Within the pool floated four figures of varying shapes, bobbing up and down as if they had lost all signs of life. A multitude of grotesque, oversized poisonous insects and centipedes crawled over their bodies, occasionally biting down hard, injecting them with a lethal concoction of toxins, while simultaneously tearing away flesh to sustain their own existence. Smaller insects also infiltrated the wounds inflicted by the centipedes and scorpions, burrowing into the bodies of the four. Once inside, these creatures instinctively began to alter their host forms. Beside the green pool stood a figure cloaked in black robes, one hand grasping a colossal poisonous insect, the other cradling a sizable black jar. These are treasures rarely seen in a century, especially this bloodthirsty golden-backed centipede. Just one drop from it can be a potent elixir for you soon-to-be supreme poisoners. His voice was hoarse and sinister, resembling a malevolent spirit that had just crawled from the grave, muttering casually as he extracted a golden-backed centipede, thick as an arm and nearly a meter long, writhing violently in his grasp. Were it not for the extraordinary materials before me, I could never part with this golden-backed centipede. It feeds solely on the brain matter of the living, and its venom is secreted at an agonizingly slow rate, one drop at a time. Alas, the room remained eerily silent as the four heroes floated within the strange waters, lost in a state of unconsciousness, eliciting no response to the figure's words. Moreover, the Earth Dragon and the Cloud King Snake are top-tier specimens. Relish them well. As he spoke, the shadowy figure cast the entwined serpents and earth dragons into the bubbling cauldron, causing the already peculiar pool to boil even more vigorously. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the tumultuous waters were stirred by the writhing, entangled toxins within. Just a little more, just a little more. My greatest masterpiece is nearly complete. What should I name you? The entities destined to help me dominate the world. The four great corpse ancestors? The four great guardians? Such a dilemma. The shrill, piercing laughter echoed, intensifying the boiling waters, even causing the four unconscious heroes to twitch involuntarily. According to prior intelligence gathered, The indestructible poisoner lurked just beyond this very door. The journey had been uneventful. The anticipated treachery from their guide had not materialized. Instead, they were led straightforwardly to their destination. This seemingly mundane occurrence struck Zhang Qingjing and her companions as oddly unsettling. How could a mere rustic, one who profited from the dead and scavenged graves, possibly exude such magnanimity? In light of the derision they faced, how could resentment not fester? Perhaps it was merely for the sake of Sun Zhuangzhu's reputation. It was evident from their remarks that Sun Zhuangzhu's generosity was likely tied to the allure of gold, allowing them to temporarily escape his ire. Such thoughts surfaced in Zhenchang's mind, as he recalled the countless narratives he had encountered in films where individuals viewed wealth as paramount, prioritizing it above all else. Enough. Huang Fugui's voice rang out flatly as he stepped back from the imposing stone door. With a creaking sound, the door slowly swung open, releasing a noxious blend of foul and sweet odors that surged forth. The two burly men, eager to assert their bravery, stepped forward only to have their expressions twist in disgust, their faces contorted as they fought the urge to retch, unwilling to appear weak before their peers. Be cautious. You don't genuinely believe that the lair of that old poisoner is an ordinary place, do you? One misstep could lead to dire consequences, Huang Fugui taunted, casually producing two foul-smelling pills, shoving them into the mouths of the two men who were already on the brink of vomiting, causing them to collapse and retch uncontrollably. Fear not, these are our family's special antidote pills. They may not smell pleasant, but their efficacy is unquestionable. Consider it a favor to Sun Zhuangzhu. I won't charge you for this. Though he spoke thus, the peculiar grin on Huang Fugui's face betrayed his true intentions. It was wise indeed not to offend a guide. Observing the unfortunate state of the two men, and their desire to retaliate restrained by Sun Zhuangzhu's presence and the circumstances, they could only stifle their frustration. Yet, this bizarre scene somewhat alleviated the tension among those present just before the decisive confrontation. Sun Zhuangzhu, dear friends, exercise caution. This chamber is likely still filled with toxic gas. I have a few antidote pills remaining. I hope you will not find them unworthy. Observing the remaining few chivalrous figures, they each took out their respective antidotes and, after a brief moment of acclimatization, proceeded to walk towards the door. Huang Fugui deliberately lagged behind several paces, approaching Sun Zhuangzhu and Zhang Qingjing, from whom he retrieved a pristine jade vial and presented it before them in response. Sun Zhuangzhu did not utter a word of hesitation. He graciously accepted the elixir from Huang Fugui's hand, pouring a single pill from the vial into his mouth without a moment's doubt. With a subtly mischievous glint in his eyes, Huang Fugui smiled and nodded at him, seemingly reluctant to offend, and expressed his gratitude upon receiving the gift. However, Zhang Qingjing and the others showed no intention of accepting it. Their wariness towards Huang Fugui lingered, compounded by the fact that they still possessed the antidote obtained earlier from Zhang Tianyang, crafted from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Thus, there was no need to consume the pill offered by him. Observing the polite refusals, Huang Fugui accepted a few fragrant, rounded pills from a young man seated in a wheelchair, a fleeting, indescribable expression crossing his face. Yet, he quickly donned a cheerful smile, jovially reclaiming the jade vial he had just handed over and casually pouring another pill into his mouth. He then merrily fell in step with the front line of the group. Could it be that we have misjudged him? Though his appearance is unremarkable and his background humble, he might actually possess a benevolent heart? Zhenchang could not help but murmur upon witnessing this scene. One must never judge based on appearances. I find myself increasingly convinced that this fellow is not a good person. Observing their considerable distance ahead, Qingfeng spoke softly to Zhenchang. Despite the pride still evident in his tone, it had softened considerably compared to before. Well, pondering these matters is futile. We must deal with whatever comes our way. For this is not our realm as long as we fulfill our mission. Nothing else holds significance. Lu Wuming spoke coldly, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Indeed, upon reflection, it appears I have been overly concerned. After hearing Qingfeng and Lu Wuming's explanations, Zhenchang clasped her hands together, bowing her head slightly in humility. She had recently been influenced by the worldview of her dormitory peers, instinctively considering many factors while neglecting the most crucial point. Moreover, the 4 of us are not truly of this world. We are, at our core, reincarnators. Why should we concern ourselves with so many matters? We need only complete our tasks. What happens to this world thereafter has little bearing on us. Xinchang's compassionate heart, filled with goodwill towards all, is commendable, yet it is vital to recognize that not everyone shares her benevolence. Zhang Qingjing, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. I have learned much. Seeing Xinchang's demeanor, the others nodded in agreement and resumed their previous stance, hastily advancing towards the room ahead. Be cautious. Everyone, take heed. When facing these poisonous beings, only severing their heads or damaging their brains can deliver a fatal blow. We must never approach them as if they were ordinary humans. As they had fallen behind the crowd, upon entering the room, they were met with the chaos of a fierce battle. The sight of several robust men, with their true energy concealed within their hands, conjured storms of crimson and azure energies that surged forth with each movement, akin to a raging inferno and undulating waves. Notably, the man referred to as Sun Zhuangzhu, an elegant middle-aged gentleman, wielded an iron fan with deftness, each seemingly casual maneuver adeptly intercepting the attacks of the poisoned adversaries. With a flourish of his fan, he summoned a radiant strike of true energy, swiftly cleaving through the necks of 3 poisoned foes, while simultaneously repelling a line of others nearby. The remaining chivalrous figures each unleashed their own techniques, wielding blazing sabers and frostbitten swords, their movements showcasing a breathtaking display of prowess. They were all practitioners at the enlightenment stage, in the world Zhang Qingjing hailed from. The classification of strong practitioners was quite straightforward. Those unable to channel true energy, relying solely on their physicality and techniques, were considered at the foundation establishment stage. Zhang Qingjing and her companions were currently situated within this phase. Those who could harness true energy to enhance themselves, albeit solely for personal fortification without the ability to unleash attacks or infuse weapons with true energy, belonged to the accumulation stage. Practitioners capable of utilizing true energy for ranged assaults, infusing it into weapons, and executing formidable techniques were classified within the enlightenment stage. The distinctions among these 3 realms were clear-cut, easily discernible through their outward expressions. Thus, upon witnessing the true energy utilized by the individuals before them, Zhang Qingjing and her companions immediately associated them with practitioners of the enlightenment stage. However, it did not take long for them to realize something was amiss. How could the power emanating from these individuals' true energy be so feeble? Though their attacks appeared grand and magnificent, they paled in comparison to those of Zhang Qingjing and her companions, not to mention the practitioners from their own sect. Even among themselves, while their techniques may lack elegance, they could certainly hold their own in battle. Miaoyu, Master Sun, the blazing blade, the frost sword, the invincible iron fist. They truly regard this old man highly. A dim, hoarse voice echoed as Zhao Chuansheng, shrouded in a black robe and possessing a rather tall yet slightly hunched form, slowly emerged from the shadows. Following him were 4 figures, their appearances grotesquely altered, moving with an eerie gait akin to the undead. Is that Master Sun? And the other 3 heroes are also present. What the hell did you do to them, you fiend? Though the 4 individuals had become unrecognizable, the onlookers quickly discerned their identities, and Zhang Qingjing and her companions grasped the whereabouts of their mission target. It seems we have arrived too late, Zhan Chang remarked, realizing that the scenario could not possibly mirror the novel she had previously read, where protagonists effortlessly locate their allies in critical moments and successfully rescue them. However, how could they, unaware of the circumstances in the video area, find this place before the others had completed their tasks? It was an unsolvable dilemma. Could it be that the so-called side quest of the 6 paths of reincarnation was never intended for them to complete? Perhaps it was designed to filter out even more formidable beings? Such speculations were futile. In the current situation, they had no capacity to divert their attention elsewhere, let alone consider how to complete the tasks associated with the 6 paths of reincarnation. Due to their direct infiltration into the lair, the number of poisoned adversaries surrounding them remained substantial. Even though their strength surpassed that of the typical poisoned beings, there were still dozens of elite poisoned foes who could wield true energy in battle and possessed a degree of intelligence. Furthermore, the original 4 individuals they had anticipated as allies had instead become the enemy's secret weapons. Given their current combat power, Whether they could triumph over the adversaries remained uncertain. Old Ghost, your actions shall invoke divine retribution. The leading figure, Sun Zhuangzhu, bellowed in outrage upon witnessing the plight of the four heroes. Divine retribution? I have neither cultivated virtue nor sought blessings in my lifetime, all for the purpose of sweeping the world in this life and establishing an unparalleled path. Your so-called divine retribution has no bearing on me. Chapter 18. The final showdown against the unkillable poisoner. In the face of the unkillable poisoner's brazen demeanor, the warriors of this world erupted in righteous indignation. Their voices rang out in a chorus of condemnation, clearly opposing the audacious conduct of the unkillable poisoner. What do you intend to do? Sun Zhuangzhu, the leader of the group, spoke with palpable sorrow. On what grounds do you question me? I am the one traversing the righteous path. The unkillable poisoner spread his arms wide. Though his expression remained hidden beneath the black cloak, his gestures conveyed his intentions. Look at them. They fear neither pain nor death, eternally filled with vitality. Unless their heads are severed with malice or their brains destroyed, they will live forever in this world. Moreover, as time passes, I have begun to enable them to retain their rationality. This is the world of great harmony that resides in my heart. This is the cornerstone of my grand achievements, the accumulation of merits, and my ascension to immortality. You are insane. You have become nothing more than a beast. Sun Zhuangzhu's voice trembled, and the righteous souls following him felt a profound fear at the future painted by the unkillable poisoner. Even more alarming was the poisoner's belief that his actions were paving the way for a harmonious world. It is perfectly normal for you to misunderstand me. After all, humanity is ignorant. Thus, it is necessary for pioneers like myself to stride forward, guiding you back onto the righteous path. This is the fate of the vanguard. Even if we are misinterpreted and attacked by you, we must continue our journey. As the words fell, the seemingly indomitable poison men surged forth once more, ready to engage in combat. With a sweeping gesture, they erupted from their statuesque stances, charging towards the few individuals before them. Prepare for battle. The esteemed Sun Zhuangzhu and his companions swiftly assumed their stances, coordinating their efforts to confront the onslaught of the poison men, who surged like a relentless tide. Had it been their first encounter with these formidable adversaries, even the most gifted of innate warriors would find it nearly impossible to prevail without understanding the unique characteristics of the poison men. It was only through a protracted struggle that their weaknesses could be discerned, and there was even the risk of injury should one become complacent while targeting vital areas, such as the heart. However, in this moment, Sun Zhuangzhu and his allies regarded the poison men with disdain, confident that their knowledge of these vulnerabilities would allow them to triumph over such foes. Not only were their weaknesses glaringly evident in the neck and brain, but even in more subtle areas, should the esteemed martial artists of the Jianghu seize the opportunity, they could unleash carnage upon their enemies. Why don't you four lend a hand? Urged the village chief Yin Jian, as he, along with Zhang Qingjing, joined forces to collectively fend off the relentless assault of the poison men, resulting in the demise of several adversaries. The poison men, perceived by the undying Poison Busi as the foundation for future endeavors, were met with a pained wave of his hand, directing the renowned poison men of the martial world to assist their kin. Naturally, they obeyed without resistance, departing from Poison Busi's side to confront the assembled warriors. Alongside them were several advanced poison men, capable of harnessing inner strength and retaining their innate abilities, who joined the fray. Their presence intensified the already precarious battle, as ordinary poison men could scarcely compare to their prowess. Especially given that the elite among them could amplify their strength through inner energy. The four poison men, forged from the might of the four great masters, not only retained the ability to wield inner energy but also preserved the martial techniques they had previously mastered. Coupled with their specially enhanced physiques, their strength surpassed that of their living selves by a significant margin. Each strike carried immense power, and with a single blow, the renowned Iron Fist Invincible was sent crashing into the crowd, toppling several individuals. Observing his trembling fist and the unnatural twist of his wrist, it was evident that his hand had been rendered useless, while the orchestrator of this chaos remained expressionless, intent on delivering the final blow. Sun Daxia, do you not recognize us? As the poison man transformed, Sun Wuji charged toward them, The sight of the fallen Iron Fist invincible instilled a deep sense of dread among the gathered heroes. Their strengths were largely comparable to that of Iron Fist Invincible, and some even fell short. They had only heard tales of the four great masters, lacking a true understanding of their capabilities. Yet now, witnessing a peer of similar strength laid low like a defeated beast, an unspoken terror quietly spread among them. Zhang Shixiang, Jiang Shimi, 2 inches to the right of the waist, 1 inch beneath the left armpit. A crisp voice rang out from Zhang Tianyang. Although Zhang Qingjing and Jiang Yuning found the instruction astonishing, they quickly executed the command, advancing with their footwork to target the specified areas on Sun Wuji's body with their swords. These 2 strikes momentarily stunned Sun Wuji, as if a pressure point had been struck, leaving him immobilized in place. Zhen Chong, 3 inches to the left, 1 inch upward. Zhang Tianyang's eyes sparkled with an otherworldly intensity. As if he could see through all, his gaze, bright as the stars, fixated on the vulnerabilities of the figure before him, gradually unraveling the flaws in the adversary's inner energy defenses. A metal dagger shot forth from the Zhuge crossbow, piercing through Sun Wuji's neck with unerring accuracy, prompting his body to react as if freed from a trance. Stumbling a few steps, Sun Wuji collapsed, grotesque poison bugs emerging from his skin in a macabre display, including a centipede nearly the thickness of a forearm and a meter long, Sun Daxia. Though they understood that Sun Daxia had long since perished, his tortured form remained before them, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. They lamented the fall of a legendary hero and marveled at how these youngsters, yet to even step into the acquired realm, had so effortlessly dispatched one of the 4 masters, in contrast to the astonishment of others. The sight of dark, strange blood coalescing into characters before Zhang Qingjing and her companions evoked a peculiar feeling. Zhang Qingjing, Jiang Yuning, Zhen Chong, Zhang Tianyang successfully rescued the hero Sun Wuji, each rewarded with 20 merit points. Was this truly a rescue? They had liberated him from his torment. It was only today that they genuinely grasped the brutal reality of the cycle of reincarnation, igniting within them a fervent desire to grow stronger. Who could say who would be the next to perish? Well done. Witnessing those whom he had previously underestimated banding together to vanquish the poison men that had been trained using Sun Wuji, the others could not help but take notice of these young individuals who had yet to harness their inner energy and enter the acquired realm. Unlike themselves, these individuals seemed to have enhanced their physical forms, while neglecting the cultivation of their inner energy. Could they possibly hail from secluded sects that specialized in rigorous physical training? The crowd remained perplexed by their training methods, yet thoroughly impressed. Compared to the intricate techniques of energy manipulation and the extraordinary abilities that could be unleashed upon mastering inner strength, this rigorous focus on physical prowess appeared rather rigid. However, this was not the time for such deliberations. As long as their prowess was acknowledged, it was excellent news for Sun Zhuangzhu and his companions. At this rate, victory is within grasp. The thought barely settled in Sun Zhuangzhu's mind before the 2 burly men leading the charge suddenly succumbed to uncontrollable coughing fits. Upon witnessing this, the poison men disregarded them and turned their attention to the remaining combatants. The 2 men, racked with agonizing cries and convulsions, launched themselves upright, their eyes a vivid crimson, veins pulsating grotesquely beneath their skin, as if swarms of centipedes writhed beneath the surface. Jin Li, Jin Dao, why have you? Could it be? It was evident from their transformation that they had become poison men, having utterly lost their sense of self. Yet, what could have driven them to this fate? As Sun Zhuangzhu beheld this transformation, he wielded his iron fan, unleashing peculiar flying daggers that pierced their necks, extinguishing their lives as they attempted to rise in his mind. A flurry of thoughts converged, swiftly locking onto a peculiar figure. Huang Fuguwei, you dare betray us. Sun Zhuangzhu's movements remained fluid, wielding his iron fan to fend off the encroaching poison men, while his words were directed at the figure lurking behind the others. Huang Fuguwei. This avaricious peasant had proven himself untrustworthy, rendering Sun Zhuangzhu's previous attempts to placate him futile. With a series of sharp sounds, as others reacted to Sun Zhuangzhu's accusations, Huang Fuguwei had already unleashed smoke bombs concealed in his palm. Amidst the rising mist, he darted swiftly between the gaps in the group, evading capture and rejoining the ranks of the poisoned men. Sun Zhuangzhu, our dealings are merely a matter of commerce. Do not elevate this to a conflict of good versus evil. You know well that in our line of work, we heed whoever pays the most. The resources of our poison lord far exceed your own. Huang Fugui's mocking voice echoed from behind the poison men. The earlier image of a submissive figure now replaced by one filled with derision. You are courting disaster. Do you truly believe that the promises of those who wish to manipulate the world through poison men will be honored? Observing the shameless demeanor of Huang Fugui, the other valiant gentlemen commenced their righteous denunciation. However, to Huang Fugui, their words were utterly insignificant. Had their scorn cost him even a single copper coin, he would not display such nonchalance. Yet, now they could scold him to their heart's content, for they were but a congregation of the deceased. Why bother to be vexed by them? Let them transform into the poison that I feed them. A notion he relished as for you, Master Sun. Perhaps you ought to ponder deeply. Aside from them, who else has ingested my concoction? No sooner had Huang Fugui's voice faded than Master Sun felt a tumultuous surge of qi and blood within him. Even the circulation of his true energy becoming exceedingly chaotic. His limbs grew weak and powerless, with a sensation akin to his body being torn asunder manifesting throughout him. Fear not, the potion I administer to you differs markedly from that given to those two fellows. After all, you, Master Sun, are renowned across the realm. To be reduced to an ordinary individual hardly befits your stature. Though not as formidable as the four great heroes, you remain an elite akin to those nearby. With that, Huang Fugui beamed as he gestured toward the several poison-infused individuals enveloped in true energy, the implication unmistakable. Such a mere bumpkin truly underestimates Sunday, witnessing the smug countenance of his adversary. Master Sun gritted his teeth and rose, enduring the pain as he fixed a determined gaze upon him. With a fierce snap, he closed his iron fan, triggering a mechanism that revealed a lengthy blade from its tail. As true energy flowed into it, the blade ignited with a terrifying aura, and he thrust it into his own throat. Master Sun. In the face of his noble sacrifice, the others nearby were instantly incensed, their attacks becoming increasingly fervent, disregarding their own wounds. Today, we shall rid the world of evil. Since Master Sun has taken the lead, we shall not allow him to tread the path of the underworld alone. The remaining martial heroes now truly gambled with their lives, and Zhang Qingjing and the others unwittingly felt the fervor of the atmosphere. In that instant, their youthful spirits surged. In such a passionate environment, how could they possibly hold back, kill with their coordinated efforts? After severing the head of another great hero, Zhang Qingjing, Jiang Yuning, Zhen Chong, Qing Feng, and Lu Wuming divided the spoils of 20 merits each before adjusting their targets and charging toward the remaining two great heroes. These youngsters seemed to possess remarkable potential, especially the slightly older ones. Judging by their physical prowess, even against these four great heroes, it would be difficult to discern superiority point. One could only wonder about the devastating power of the poison-infused individuals they had forged. Chapter 19. The death of the indestructible poison. Zhang Qingjing's figure fluttered like mist, his steps weaving an illusory pattern that even the most astute minds would struggle to trace, let alone the mindless poison-infused beings. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuning resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, her movements akin to that of a butterfly flitting among flowers, each strike aimed precisely at the vital points of the poison-infused foes. As for Qing Feng, hailing from a Taoist lineage, his footwork embodied the principles of heaven and earth, appearing deceptively simple yet eliciting a quiet admiration from Zhang Tianyang, who observed their techniques at that moment. Zhang Tianyang once more sacrificed several days of his lifespan. However, fortified by the rare treasures at his side, he remained focused, directing his attention to the movements of the poison-infused beings, adeptly identifying their vulnerabilities and coordinating his aim without distraction. This task, no more taxing than utilizing roughly 30% of his power, was a mere trifle given his current state. With the remaining 70% of his energy idle, he turned his thoughts to observing the maneuvers and techniques of his companions. Though they were still young and despite their exceptional talents, it was unrealistic to expect them to fully grasp the intricacies of footwork. Nevertheless, even relying on their basic forms and their adaptability during emergencies, Zhang Tianyang was able to deduce valuable insights from their movements. With only two formidable opponents left and the ordinary poison-infused beings being held at bay by his comrades, the path forward became clear. After dispatching the two strongest foes, they could then converge on the indestructible poison. Completing this task swiftly and extricating themselves from this perilous world was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Lingering among these poison-infused beings would be unwise, given the multitude that might lie in waiting. With approximately 3 years of life remaining, Zhang Tianyang promptly issued a directive to Zhen Chang beside him. Their arrows now aimed squarely at the two remaining great heroes. And this movement illuminated the direction for the four engaged in battle with the poison-infused foes, in stark contrast to Zhang Tianyang's strategic plotting and the four striving ahead. Zhen Chang found himself the most at ease and content among them. His sole responsibility was to follow Zhang Tianyang's instructions, adjusting the position of the crossbow and occasionally replacing arrows, a task simple enough for even a 10-year-old with the resilience of an adult to accomplish with ease. The most gratifying aspect was that, despite merely assisting, the rewards he reaped were nearly equivalent to those of the more industrious participants. This treatment left him feeling thoroughly satisfied on the high platform. The indestructible poison observed the chaotic scene before him, along with the four poison-infused beings in whom he had placed great expectations, now being vanquished by mere fledglings who had yet to step into the realm of the postnatal. This was indeed a source of embarrassment for him. More alarmingly, he had seemingly misjudged the capabilities of the poison-infused beings. He had anticipated that these opponents would at least exhibit a semblance of panic when confronted by the invincible poison. Yet, the reality was that they appeared to possess a kind of foresight, effortlessly identifying the weaknesses of the very creations he had painstakingly nurtured, harvesting his poison-infused army with the ease of reaping wheat. This deviation from his carefully laid plans stirred a sense of agitation within the indestructible poison, yet his unique constitution allowed him to maintain control over his emotions despite the chaos. Should he seize this opportunity to withdraw the remaining two poison-infused beings? After all, they had consumed a considerable amount of precious resources to create. It pained him to see them perish here. But he swiftly dismissed that thought. If those two were to fall in this melee, it would merely signify their inadequacy. There was no need to preserve these subpar specimens. Allowing them to perish in this battle would be a fitting end, a means of utilizing them to their fullest potential. His gaze returned to Zhang Qingjing, Qing Feng, and Jiang Yuning, an insatiable greed glimmering in his eyes. Though these three had yet to enter the postnatal realm, their physical prowess surpassed that of the previous four great heroes, even suggesting a latent superiority, given that they could unleash attacks requiring the use of true energy solely through their physicality. As the indestructible poison lost himself in such musings, a hunched figure, rather unsightly in appearance, hurriedly maneuvered past the poison-infused beings nearby, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile as he approached the indestructible poison. "Hee, boss, I have fulfilled all the requirements you mentioned earlier. May I inquire where the gold and treasures you promised me are located?" Observing Huang Fugui's avaricious demeanor, the indestructible poison felt disdain for this grave-digging bumpkin. Though he concealed his contempt, he waved his hand nonchalantly, prompting the nearby poison-infused beings to present a platter of gold and jewels. "Rest assured, your unwavering dedication to my cause will not go unrewarded. Although I am uncertain why you desire these items, I have plenty to spare. As long as you continue to assist me, I would not hesitate to grant you everything." With a casual gesture, he sketched an enticing prospect for his adversary, but the ever-venomous figure remained fixated on the trio of individuals deftly maneuvering amidst the throng of the poisoned. The avarice in his gaze intensified. Completely oblivious to Huang Fugui, who was surreptitiously stuffing gold, silver, and jewels from the tray into his sleeves, inching ever closer to him. The distance between them diminished rapidly as he beheld the nefarious figure of the ever-venomous one so near. Huang Fugui's thoughts drifted back to a not-so-distant past. At that time, he had harbored a recently acquired piece of exquisite pottery, intending to sell it at a familiar shop in exchange for silver coins to indulge in a lavish lifestyle. Yet, en route to that shop, he was halted by the village chief, Sunday Sun, unperturbed by Huang's humble origins as a grave robber. openly expressed his trust in him and divulged his plans in detail. From the onset of this expedition, Sun was acutely aware that their meager strength could never breach the formidable ranks of the ever-venomous one's poisoned minions, nor could they rescue his comrades before the transformation of the four great heroes into the poisoned. In his estimation, this endeavor was merely a high-risk venture with a slim chance of success. To truly eradicate the roots of chaos within the martial world, audacious measures were imperative. This was the primary reason he clandestinely contacted Huang Fuguwei, orchestrating a series of plans. Under Sun's persuasive reasoning and the allure of wealth, Huang Fuguwei succumbed to the chief's sagacious leadership, agreeing to become his pawn and execute his strategy. Following Sun's directives, Huang Fuguwei first excused himself from the group under the pretense of scouting the surroundings. Then, masquerading as an informant, he disclosed Sun's overt rescue plan to the ever-venomous one to gain his trust. Subsequently, he requested to serve as the guide, leading them into this trap for a complete annihilation. As a character defined primarily by greed, it was not uncommon for Huang Fuguwei to betray for the sake of wealth. Engaging in double-dealing was merely human nature. Although the ever-venomous one harbored suspicions, he could not afford to overlook this conveniently offered tool. Confident in the overwhelming might of his poisoned army, he believed that a handful of martial heroes could never breach the defenses of his minions. Moreover, to ensure that Huang Fuguwei and Sun S group were not allies, the ever-venomous one deliberately provided Huang with the potion that transformed ordinary people into the poisoned, instructing him to seize opportunities to administer it to the heroes. The ever-venomous one's calculations were astute. Regardless of the outcome, as long as some of those martial heroes were transformed into the poisoned, it would signify Huang Fuguwei had acted, and if any among them were the highly esteemed Sun, it would validate his genuine allegiance. Regrettably, he underestimated Sun's resolve, who had prepared from the outset to sacrifice himself and his companions to secure Huang Fuguwei's trust, laying the groundwork for his eventual ambush. The ensuing events unfolded as per Sun's design. At his signal, a burly man, who had cast an unfavorable glance at Huang Fuguwei after a bath, provocatively confronted him as if rehearsed, as Huang Fuguwei opened the final door. The man stepped in first, allowing Huang to feign an offer of detoxifying pills, which were, in fact, the very potions that transformed individuals into the poisoned. Sun, without hesitation, consumed the potion himself. Initially, Huang Fuguwei intended for those less experienced individuals, who had yet to reach the innate stage, to also transform into poisoned beings, thus ensuring a smoother cover without pressuring them unduly. However, he was taken aback by their heightened vigilance, which thwarted his plans. Moreover, at Sun's discreet signal, Huang Fuguwei acquiesced. What followed were the final stages. Two hulking figures transformed into the poisoned, causing chaos within their defensive formation. Although the surrounding heroes swiftly quelled the disturbance, it nonetheless impacted their battle strategy. Sun, unreservedly unleashing his fury upon the enemies, sensed he was nearing his limit, on the verge of transformation into the poison. He promptly activated the switch on his iron fan, opting for self-destruction to prevent the ever-venomous one from gaining a formidable ally while simultaneously inflicting substantial damage on his own side. This act would serve as a rallying cry, igniting the fighting spirit of the martial heroes accompanying him, compelling them to fight valiantly against the ever-venomous one. Now was the time to reap the rewards and extinguish the source of chaos within the martial world. Sensing he was sufficiently close to the ever-venomous one, Huang Fuguwei produced an oddly shaped cylinder from his sleeve, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Aiming one end at the ever-venomous one's form, he pressed down without hesitation. A mechanical whirring ensued as countless slender poison needles shot forth, targeting the ever-venomous one directly. With a series of sickening thuds, the chest of the ever-venomous one erupted in a spray of crimson, his body seemingly perforated, resembling a sieve, despite the black cloak obscuring the horrific sight. It was a success. Though the ever-venomous one had yet to collapse, the thought flooded Huang Fuguwei's mind. An ordinary person could not possibly survive being riddled with such wounds. In response, a fist the size of a sandbag struck him, swinging like a warhammer wielded by the ever-venomous one, landing a crushing blow atop his head. The sheer force caused Huang Fuguwei's previously erect form to crumple, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his orifices. His breathing becoming rapid and erratic. To any observer, it appeared that his time was short. Impossible. Why are you still alive? Huang Fuguwei strained to maintain composure, his eyes wide with disbelief as they fixated on the cloaked figure before him. How could it be? How could someone endure such injuries? His chest had been transformed into a sieve. Even if the heart resided in the right side or the abdomen, survival was unfathomable. Why was he still full of vitality? Possessing the strength to deliver such a devastating blow? Wait, relying solely on physical might? A revelation struck Huang Fuguwei, his face contorted in disbelief. Could it be that you are a madman? You are a complete and utter lunatic. As Huang Fuguwei hurled accusations, the shadowy figure extended his hands, grasping the black cloak enveloping him. With a mere tug, he shredded the fabric, unveiling a body riddled with wounds and ominous black orifices. The skin exhibiting an unnatural pallor, devoid of any emotional expression. To those who beheld him, he would more likely be mistaken for a corpse than a living being. The truly insane one is you. You could have simply followed me, becoming a perfect being like myself, yet you chose to oppose me for trivial matters, resulting in this outcome. Why could you not have sincerely joined us from the outset? His expression remained devoid of emotion, his tone lacking the gravitas often attributed to such figures, resembling that of a naive child instead. Yet, this only deepened Huang Fuguwei's fear. A villain seeking chaos and dominion over the world is not particularly terrifying. Even in failure, the worst outcome would be subjugation beneath his banner, reduced to a mere pawn. Although it would tarnish the reputation of a hero, such considerations never crossed Huang Fuguwei's mind. However, a madman is different, especially one who views transformation into the poisoned as an entry into eternity. Having already completed his own metamorphosis, enough. I lack the inclination to continue this exchange. Prepare to meet your demise. As the words fell, Dubusi swiftly slapped Huang Fuguwei across the face with a resounding crack, sending his head spinning like a top. This action was fueled by Dubusi's realization that the four esteemed heroes he had once held in high regard, only to discard them due to their dismal performance, had now been completely eliminated. The formidable army of poison warriors he had painstakingly cultivated over the years had now dwindled to just a few, with only a couple of large and small cats remaining. Meanwhile, his adversaries, those few innate heroes of the martial world, lay battered and bruised. With the majority having already lost their lives, it was evident that they had utterly forfeited their combat capabilities. Their remaining bodies now served as excellent material for crafting elite poison warriors. The few children who piqued his interest remained unharmed, standing resolutely in place. At that moment, Lu Wuming lay sprawled on the ground, his body marred by wounds. Only Zhang Qingjing, Jiang Yuning, and Qing Feng managed to precariously lean on their sword sheaths, struggling to remain upright. These four had expended nearly all their strength in the relentless battles they had endured. Even though their training primarily focused on physical prowess, their endurance and stamina paled in comparison to those who relied on steam-powered attacks in combat. Yet, the continuous fighting had taken a toll on them. Truly remarkable, truly remarkable. How have you cultivated yourselves? Dubusi mused, his tone dripping with mockery. Though you have not cultivated true energy, your physical abilities are astonishingly formidable. Indeed, a divine gift bestowed upon me. Upon hearing Dubusi's voice, Zhang Qingjing and the few remaining capable heroes attempted to muster their strength to confront him, determined that even if they were to perish today, they would not allow him an easy victory. However, in response to their feeble counterattacks, Dubusi merely smiled faintly. A surge of dark green energy emanated from him, spreading in all directions, swiftly enveloping those who still possessed the strength to fight. This was poison. The few heroes who were closer to Dubusi, upon coming into contact with the bizarre energy, succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Qingjing and the others quickly recognized the nature of Dubusi's energy. He truly lives up to his name. Dubusi, Jiang Yuning exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. Zhang Shixiang, Qing Feng Shidi, we cannot sit idly by with that. She summoned all her remaining vitality, hurling her treasured sword like a hidden weapon directly at Dubusi's throat. Given his current demeanor, It was clear that Du Busi had transformed himself into a poison warrior. Although she was unsure of the methods he used to maintain his consciousness, she believed that with the advantages of his unique existence, he must also share the weaknesses inherent to such beings. Seeing Jiang Yuning's decisive action, Zhang Qingjing and Qing Feng naturally found the courage to fight desperately in this dire moment. Even Lu Wuming, despite his injuries, struggled to rise, retrieving a hidden weapon he had picked up amidst the chaos, casting it towards Du Busi without concern for technique, merely seeking to divert Du Busi's attention and provide cover for Zhang Qingjing and the others' final assault. Though they had not exchanged words, the camaraderie forged in previous battles allowed them to coordinate seamlessly. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out as their desperate strikes, in Du Busi's eyes, appeared utterly laughable. Had they been at their peak, he might have had reason to fear them. Yet now, their resistance seemed nothing more than a pitiful flail in their dying moments. Lu Wuming's thrown weapon was easily swatted aside by Du Busi, while the swords hurled by Zhang Qingjing and her companions were effortlessly blocked by his arm. Though this left him with several deep wounds, it was of little concern to him at this stage. As the four launched their final counterattack against Du Busi, Zhang Tianyang and Zhan Chang remained passive, their crossbow resting beside Zhang Tianyang's leg, their heads bowed in despair. Du Busi was not surprised. These two relied solely on the crossbow in their possession, and without any other combat capabilities, they were effectively powerless. The bolts within the crossbow had been exhausted when they had defeated the last poison warrior he had transformed. Du Busi observed closely, noting that since then, the two had merely fled, pushed along by the young monk, seeking to evade any approaching poison warriors while searching for assistance. Without their bolts, they were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Utterly inconsequential, I shall fight you to the end. The only remaining capable individual, the young monk, shouted defiantly as he charged at Du Busi. However, upon closing the distance, he was unable to withstand the outward pressure of Du Busi's energy and was sent sprawling backward, rolling past the boy who had shot him with the hidden weapon, finally collapsing before a young girl. Overestimating oneself, Du Busi remarked casually, surveying the surrounding devastation, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. I am the victor. I shall be the one who laughs last, and I shall continue to win. He then abruptly turned to Zhang Qingjing, continuing, Fear not, I shall not eliminate you. The techniques you practice will greatly aid me in crafting my poison warriors. I shall extract your methods from you and transform you into beings as perfect as myself. Observing Du Busi reveling in what he believed to be his impending victory, Zhang Tianyang, utilizing his unique insight, perceived that the moment had arrived. I fear you shall not see that day. Upon hearing this declaration, Du Busi spun around, his gaze fixed ominously on the child who had spoken. The boy appeared fragile, like a porcelain doll, with hair that was inexplicably dry and pale, devoid of luster, and skin lacking any trace of color. His bloodshot eyes trembled, perhaps from fear or pain, and his body quivered slightly. Child, do you truly believe that just because I uttered those words, I would refrain from striking you? Du Busi scoffed. You seem to have lost sight of your position. Among all present, you are merely a pawn, equally inconsequential whether you exist or not. Before he could finish his taunt, Du Busi surged forward at incredible speed, his withered fingers extending like eagle's claws, as if to crush the head of the 10-year-old child. Yet, Zhang Tianyang was prepared. He raised the crossbow, aiming at Du Busi, having observed the openings in his movements from his meditative state. He discharged the 5 remaining bolts in a single volley. Du Busi's keen eyes noticed the action. But the distance was too short. Even as he registered the danger, there was no time to evade. He could only halt his advance, retracting his outstretched hand to shield his neck and deflect the first arrow that came his way. He then sidestepped just enough to allow the second arrow to graze his cheek, embedding itself in his ear. However, he did not anticipate that the third arrow would follow closely behind the second, striking his right eye and temporarily blinding him on that side. This momentary loss of vision caused his evasive maneuvers to falter, and the 4th and 5th arrows swiftly followed. Now unable to dodge, he could only twist his body with all his might, helplessly watching as 2 arrows aimed at his neck struck his shoulder and cheek. just as Du Buxi's attention was completely consumed by Zhang Tianyang's relentless assault. Jiang Yuning, who had been lying in wait, leapt into action. Silently, she slipped behind Du Buxi, her sword thrust forward like a death warrant from the underworld. Before Du Buxi could react, she pierced his throat with a single stroke. With every ounce of strength, she struggled to sever his head from his body. Main quest completed. Zhang Tianyang, Jiang Yuning, Zhang Qingjing, Qing Feng, Lu Wuming, and Zhen Chang have successfully completed the main quest, each receiving an award of 100 merit points. The quest is complete, and they may return to the cycle of reincarnation or choose to wait for a brief respite before returning. Chapter 20. Return and redemption with the ominous notification of the death confirmation of the unkillable poison echoing in his ears. Zhang Tianyang finally relaxed completely, breathing heavily as he leaned back against his wheelchair, the Zhuge crossbow once again resting on his thigh. For an extended period, he had been sacrificing his own lifespan, deliberately keeping himself entrenched in that peculiar state of enlightenment. This not only resulted in a significant reduction of his life expectancy, but also left his mind in a perpetual state of tension, causing his already frail body to feel increasingly fatigued, to the point where his spirit seemed on the verge of breaking. Similarly, upon hearing the message from the cycle of reincarnation, the few individuals sprawled on the ground also exhaled in relief. Previously, in the face of the relentless poison, Jiang Yuning, Zhang Qingjing, and others had been utterly exhausted, even resorting to throwing their weapons in a desperate last stand. It had been a seemingly insurmountable predicament. However, the unkillable poison had overlooked a crucial detail: Zhang Tianyang and Zhen Chang, whom he had never deemed a threat. Firstly, he did not anticipate that Zhang Tianyang still possessed spare arrows for his Zhuge crossbow, a delightful surprise Zhang had long prepared for the unkillable poison. Throughout the chaotic battle, even when pursued by the poison wielder, Zhang had refrained from using this hidden arsenal, choosing instead to save it for a potential one-on-one confrontation with the unkillable poison. Secondly, he had neglected the elixirs Zhang Tianyang had previously exchanged from the cycle of reincarnation, apart from those initially distributed to them for detoxification. All the others were still in Zhang's possession. Although the earlier battle had been quite exhausting, they had managed to hold their own, and the energy they had expended could be replenished with a period of rest, rendering the elixirs unnecessary for the time being. Moreover, Lu Wuming had opted not to throw away his long sword, but rather had discarded the hidden weapons he had collected earlier, thereby providing an opportunity for the two. Thus, in this critical moment of survival, Zhen Chang, under Zhang Tianyang's command, dashed forward. Although he feigned a desperate struggle, his objective was clear: to retrieve Lu Wuming's long sword, which had been cast aside. Upon reaching a suitable distance, Zhen Chang deliberately pretended to be unable to resist the internal and external energy exerted by his opponent, allowing himself to be sent flying. After all, Zhen Chang was merely a child, and this performance aligned perfectly with the character of one who yearned to be a hero yet found himself lacking in cultivation, forced to display such a humiliating demeanor. Consequently, he did not arouse suspicion and was able to autonomously control his trajectory, executing a series of actions seamlessly, as Zhen Chang rolled and embraced the sword blade. He reached Jiang Yuning's side and handed her the long sword he had retrieved from Lu Wuming, along with a healing elixir he had taken from Zhang Tianyang, urging her to restore her strength as much as possible. Although this long sword differed from the one Jiang Yuning had originally wielded, and given her recent forced recovery using the elixir, her power was diminished to less than 50%. It sufficed for a surprise attack. With Zhang Tianyang serving as bait, she provoked the opponent, and when the Zhuge crossbow's arrow was loosed, she struck from behind. Ah, what a bountiful harvest! Although the remaining individuals had also ingested the elixirs from the cycle of reincarnation, it would likely take them some time to regain consciousness. To wait for their awakening would mean entering the realm of reincarnation. In order to execute this decisive blow, Zhang Tianyang sacrificed his own life force, launching a relentless assault that further weakened his already fragile body. Jiang Yuning, too, thrust forth a desperate strike before her body had fully recovered, leaving both of them without the strength to continue fighting. Presently, the only one capable of independent action was Zhen Chang, who had merely played the role of a courier in the recent battle, not truly engaging in combat. as a time traveler familiar with the patterns of infinite loops. Zhenchang understood that to maximize benefits in this situation, he needed to loot the corpses. The bodies of these individuals still held some value, ripe for the taking. Given that the others had lost their ability to act, there was ample time to gather what he could. Theo, be cautious. Zhenchang first secured the long swords of Zhang Qingjing and the others, preventing the cycle of reincarnation from using the absence of these swords as an excuse to dispose of them in this world. Next, he collected the weapons they had used in life from their corpses and the ground, such as the iron fan of the owner's son and the hidden weapons he had employed. Along with the swords and arms used by other heroes, he also gathered gold, silver, and jewels from Huang Fugue, several vials of elixirs encased in jade, and a tubular hidden weapon. Under Zhang Tianyang's peculiar gaze, Zhenchang gleefully packed away his spoils, his face aglow with the joy of his bounty. His monk's robe bulged with an assortment of items, appearing comically stuffed. Yet, he was thoroughly pleased with his actions. Were it not for his current physical limitations, he too would have wished to engage in such endeavors. The thrill of looting, the joy of a successful harvest, and the cunning methods of taking what others had left behind. This truly exemplified the essence of the fourth calamity and embodied the spirit of a reincarnator. As time elapsed, the moment to return arrived. The voice of the cycle of reincarnation resonated in their minds, accompanied by a surge of white light, and the familiar white jade square reappeared before Zhang Tianyang. This mission had finally come to an end. Having previously conducted exchanges here, Zhang Tianyang felt quite familiar with the place, especially recalling the rules of the cycle of reincarnation he had unexpectedly discovered while searching through the exchange ledger. Mission completed, a free healing session was to be awarded. The voice of the cycle of reincarnation echoed, and simultaneously, a milky white light enveloped Zhang Tianyang, imparting a comforting warmth akin to soaking in a hot spring. The exhaustion, weakness, and soreness resulting from his repeated self-inflicted injuries dissipated, his energy restored, and his spirits revitalized. Remarkably, even the lifespan he had just forfeited, along with the remnants of injuries from his prior sacrifices, showed signs of healing. The speed of recovery was astonishing. The capabilities of the cycle of reincarnation were indeed godlike. Jiang Yuning's voice of astonishment rang out, as she too basked in the milky white glow. Regaining her vitality in mere moments, her previous minor injuries healing completely, indeed. Even the famed Longhu Dan of her family and the Dehayden of Shaolin could hardly match such efficacy. Qingfeng also opened his eyes. His injuries fully mended, yet the pretentious air he had previously maintained vanished entirely after the events they had endured. Congratulations to all for successfully completing the first cycle of reincarnation. We shall now commence the distribution of task rewards. At that moment, before each individual appeared a white jade booklet. This was a replica of the exchange ledger, which not only recorded the merit points they had accrued, but also allowed them to peruse the ledger for items they wished to exchange, facilitating dialogue at any time. Upon leaving the cycle of reincarnation, all items except the predictions they held could be freely chosen for storage within the realm. As the words of the cycle of reincarnation faded, 6 white jade doors rose slowly from beside the statue where they had first arrived, inscribed with the names of Zhang Tianyang and the others. Is there any artifact capable of storing items for personal use? Zhenchang inquired based on his prior experiences. Logically speaking, such a reincarnation space should include a personal storage option, or at least allow them to use merit points for exchanges. Special items with spatial storage capabilities can be exchanged within the exchange ledger. As the cycle of reincarnation responded, the jade booklet before Zhenchang began to flip on its own, ultimately stopping at a few unique items. Storage ring, crafted from a rare stone imbued with a faint spatial attribute. This low-level storage item can hold a limited quantity of objects but cannot store living beings. It possesses no special abilities and costs 1,000 merit points to exchange. Seed ring, forged from spirit jade containing spatial attributes through special techniques. This simple storage item can also not hold living beings. When worn, it slightly amplifies the user's strength and can provide a faster recovery of vitality when consuming bloodstones. It costs 3,000 merit points to exchange. The appearance of the Qinkuan bag, along with the successive emergence of storage artifacts, not only left Zhenchang bewildered, but also secretly astonished those like Zhang Qingjing, who were accustomed to grand sights. Such spatial artifacts are exceedingly rare, and even for them, acquiring one would prove to be a formidable challenge, as they were merely exceptionally talented disciples within their respective sects, not the sole heirs. The precious stones and gems imbued with spatial attributes are exceptionally scarce. Yet, here in the cycle of the 6 paths, they could be obtained for a mere 1,000 to 3,000 merit points, which felt like an unprecedented bargain in stark contrast to the excitement of his companions. Zhenchang gazed at his meager 180 merit points, tears of poverty welling in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure. Turning to his companions, who still bore looks of indecision, and couldn't help but chuckle softly, Zhenchang clasped his hands together and slightly bowed to them, saying, "Brother Zhang, Miss Jiang, there is no need to be overly concerned. The spoils of our current cycle have yet to be fully allocated. Once I have exchanged these spoils, we can discuss how to proceed with the distribution, to prepare for the upcoming cycle tasks." They needed to utilize all available resources to strengthen themselves as much as possible before the next mission. Otherwise, among them, especially for someone like him who had never practiced before, survival in the forthcoming cycle tasks would be exceedingly difficult. He placed the weapons he had gathered from the corpses, along with various elixirs and artifacts, before the jade tablet and spoke directly. "In the 6 paths of reincarnation, please convert all of my merit points before me, and then distribute them equally among us." Zhenchang could have easily pocketed all the merit points earned from the exchange of these weapons and items. However, doing so would undoubtedly tarnish the image he held in the hearts of the others. Although they might not voice their displeasure, it was inevitable that some resentment would brew within them, which could create a rift in their relationships. In the subsequent tasks, he would still need to rely on his companions, and it was not worth jeopardizing harmony over this trivial gain. Zhenchang, a total of 7 common weapons were sold, with significant wear and tear, valued at 70 merit points, now offered at 40 merit points. The exquisite Yue iron bone fan, originally valued at 210 merit points, can only maintain its short sword form due to a special mechanism, hence it is offered at 150 merit points. The Gale Storm, an exquisite grade concealed weapon, has been used, originally valued at 300 merit points, and to replenish the arrows for normal use, it requires a consumption of 100 merit points. Selling this item will yield 100 merit points. Next were some scattered elixirs and concealed weapons, which collectively amounted to a respectable value, totaling 360 merit points. Dividing these merit points equally among the group would grant each individual an additional 60 merit points, which was not an insignificant sum. As he beheld the merit points before him, a look of joyous harvest illuminated Zhenchang's face. Despite their seemingly modest quantity, in comparative terms, it was akin to having saved 3 heroic figures. However, when Zhenchang cast a glance at the concealed weapon named Gale Storm, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. To be honest, had he not been short on merit points, he would have liked to keep that concealed weapon, for it appeared to be a formidable tool in his hands. According to the description in the 6 paths of reincarnation, its power was on par with that of a formidable secret technique. In the previous world, unless one had a uniquely resistant physique, he could only be defeated by destroying the brain. When Huang Fugue launched a surprise attack with that concealed weapon, his task had already been accomplished. Yet, at present, compared to this one-time lethal technique, enhancing his own abilities would be far more advantageous. Only by becoming stronger could he truly survive in the ensuing cycle tasks, as relying on external objects was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. Wait. Just as Zhenchang was about to sell everything, Zhang Tianyang suddenly interjected, halting Zhenchang's actions. As for the concealed weapon named Gale Storm, perhaps we should reconsider its purchase. After all, it is comparable to a formidable secret technique. Selling it would be quite a pity. How about this? The merit points I would receive from this haul would be approximately 60, and I can contribute an additional 40 merit points to compensate for everyone's losses. To be honest, Zhang Tianyang did not place much importance on the techniques offered by the 6 paths of reincarnation. With the divine ability to comprehend the path for himself, as long as his body could recover to a martial training state, he could easily forge a technique suited to his needs. Hence, he approached the exchange of techniques with a more consultative attitude, finding greater interest in concealed weapons, miscellaneous items, poisons, and traps. Moreover, the Gale Storm possessed considerable attack power. The cost of acquiring such a weapon that could exert the strength of the chi accumulation stage would surely exceed the merit points he could directly invest, even if he needed to replenish the arrows he had previously used. He was more than capable of affording it now. Given his current physical state, he would likely have to rely solely on concealed weapons and poisons for quite some time. For Zhang Tianyang, the gale storm was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyang's suggestion, the others considered his circumstances and showed no dissent. Ultimately, after deliberating, they chose not to require Zhang Tianyang to part with the 40 merit points from his original share. The reasoning was that Zhang Tianyang needed to replenish arrows, and later would require elixirs for health and recovery, in the previous cycle's tasks, whether during combat support or using detoxifying and healing elixirs. They had relied heavily on Zhang Tianyang. Thus, the successful completion of their tasks was closely tied to his contributions. With these reasons in mind, they unanimously handed over the gale storm from the spoils to Zhang Tianyang, and then converted all remaining items into merit points. The total merit points valued at 260 were distributed among the group, granting each person 52 merit points. Furthermore, since they had intentionally controlled the merit points earned on the battlefield, aside from the first heroic figure's rescue, where not everyone received merit points, all other heroic figures saved had resulted in merit gains for everyone. Consequently, Qing Feng and Lu Wuming each had 160 merit points, and with the recent distribution, each now possessed 212 merit points. The remaining four, excluding Zhang Tianyang, each had 232 merit points. What should they exchange for? Xinchang felt quite helpless at this moment. Although he wished to casually sift through the exchange chart like his predecessors who had traversed worlds, seeking out high-value martial skills, has the little monk decided what to exchange for? Just as Xinchang was caught in his dilemma, Jiang Yuning had already chosen the auxiliary elixirs needed for her cultivation and some special ointments to enhance her physical strength. Based on her progress, Zhang Qingjing, Qing Feng, and Lu Wuming had also made their selections in accordance with their respective cultivation paths. Therefore, when Jiang Yuning inquired, all eyes turned to Xinchang in the previous task. They had already regarded Xinchang as their comrade in battle. And since he had not practiced before, he was understandably less familiar with cultivation matters. Hence, they all wished to offer him guidance, to prevent him from making regrettable decisions due to insufficient knowledge. I have not yet decided what to exchange for it. Feels like I lack everything. This was indeed Xinchang's predicament. After all, he was merely a lowly servant monk, with his basic needs met, yet without any opportunity to practice martial arts. However, leaving Shaolin Temple was not an easy feat, not to mention the possibility of being pursued as a traitor by Shaolin. The mere unknowns of the outside world were enough to extinguish all his thoughts of escape. After all, he was just a 10-year-old child, sheltered by the towering tree of Shaolin, and at most, he faced bullying from the senior servants. But if he were to venture outside, the treacherous world of martial arts would not spare him simply for his youth. While he could cling to his companions for survival, that was not the life he desired. You need not worry about this. Zhang Qingjing spoke first. Although we may not have the final say in major matters, we are all considered elites from various sects. As long as we approach our elders who brought us here, we can request them to speak on your behalf to Shaolin, advocating for your admission into the monk academy to study Shaolin martial arts. I believe Shaolin will grant us some favor in this matter. As soon as Zhang Qingjing spoke, Xinchang realized her intentions. We can assert that we had a delightful conversation with you, and ask them to propose your entrance into the monk academy to learn Shaolin martial arts. I am confident that this small matter will be looked upon favorably by Shaolin. Furthermore, the monk academy had not seen any recent prodigies rising to prominence, and compared to the previous generation's strength, it seemed to be in a state of decline. The foundational technique of the great martial student academy, the Arhat Fist, along with the recent introduction of top-tier foundational techniques, would provide a solid foundation for Xinchang's cultivation, far surpassing that of ordinary foundational techniques. Moreover, the secret elixirs provided to each monk by the academy would surely be sufficient for Xinchang to embark on his path of cultivation. Then Jiang Yuning continued. As for you, little monk, your merits can be exchanged for the 100 herbs essence, a medicinal substance highly beneficial for cultivation in the skin refinement realm. After a brief pause, she delicately tapped her crimson lips with her jade finger and continued. However, According to the long-standing tradition of the monastic academy, newly inducted members may not necessarily acquire combat techniques right away. They should primarily focus on their cultivation. Thus, I recommend that you exchange for some martial skills. Jiang Yuning then flipped through the jade tablet and soon found the martial skill she sought. The diamond body, a foundational martial art, encompasses the diamond fist, diamond leg, and diamond protective technique, three formidable disciplines in one. Practicing this technique significantly enhances physical strength, with each move infused with immense power, akin to the reincarnation of a diamond arhat. The exchange price stands at 40 merits. This foundational martial art holds a value that surpasses some lesser qi gathering period techniques, underscoring its rarity and worth. Upon perusing the detailed description of this martial skill, Xinchang felt a strong impulse. This technique embodies the essence of a tortoise shell, prioritizing survival to the utmost degree. The so-called diamond fist and diamond leg are merely superficial aspects, mere techniques and footwork indistinguishable from ordinary martial arts. The exorbitant price is primarily due to the diamond protective technique, which, even at the novice level, can withstand assaults from mid to peak skin refinement realm practitioners for a significant duration. It belongs to that category where, in a confrontation of equal realms, your strike would cause no harm. Yet mine would compel you to kneel and beg for mercy. Even when surpassing realms, its formidable defense allows one to exchange injuries effectively, a naturally robust martial art. It resonates deeply with Xinchang's heart. As for weapons, I suggest you practice either the sword or the staff. Should you choose to cultivate the diamond body, the sword and staff would be your optimal choices over sword techniques or those peculiar weapons. The reasoning is self-evident. Possessing the formidable power of the diamond body paired with a sturdy staff or a hefty blade transforms mere contact into lethal force, a notion far from fanciful. Furthermore, as the saying goes, an inch of length is an inch of strength. Wielding a staff or long blade would grant you considerable advantages in combat. This. Jiang Yuning resumed her search, aiming to select a sword technique that aligned with Xinchang's inclinations. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingjing and the others were not idle. Upon hearing Jiang Yuning's recommendations, they nodded in agreement and began their own searches. Naturally, they did not forget to inquire about Xinchang's preferences. What do you desire to practice? Xinchang? Sword techniques or staff techniques? Is swordplay not an option? A heavy sword would suffice as well. It's not that I mean anything by it. It's just that everyone else here wields swords. And if I were to choose a knife or staff, wouldn't that seems somewhat out of place? To be frank, pursuing the diamond body and subsequently joining the monastic academy to practice the arhat fist seemed rather pointless to Xinchang, as it primarily focused on survival. Jiang Yuning's suggestions were indeed suitable, but when it came to weapons, the first thought that sprang to his mind was the sword, not for any particular reason, but because it simply looked so impressive. The sword is notoriously difficult to master, while the staff and knife are comparatively user-friendly. Zhang Qingjing patiently provided explanations, but upon observing Zhang Qingjing's gentle demeanor and his serious, handsome face, Xinchang felt utterly defeated. This was not merely a matter of difficulty. It was about aesthetics. I think using a hammer would also be quite good, suddenly interjected Zhang Tianyang, delivering yet another blow to Xinchang's confidence. Seeing Zhang Qingjing and the others pause thoughtfully, Xinchang, not wanting to further deviate from the intended conversation, quickly asserted, "A knife. I want to learn the knife." Chapter 21. Return. Noticing Xinchang's eager demeanor, the others realized that the jesting could go no further. Continuing would transition their playful banter into a rift that might divide them. In that case, let us help you find a suitable knife technique that you can afford, they said. Xinchang and Zhang Tianyang could be considered the two weak links in this small team, though Zhang Tianyang, with his Zhuge crossbow, could barely be deemed a combatant. Xinchang, on the other hand, had merely served as Zhang Tianyang's support during previous missions. Thus, they were keen to bolster their overall combat prowess and rectify the team's deficiencies. If it's simply a knife technique, I happen to have one on hand. Although it may not be particularly sophisticated, it suffices for foundational training in emergency situations, Zhang Tianyang remarked. He then mimicked the motions of wielding a knife in midair, reciting the connections and incantations used in combat. The incantations were straightforward and easy to memorize, and paired with Zhang Tianyang's seemingly chaotic yet surprisingly potent knife techniques, even those who had achieved mastery in the skin refinement realm Or the novice Zhenchang who had yet to cultivate, grasped the essentials of this knife technique amidst Zhang Tianyang's exposition. This knife technique's origins were unknown, yet its incantations were simple and comprehensible, devoid of the obscurities found in the techniques of their own scripture repository. Although the moves were merely foundational techniques, their essence harmonized with the cultivation methods of the diamond body. Had the diamond body not lacked a knife technique, this very technique might have been integrated into it, transforming into the diamond knife. Zhang Qingjing expressed admiration, acknowledging that while these knife techniques held little value for him, they nonetheless enriched his own swordplay through cross-reference, proving beneficial nonetheless. This knife technique was a serendipitous find in my family's archives. It is but a half-formed technique. I later supplemented it with my own ideas, leading to the current version. Since Brother Zhang has mentioned it, let us name this technique the diamond knife. Zhang Tianyang's words not only cleverly provided a credible origin for his newly presented technique, but also addressed the earlier question of why he had not shared it before. Though the others might not have cared, this foresight ensured that no one could find fault with him. In that case, I sincerely thank Brother Zhang for imparting this technique. However, as the saying goes, no merit, no reward. I feel somewhat embarrassed to accept such a generous gift. Zhenchang began, but before he could finish, Zhang Tianyang waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's no trouble. This knife technique is a gift to you, Zhenchang, and serves to honor my teachings. Besides, you all know my physical condition. Pursuing martial arts presents countless challenges. The stronger your abilities, the better protection you can offer me in future missions, so in helping you, I am also aiding myself. At this juncture, it would indeed be rather inappropriate for Zhenchang to continue to evade the matter at hand. He could only silently cherish Zhang Tianyang's goodwill deep within his heart. The others, upon hearing Zhang Tianyang's remarks, developed a fresh understanding of his character and modus operandi. For them, interacting with someone like Zhang Tianyang was exceptionally comfortable, a sentiment that had already been evident during their previous missions. Although framed as an opportunity for Zhenchang to accumulate achievements, it also subtly allowed Zhenchang to participate meaningfully in each kill, thereby securing a top-tier harvest for this mission. It was precisely for this reason that Zhenchang felt empowered to strengthen himself, striving to extricate himself from the ranks of the weak. Otherwise, he might have faced the grim prospect of accumulating fewer than 100 points of merit by the end of the mission. He would extend help within the limits of his abilities, regardless of whether one was weak or strong. Were it not for his current physical condition, Zhenchang firmly believed he would undoubtedly be the finest guide within this quasi-divine realm. Such a benevolent individual, shaped by years of character education prior to his crossing over, could not simply disregard a good teammate like Zhang Tianyang. He also contemplated that once he achieved commendable gains in subsequent missions, he could utilize the renowned 6 paths of reincarnation, rumored to be capable of anything, to restore Zhang Tianyang's health and enable him to embark on the martial path. This would be the utmost reward he could offer Zhang Tianyang. Naturally, these thoughts were best kept to himself. Voicing them would only betray his naivety, considering he was still quite the novice. With newfound techniques at his disposal, Zhenchang decisively waved his hand, spending double the merit to have the 6 paths of reincarnation complete the infusion of his body, thereby initially acquiring the indestructible body technique. He felt the relentless surge of power within him. Zhenchang adeptly procured the recommended cultivation elixirs under the guidance of Zhang Qingjing, Jiang Yuning, and the others, not ceasing until he had expended all his merit points. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Zhang Tianyang, the only one yet to begin his exchange. Zhang Tianyang, however, exhibited no unusual behavior. He simply closed his eyes to begin his communication with the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation presented the indestructible blade technique and a fragment of the 9 nether-quenching body technique. The latter, a partial scripture, was derived from Zhang Tianyang's contemplations in the enlightenment mode, where he had contended with the indestructible poison, by observing the flow of true energy on the surface of his body and utilizing the unique perspective afforded by the enlightenment mode. He had replicated the techniques practiced by the indestructible poison. Since the technique was reconstructed through the pathway of its operation, it ultimately received only a fragmented evaluation, failing to yield its original form. The indestructible blade, on the other hand, was not acquired from ancient tomes, but was instead created by Zhang Tianyang based on a technique he had inadvertently observed during battle, by amalgamating this with the sword techniques and Buddhist scriptures he had previously studied. He crafted an ordinary martial art embodying the essence of the indestructible blade. This blade technique boasted a plethora of references, and since it merely integrated the insights gleaned during his prior studies, the effort required to create a foundational blade technique was minimal. Zhang Tianyong did not need to resort to the life-reducing enlightenment mode to achieve this. The indestructible blade technique was valued at 15 merit points, while the incomplete 9 nether-quenching body technique had an original value of 60 merit points. Due to its incompleteness, its actual value was assessed at 30 merit points, with the 6 paths of reincarnation already cataloging it at an estimated value of 15 merit points. After considerable effort, Zhang Tianyong found himself with a total of 45 merit points, which was by no means insignificant, roughly equivalent to the reward for saving 2 esteemed heroes. He was increasingly accustomed to gauging his gains based on the rewards from previous missions. In comparison, he felt quite satisfied with his own rewards. His earlier purchases of elixirs, along with the Zhuge crossbow and bolts, had fully consumed the merit points gained from his earlier exchanges. Currently, he possessed only the 180 merit points accrued after completing the first cycle of the 6 paths of reincarnation. After deducting the 100 merit points spent on replenishing the Storm and Fury, he was left with 125 merit points, in addition to some healing and detoxification elixirs he still retained. During his previous search for spoils, he had also recovered a considerable number of Zhuge crossbow bolts. Excluding those that were irretrievable or no longer functional, he still had approximately 50 usable bolts, which sufficed for his needs. As he contemplated what to exchange next and what role he should assume within this team, especially considering that most of his companions regarded themselves as warriors. Zhang Tianyong decisively chose to position himself as a support role. Given his current capabilities, his available means were limited. Aside from the unattainable artifacts, he could only resort to poisons, mechanical traps, and similar devices. Among these, he was already well equipped with sufficient mechanical traps, employing the Zhuge crossbow in battles, along with the Storm and Fury as his trump card. There was no need to expend further merit points on additional trump cards, while he had confidence in utilizing mechanical arts against foes. Under the enlightenment mode, he believed he could swiftly grasp the intricate and challenging techniques. However, the subsequent creation of mechanical puppets or devices that could engage in combat, particularly those capable of reaching the martial artist's flesh-refining stage, would demand exceptional materials and a significant investment of mental energy. For Zhang Tianyong, this posed a considerable challenge. Thus, the notion of learning mechanical arts was quickly cast aside after a brief consideration in his mind. Perhaps, once he liberated himself from his current frail condition, he would be inclined to pursue the art of puppeteering to bolster his arsenal. However, at present, the benefits derived from learning mechanical arts were minimal. As for his final choice to employ poisons, this decision was made after careful deliberation. Firstly, learning to concoct poisons would also impart knowledge of healing methods, sufficiently fulfilling his role as a support member. Secondly, utilizing poisons against adversaries was most adept at enabling the weak to triumph over the strong. As long as he possessed the appropriate formulas, it would not be impossible to concoct poisons potent enough to counter those in the accumulation phase. Having clarified these insights, Zhang Tianyong first articulated his reflections on the development of the team and the logistical challenges that lay ahead. He then began to sift through the exchange catalog, searching for cost-effective texts on poisons.in this vast sea of items. He ultimately selected the Pharmaceutical King scripture, valued at 50 merit points. Although the name sounded illustrious, it contained no cultivation techniques. Rather, it served as a comprehensive guide to spiritual herbs, exotic poisons, and the art of concocting elixirs and poisons. However, the knowledge within this tome was methodically arranged, detailing effective healing elixirs for foundational martial artists, restorative potions, and detoxification remedies, in the realm of poisons. It also covered colorless and odorless toxins that could disrupt the flow of vital energy, noxious vapors that induced severe physical ailments, and corrosive fluids capable of rapidly decaying flesh. Moreover, it included the indispensable soporifics essential for traversing the martial world. As for the remaining 75 merit points, Zhang Tianyong converted them entirely into rare medicinal materials and poisonous creatures that he could not acquire at home. These would serve as materials for future poison concoctions and healing elixirs, ensuring he was well prepared for unforeseen circumstances. After all, he lacked the capabilities to venture out in search of these exotic materials he had never even heard of, and given his current physical state, there was little need to expend effort collecting them while he had surplus merit points. The timing of the 6 paths of reincarnation was unpredictable. It could recur next week or not for another month or even a year. This uncertainty necessitated making prudent choices to shield himself from its potential impacts. Thus, he resolved to await the next reincarnation. After Zhenchang and Zhang Tianyang had exchanged their desired items, remaining within the realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation lost its significance. As the time for their imminent separation approached, the other 5 members, apart from Zhang Tianyang, bid him farewell before disappearing. It is imperative to note that anyone who steps into the 6 paths of reincarnation must not disclose matters related to it to others, nor retain any information pertaining to the 6 paths of reincarnation through subjective or objective means. Any violations will result in immediate annihilation, based on the intelligence they exhibited upon their arrival. All but Lu Wuming engaged in activities akin to martial arts exchanges within the realm of this world as Shaolin. Subsequently, the group could undoubtedly seek opportunities for offline interactions and meetings. In this light, it appeared as though they, alongside Lu Wuming, were somewhat out of place. A flash of white light passed, and they swiftly departed from the White Jade Plaza before Zhang Tianyang reopened his eyes, discovering he had returned to his original courtyard. The familiar call of his sister Pinger echoed in his ears, and he could vaguely perceive that well-known figure drawing ever nearer. It seemed that everything that had transpired was but a fleeting dream in his stupor. However, the substantial tome in his hand and the vast quantity of medicinal herbs and poisonous insects, meticulously categorized and packaged in his embrace, irrefutably validated that what he had experienced was not mere illusion. He had indeed undergone a life-and-death trial through the cycle of 6 realms, and to be precise, his golden finger had gained yet another formidable ally, enhancing his worth as a traverser in this world. With a subtle clenching of his fist, Zhang Tianyang discerned a marked improvement in his physical constitution. The essence of life he had depleted during his previous task had been replenished during the healing process. Compared to his prior state, he now not only had restored his life essence to the level before his ailment, but also experienced an enhancement in his physical strength. At the very least, he ought not to suffer the previous frailties from prolonged reading. A promising future was now within his grasp. The benefits of such a physique extended beyond merely allowing him significantly longer study periods. More importantly, as his constitution gradually strengthened, each cycle of the Yuan Taigong would yield a considerably greater increase in life essence. In simpler terms, the stronger his innate qualities, the more substantial the augmentation he would receive from practicing the Yuan Taigong, thereby hastening his self-nourishment. Moreover, with his current physique, he was no longer as fragile as before, impervious to the slightest discomfort that might provoke a serious illness. He resolved to properly store his belongings and take a well-deserved rest today. Preparing to delve into the study of the Medicine King scripture and the art of pill-making starting tomorrow. Senior brother, what are you doing here? A sweet and clear voice resonated beside Zhenchang's ear. As he turned to face the source of the voice, he was greeted by the sight of a young monk with rosy lips and pearly whites, possessing a charming visage. This was Zheni, a novice monk who had entered the monastery alongside him, known for his striking innocence and astonishing insights, which had led to his assignment to the miscellaneous duties courtyard. According to what Zhenchang had gleaned from the supervising uncle of the miscellaneous duties courtyard, Zheni had actually caught the attention of both the martial monks and the scripture hall's factions. His assignment to the miscellaneous duties courtyard served a dual purpose. Firstly, to temper his character through the trials of mundane existence in pursuit of a pure and clear mind. And secondly, to prevent either faction from monopolizing a promising talent, resulting in a stalemate that temporarily placed Zheni in the miscellaneous duties courtyard. Upon hearing this news, Zhenchang had felt a twinge of envy. As it was notoriously difficult for disciples to extricate themselves from the miscellaneous duties courtyard, even he, who considered himself no lesser than others due to his traverser status, occasionally lamented the disparities of the world. However, circumstances had now taken a dramatic turn. His experience through the cycle of 6 realms not only bolstered his confidence in continuing his cultivation, but also allowed him to forge bonds with a few steadfast friends who had shared in his struggles. Now, with their assistance, he could finally escape the hardships of the miscellaneous duties courtyard. As for any potential criticism that might arise from this method of departure, Zhenchang remained unfazed. After all, he was not originally from this world and did not harbor the same self-serving mentality as its inhabitants. Moreover, he felt no sense of belonging to Shaolin. To him, it was merely a temporary refuge. The opinions of others within Shaolin were as inconsequential to him as a gentle breeze on his face. A mere whisper in the grand scheme of his broader experiences. "Senior brother, what on earth are you looking at? Why are you ignoring me?" Zhenyi's voice chimed once more, pulling Zhenchang from his reverie. Observing Zhenyi's pouting expression due to his neglect, Zhenchang quickly donned a contrite smile and replied, "I apologize, truly. I am so sorry, junior brother Zhenyi. I was lost in thought and did not respond." Understanding Zhenyi's innocent nature, Zhenchang recognized that his junior was not genuinely upset. Thus he promptly offered an apology and concocted a casual excuse for his earlier distraction. Although Zhenyi sensed that something was amiss about his senior brother's demeanor and the reason he gave seemed tinged with guilt, he chose not to dwell on it and swiftly moved on. By the way, senior brother, have you heard? The Zhenwu Sword Sect, the Yunu Sword Sect, and the Taishu Temple have all accepted our invitation to send their experts, accompanied by young disciples, to engage in a martial arts discussion at Shaolin. This morning, the exceptionally talented young disciples from each sect have already concluded their sparring matches. Although Zhenchang had opted not to join the fray at the time, he had learned of the outcome from Qingfeng during his recent experience in the cycle of 6 realms. However, he maintained a composed facade and casually inquired, what was the result? Who emerged victorious? Upon hearing Zhenchang's question, Zhenyi's face broke into a silly grin. Unfortunately, senior brother, you missed an exhilarating contest. Although I couldn't fully comprehend it, their swordsmanship was simply magnificent. Zhenchang felt a hint of disquiet at this revelation. What on earth was going on with his junior? While he acknowledged the skill of those practitioners, the lethal intent evident in each strike seemed far from beautiful. However, our Shaolin senior brothers appeared to be somewhat lacking in prowess. Despite having the most participants in the matches, none managed to reach the top 4. Ultimately, the victor was Zhang Qingjing from the Zhenwu Sword Sect, senior brother Zhang. Zhenchang found no surprise in this outcome. Having known from prior introductions that senior brother Zhang's cultivation had already attained the level of refining the internal organs, placing him on an entirely different plane from the others. Furthermore, while his swordsmanship differed from Zhang Yuning's, it was equally exquisite. The disparity in their martial prowess was evident. Thus, the final result was both anticipated and reasonable. Listening to his junior's account, Zhenchang was momentarily struck by a sensation akin to being transported to another world. Yet this feeling was fleeting. Soon, he regained his composure and, alongside Zhenyi, made his way towards the courtyard they were responsible for. Having passed midday and recently finished lunch, Zhenchang felt a mild hunger gnawing at him due to the considerable exertion from his earlier tasks. Yet to an outsider, it appeared as though he had merely enjoyed a brief respite after his meal. Upon reaching the courtyard, he promptly rolled up his sleeves and began to sweep the dust from the ground with swift and decisive motions. Meanwhile, his junior remained exuberant, chattering incessantly about the dazzling swordplay and the graceful maneuvers of their opponents. Though Zhenchang recognized that his junior was genuinely eager to share the excitement he had missed, he found himself disinterested in the tales. If sensing Zhenchang's thoughts, Zhenyi swiftly redirected his focus entirely to the task of cleaning the courtyard. Adopting a serious and concentrated demeanor, his previously animated expression replaced by one of solemnity. Before long, the courtyard was filled solely with the sounds of their sweeping. Just as they were nearing completion, a sudden series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Zhenchang immediately set down his tools, hastened to the door, and opened it. He was greeted by a robust middle-aged monk clad in yellow robes, his square face betraying an air of sternness and resolve. "Greetings, Uncle Xuanxin." Upon recognizing the visitor, Zhenchang quickly pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully. This individual was the supervisor of the martial monk's courtyard, overseeing the comings and goings of its personnel. His arrival here bore significant implications. "Greetings, Uncle Xuanqin." Zhani, having set aside his tools, approached the entrance and offered a similar bow to the middle-aged monk. After their greetings, Xuanqin nodded and spoke. "Zhani, starting tomorrow, you will be going to the martial monk's courtyard." It was evident that the rivalry between the two courtyards had reached a conclusion, and Zhenchang felt no surprise at his junior's transition from the miscellaneous duties courtyard. It was indeed the natural order of things. However, Xuanqin's next statement relieved him greatly. "You must be Zhenchang. Beginning tomorrow, you too shall report to the martial monk's courtyard." Chapter 22. The monastery the following day, in the early morning, amidst the envious and jealous glances of their fellow disciples from the servant quarters, Zhenchang and Jian Yi tidied up their monk robes and personal belongings, and after packing, made their way towards the exit of the servant quarters. The news of their promotion to the warrior monastery had spread by the afternoon of the previous day, igniting a renewed spark of hope within those disciples who had long despaired of any possibility of advancement. It was indeed a remarkable feat. Finally, 2 disciples had been selected to leave the servant quarters and join the ranks of the warrior monastery. A jubilant voice rang out before them, as a rotund monk resembling Maitreya Buddha, with a broad smile plastered across his face, clapped his hands in delight. He was Xian Hui, the supervisor of the servant quarters, who, like Maitreya, maintained a cheerful demeanor and interacted with the disciples without any airs of authority. Rather, he treated them with the warmth of a family elder, treating all disciples of the servant quarters equally. "Thank you, Uncle Xian Hui. The achievements of the 2 disciples, enabling them to enter the warrior monastery, are largely due to your guidance," they expressed gratefully. Xian Hui waved his hand with a chuckle. "Do not flatter me. Your ascension to the warrior monastery has little to do with me." He then turned to the other monks, whose expressions were more sorrowful than joyful, and subtly furrowed his brow. "The fact that Zhenchang and Jian Yi have entered the warrior monastery is due to their own merits. When will you all shed your pretenses and strive to attain clarity of mind? When will you follow in their footsteps, leaving the servant quarters to cultivate in the warrior monastery? Do you wish to remain mere servants for life or be expelled from the temple in a few years?" As he spoke, Xian Hui's face momentarily lost its joviality, his tone turning serious. "Congratulations, Zhenchang and Jian Yi, for breaking free from the shackles of worldly affairs to become warriors." One of the servant monks, seemingly reluctant, stood up and, despite his unwillingness, performed the customary bow towards the 2 newcomers. Observing this, the other servant monks followed suit, rising to pay their respects to the 2 disciples who had only recently arrived at the servant quarters and yet were now ascending to the warrior monastery. Zhenchang and Jian Yi, recognizing the significance of the moment, returned the bow respectfully. "All right, enough of the congratulations. The admonitions have been made, and there's no need for such seriousness anymore. Come, this is your last meal in the servant quarters dining hall. Make sure to eat well." Zhenchang nodded, taking Jian Yi by the hand, and soon they found themselves at the front of the line, receiving their breakfast from the senior disciple in charge of meal distribution. Without further ado, they joined their palms in reverence, uttering a brief chant before focusing intently on their meal. The breakfast concluded in a silence filled with anticipation. After exchanging farewells with their uncle, the 2 made their way towards the warrior monastery. "Hey ha!" The synchronized sounds of practice reverberated from the plaza of the warrior monastery, where dozens of monks clad in gray robes, brimming with vigor, were diligently practicing their martial arts forms. Leading the group was a monk dressed in yellow, weaving through the ranks to correct their stances as needed. Upon the appearance of Zhenchang and Jian Yi, the attention of the guiding monks and the practicing warriors was instantly captured. The unexpected arrival of these 2 former servant monks was met with astonishment. Had it not been said that no one from the servant quarters had become a warrior in a long time? What could these 2 possibly be doing here? Unlike the newer warriors, who were still finding their footing, Xian Zhong, the guiding monk, merely nodded at the 2, saying, "From today onward, you shall learn the Luohan fist alongside them." "Yes, uncle," the 2 responded, accepting Xian Zhong's arrangement and taking their places at the back of the line. "Today, we shall continue practicing the Luohan fist. Before we begin, I will demonstrate the form. Please pay close attention." With that, Xian Zhong unfurled his robe and assumed a stable stance, meticulously showcasing the movements of the Luohan fist. The Luohan fist is one of the secret teachings of Shaolin, a premier foundational practice characterized by its balance and steady execution. Jinchang listened intently, for this was his first foray into martial cultivation. Though he had gained a general understanding through the guidance of his seniors, experiencing it firsthand was a novel endeavor. Following his uncle's movements and detailed explanations, combined with the foundational practice he had already acquired, Jinchang quickly committed the 18 forms of the Luohan fist to memory. Once the demonstration concluded, Xianzhong reverted to a mentorship approach, assigning the experienced warriors to guide the newly initiated. This stage of training, often perceived as tedious, was viewed as the most challenging time for the new warriors, who struggled to grasp concepts that seemed simple to their seniors. Therefore, Xianzhong delegated the responsibility of teaching these rudimentary tasks to the seasoned warriors, focusing solely on the initial training and demonstrations. Confident that this approach would not diminish the quality of instruction but rather inspire a renewed determination among the warriors. Greetings, fellow disciples. I am known as Xinyong, and you may refer to me as Brother Xinyong. Today marks your first day of training. I imagine you have many questions regarding the Luohan fist. Feel free to ask me anything. As your guiding brother, I will gladly offer my assistance. Xinyong's face radiated warmth, and he did not belittle Jinchang and Zhan Yi due to their previous status as servant monks. His dedication to their martial journey was evident in his earnest and thorough approach. The Luohan fist we practice is fundamentally different from the techniques of lesser sections, though its movements may appear ordinary. When paired with our unique mental and breathing techniques, it achieves a remarkable refinement throughout the body. Unlike the low-tier methods employed by lesser sects, which often require arduous physical exertion and reliance on external materials for training, the Luohan fist offers a more efficient and effective path to mastery. Listening to Brother Xinyong's insights, Jinchang began to understand why his seniors had advocated for his admission to the warrior monastery rather than simply exchanging merits for techniques directly from the cycle of reincarnation. Given his initial standing, the merit he possessed, combined with the costs of technique exchange, would likely yield unsatisfactory results and prolong his journey without significantly benefiting his future. From Brother Xinyong's indirect revelations, it became clear that if the techniques were not as exceptional as the Luohan fist, the training would not only take longer but also involve considerable suffering. As a newcomer, accustomed to a life of comfort, Jinchang remained uncertain whether he could endure such rigorous training. Moreover, although the Luohan fist consisted of only 18 forms and appeared repetitive, the integration of breathing and mental techniques imposed significant strain on the body. Necessitating a gradual approach to practice, patience was essential, as haste could lead to injury or foundational damage. Upon concluding Brother Xinyong's briefing on the techniques and precautions, Jinchang and Zhan Yi nodded in understanding, signaling their readiness to embark on this new chapter of their martial journey. All right, my fellow disciples, that covers the essential information. Now, you may take this opportunity to practice the forms a few times. I will observe from the side and provide feedback on your training. As Xinyong spoke, he summoned the two individuals, re-establishing his stance. He himself adopted the demeanor of a mentor, hands clasped behind his back. Pacing around the bodies of the two disciples, observing their increasingly fluid practice, Xinyong marveled at their undeniable talent, a testament to their ascent from the menial ranks of the auxiliary academy to the esteemed martial monk academy. He remarked, indeed, although the existence of the Luohan fist alleviates the need for the grueling physical conditioning that others endure, we must still engage in essential training routines. This serves to optimize our time during intervals of cultivation and, equally important, to fortify the resolve of us martial monks. He continued, furthermore, as martial monks, we receive a specially formulated blood-enriching elixir every noon to mitigate the physical toll of our training. Our meal times are fixed. And unlike the Auxiliary Academy, the Martial Monk Academy ensures a daily supply of meat until we transcend the foundational phase. Xinyong then elaborated on numerous considerations, detailing the expected intensity of training, the order of serving food, wake-up times, and evening rest schedules, among other matters. Jinchang meticulously noted every detail, particularly the taboos that Xinyong emphasized. Zhan Yi, however, fixated solely on one phrase amidst the discourse. The Martial Monk Academy provides meat at every meal. This revelation brought him immense joy. Past experiences had led him to believe that mere sustenance was a luxury, but now he found himself not only well-fed but also enjoying the bounty of meat at every meal. a dream he had once deemed unattainable. At that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as if he were drawing forth something ethereal from the surrounding world, gradually merging it with his skin, enveloping him in bliss. Senior brother, senior brother. Upon awakening from this euphoric state, Zhang Yi's face glowed with a rosy hue, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment, akin to one freshly roused from slumber. Senior brother, I believe I've experienced that sensation you described, something from the surroundings being drawn in and fused with my skin, he exclaimed, eliciting a pause from Zhen Yong and Zhen Chong, who regarded him with incredulity, as if confronted by a peculiar creature. In truth, had Zhang Yi not exhibited such an oblivious demeanor, they might have suspected him of jesting. Under their astonished gaze, Zhang Yi resumed practicing the Luohan fist. Observably, his skin tightened, emanating an unusual sheen, a characteristic signifying his thorough entry into the realm of skin refinement. What manner of prodigy is my junior brother? How formidable is his innate talent? It was only then that Zhang Chong comprehended why his seemingly naive junior brother had become the object of contention between the Martial Monk Academy and the Scripture Academy. How brief had it been since he began his cultivation? Even accounting for the time spent under the guidance of the supervisor, it barely amounted to half a stick of incense, in this minuscule span. His junior brother had overtaken others, achieving in mere moments what typically required several days, if not weeks, of diligent practice, thus advancing directly into the foundational skin refinement stage. It must be noted that he had already acquired the indomitable body under the auspices of the 6 realms of reincarnation, granting him a profound understanding of cultivation. Moreover, having mastered the indomitable body, his physical enhancement was formidable enough to allow him to bypass the tedious foundational stages. Based on his recent cultivation feedback, he realized that with just a day's effort, he could attain the skin refinement stage, an achievement that surpassed the vast majority of ordinary practitioners. Yet, with his junior brother's remarkable display, the anticipated arrival of a prodigious talent in the Martial Monk Academy was eclipsed by his innocent and oblivious junior brother's audacious feat. In the span of merely half a stick of incense, he had stepped into the realm of martial arts, becoming a martial practitioner. Sighing, Zhang Tianxin slowly opened her eyes, rising from the soft embrace of her bed. During this period, she had devoted the majority of her energy to nurturing the fragment of phoenix bloodline that accompanied her rebirth. Yet, even amidst the trivial moments allocated for cultivation, she found herself naturally progressing into the realm of martial arts. Seamlessly stepping into the skin refinement stage, aided by her current reservoir of phoenix bloodline and the memories of her previous cultivation of the Fengxiang heart method. The synergy of these factors allowed her to advance effortlessly, despite the short time devoted to her training. This was the legacy and insight bestowed by a once great warrior. The phoenix bloodline compensated for her youth and physical limitations, while the specialized cultivation method tailored to the phoenix bloodline enabled her to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. After rising from her bed, Zhang Tianxin moved with the grace of a phoenix, executing an exquisitely elaborate series of palm techniques in her room. Through this practice, she accelerated the circulation of her vital energy, her movements becoming increasingly fluid and harmonious, until she fully grasped the subtle changes that accompanied her entry into the skin refinement stage. Having completed her palm technique series, she approached the table in her room, disregarding the temperature of the water in the teapot, pouring herself a cup and drinking it down in one gulp. Now that she had re-entered the realm of martial practitioners, she had, at the very least, attained a modicum of self-defense capability bolstered by her prior experiences on the battlefield. Coupled with her current standing and the family she belonged to, she had acquired sufficient strength to protect herself. However, this power was insufficient. She required more strength to fuel her future revenge, to assemble her own army, and to establish her own dominion. Ultimately, all these matters circled back to a singular concern: power and status. Status was a fleeting thought. After all, she was merely a child not yet 10 years old. Regardless of her attempts to assert herself as a young lady, the servants treated her as a mere child. Indulging in her whims without taking her seriously. As for her own strength, she planned to advance steadily, step by step, diligently honing her skills in her current circumstances, A straightforward and robust approach to exerting her strength seemed the most prudent strategy. Now that she had reached the skin refinement stage and was on the cusp of accessing her vital energy, she realized that this thread of vital energy could serve as a platform for her newfound abilities. Indeed, she aimed to orchestrate her own fortuitous encounters, for in this world teeming with heroes and individuals blessed with fortune, her household alone boasted for prodigies alongside a mother shrouded in mystery. While playing at home, she might inadvertently uncover a ring containing a powerful secret manual. Was this not the archetypal scenario of a protagonist making their grand entrance? The more Zhang Tianxin contemplated, the more she found the situation rather intriguing. Ultimately, the more she pondered, the more she concluded that the plan was indeed flawless. To outsiders, Miss Zhang Tianxin appeared to be a damsel beset by shadows from a previous near drowning, leading her to remain confined within her chambers, oblivious to the tasks that occupied her time. However, everyone else relished their leisure. The additional labor previously undertaken at the estate stemmed from the chaos incited by this mischievous little imp. Presently, this imp had settled down, while the master trained both young masters, who diligently practiced at the martial arts grounds, mirroring the situation of the eldest master and the young lady. The eldest master was quite easygoing, as he only needed to send Pinger to handle matters. As for the master's wife, the responsibility of caring for her was hardly entrusted to those of lower status and shorter tenure like them. Thus, during this period, after fulfilling their respective duties, they enjoyed a respite, managing various bothersome emergencies without having to tidy up the mess left by the young girl. Regarding these irresponsible servants who lacked an understanding of diligence, Zhang Tianxin too found solace in her leisure, allowing her to calmly attend to her own arrangements while discreetly handling her own affairs. Suddenly, the image of her elder brother flashed through her mind. The one burdened by fate, the frail youth confined to a wheelchair. Her steps faltered momentarily, only to be cast aside in the next instant. At this juncture, Zhang Tianxin felt utterly powerless to remedy her brother's condition. The affliction known as heaven's jealousy was not easily curable, for if it were, he would not bear such a name. Sister Pinger, I feel I've made considerable progress. I even believe I might be able to rise from my bed and stand up from the wheelchair. After being gently pushed away from the courtyard by Pinger, Zhang Tianyang first feigned a desire for fruit, seizing the opportunity while she ventured to the kitchen for ice and the accompanying refreshment of fruit. He then discreetly tossed the medicinal tome he had been concealing onto a nearby stack of books. When mixed with the miscellaneous texts he had previously perused, anyone merely glancing at the exterior without discerning the titles would surely be at a disadvantage. As for the poisons and venomous creatures he had hidden within the safety of his sleeves, they too found their place within the cabinet beneath the table. His expression resembled that of a boy hiding youthful comics within his room. Not long after Zhang Tianyang returned to his position, Pinger entered, presenting a platter of meticulously washed, peeled, and sliced fruit before him. These fruits, portioned into bite-sized pieces, were perfectly suited to Zhang Tianyang's current condition. Though they were but ordinary fruits, he showed no signs of disdain. With Pinger's assistance, he consumed nearly half the platter. Observing Zhang Tianyang's ability to eat a modest portion of the prepared fruit, Pinger let out a sigh of relief. Initially skeptical of her master's claims of recovery, she felt reassured upon witnessing his appetite. Subsequently, she returned the remaining fruit to the table and leaned down to gently massage Zhang Tianyang's waist and legs with her delicate hands, encouraging him to remain upright in the wheelchair for a while to prevent any discomfort from lying down immediately after eating. Although Zhang Tianyang doubted that his current state of health would lead to severe complications from a small amount of fruit, he ultimately yielded to Pinger's insistence and allowed her to tend to him. After half an hour of massage, feeling it was sufficient, Pinger supported Zhang Tianyang as he reclined onto the only bed in the room. Master, while your condition has indeed improved significantly, prolonged fatigue remains an issue. I shall not disturb you further. Please rest well. Should you require anything, I am always here. Having said this, Pinger carefully drew the curtains beside the bed to create a dim environment, shielding her master from harsh light that might disrupt his slumber. She then quietly retreated into the room, sitting in silence, ever ready for her master's call. After enduring a tumultuous period, Zhang Tianyang's mind was now filled with drowsiness. Following an initial surge of excitement, his consciousness gradually became hazy, ultimately leading him into a deep sleep. Chapter 23. The Poison Master Zhang Tianyang. After a night of rest, Zhang Tianyang could distinctly sense an unparalleled lightness in his body, a sensation long absent that nearly brought him to tears. Although he remained less healthy than an ordinary person, this newfound ability to rise from bed, dress himself, and even sit for extended periods at his desk represented a state he had not experienced in years, a condition he had yearned for in recent times. With his body reaching this level of recovery, the limitations on his growth were significantly diminished. Not waiting for Sister Pinger to assist him in getting dressed, Zhang Tianyang, in a buoyant mood, leveraged his arms to hoist himself up. The palpable strength in his arms brought an unceasing smile to his face. "Master, how have you managed to rise by yourself?" Pinger's melodious voice suddenly filled his ears, her tone betraying a palpable tension that caused him to momentarily hesitate. Though he had informed her of his gradual recovery, she could not directly witness the extent of his improvement and remained unaware of his current state. In her mind, she feared that he remained as fragile as delicate porcelain, prone to shatter with the slightest misstep. This stereotype had been ingrained over the years of their companionship, even if Zhang Tianyang had previously broached the topic with Pinger. She would still harbor her concerns, yet now, witnessing him able to support himself, even donning his clothes, filled her with excitement. After the initial shock, all that remained in her heart was elation, akin to how Zhang Tianyang regarded Pinger as a sister. She too viewed her young master as a cherished little brother, worthy of her care and concern. "Sister Pinger, did I not tell you? My body has improved considerably. At least I can manage small tasks. If this continues, a complete recovery may not be out of reach." Gazing into Zhang Tianyang's innocent, wide eyes, filled with hope for the future, Pinger found herself at a loss to counter the doctor's prognosis. Despite his apparent improvement, his underlying condition remained precarious, and a full recovery was uncertain. Ultimately, she could only offer a joyful smile and nod in agreement. "Yes, I believe that one day, Master will be able to function like a normal person. No, I am certain that in time, you will become a true martial artist." The distinction between a martial artist and a king is inconsequential. To be truthful, I have no fervent desire to become a martial artist. "Sister Pinger, please assist me to the desk. With my health improving, I can extend my reading time." Zhang Tianyang's words left Pinger momentarily stunned, yet he, or rather, all individuals in this world, seemed to regard becoming a dancer as the most paramount pursuit. Conversely, aside from martial arts, everything else must yield to the martial practitioners. Unless one is entirely unrelated to the martial world, it is inconceivable that anyone would relinquish the opportunity to become a warrior. However, it did not take long for Pinger to grasp the underlying truth, and she also recognized that, given her young master's current physical condition, aspiring to be a martial artist was nothing short of a fantasy. Rather than becoming entangled in such notions, it would be wiser to abandon the idea from the outset. Yet, upon witnessing her young master's forced smile, Pinger felt a pang of sorrow, her eyes welling with tears that threatened to spill over. Her young master truly possessed a sensitivity that was heart-wrenching. Little did she know that her sister Pinger was weaving such thoughts in her mind. With her assistance, Zhang Tianyang soon donned his attire, and after partaking in breakfast under Pinger's attentive care, he returned to his wheelchair, which she pushed to the side of the writing desk. Once back at the desk, Zhang Tianyang did not open the Buddhist text he had previously perused. Instead, he extracted the Yao Wang Jing, the classic of the Medicine King, that he had tucked among the pile of books and began to study it meticulously. The origins of this text were untraceable, and Zhang Tianyang was unaware. His pursuit in acquiring this tome was primarily for its value. The Yao Wang Jing is divided into 3 sections, the first of which discusses the methods of diagnosis and treatment, outlining the symptoms corresponding to various ailments and the appropriate remedies and techniques for healing. Although the terminology and descriptions within could be somewhat obscure for a well-read individual like Zhang Tianyang, it posed little challenge. Moreover, unlike the aspiration to become a healer, his initial intent was to delve into the elixirs and poisons discussed in the latter sections of the text. He had no immediate desire to immerse himself in the medical doctrines presented in the opening chapters. Nonetheless, to avert the risk of committing fatal errors due to a lack of pharmacological knowledge while concocting elixirs, Zhang Tianyang diligently reviewed the earlier sections. He acquired a fundamental understanding of the medical knowledge conveyed in the Yaowang Jing, albeit without extensive study. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the elixir section. Zhang Tianyang had long been intrigued by the alchemical processes and knowledge associated with potion making. After all, in the first decade of his life, the medicines he consumed, as well as the ointments used by his father and brother during their training, bore a striking resemblance to the so-called traditional Chinese medicine of his past life. Aside from the specific ingredients, had it not been for the flourishing martial arts of this world and his prenatal enlightenment through the Zhanhua Jian Dao, providing him with a comprehensive understanding of martial arts, Zhang Tianyang might have assumed he had merely traversed to an ordinary ancient world devoid of any extraordinary abilities. In the previous cycles of reincarnation, Zhang Tianyang had exchanged merits for legendary elixirs, witnessing their formidable effects firsthand. Naturally, he felt compelled to learn the methods of crafting such vital substances, akin to the protagonists in the realms of television martial arts, fantasy, and high martial arts. It appeared his choice was not misguided. The value of the Yaowang Jing indeed surpassed expectations. Although it lacked any cultivation-related techniques, the elixir section alone justified the investment. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Tianyang spread the Yaowang Jing on the desk and began to meticulously examine the recipes it presented. One hand gestured as he practiced the actions described for potion making and speculated on the timing required during the process, while the other hand casually drew a piece of scrap paper to jot down notes and revisions based on his understanding of the recipes. Of course, this was not an attempt to innovate upon the recipes, but rather a response to the peculiar terminology that inexplicably permeated the text, despite his grasp of their meanings. Nevertheless, as someone who had traversed from another world, he found these esoteric terms somewhat displeasing. He preferred the straightforward vernacular of his previous life, simple and efficient. Furthermore, due to the disparity in written language between the two worlds, the characters he inscribed would merely appear to them as chaotic scrawls. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the cycles of reincarnation, he could not ascertain whether this realm operated like the other reincarnation spaces he had encountered, which required the utmost secrecy regarding all matters within. Even the specifics of cultivation techniques could not be disclosed. The high martial arts reincarnation space he inhabited seemed to possess this flaw, lacking the guidance typically provided by more advanced reincarnation realms, which would meticulously inform participants of all necessary precautions and prohibitions. Here, everything required individual exploration or explicit inquiry to obtain pertinent answers and warnings. Having mentally critiqued the inefficiencies of his reincarnation space, akin to a nascent team hiding everything, Zhang Tianyang redirected his focus entirely towards the elixir recipes and the crucial considerations for their preparation. He pondered whether he could procure some medicinal herbs from his family's storage. Relying solely on the materials he had exchanged would prove insufficient for many concoctions. Zhang Tianyang had never been one to adhere strictly to rules, and given his current state of recovery, he could afford to extract some essence from his daily life force. With the aid of the Zhanhua Jian Dao and the pharmacological knowledge contained within this secret text, deducing the formulation of some uniquely potent elixirs would be a trivial endeavor. Perhaps in the future, he might even create elixirs capable of remedying the predicament he presently faced, compensating for the loss incurred from his self-inflicted wound and enabling him to reclaim his former peak. A bright tomorrow beckoned him. He merely wondered when he would truly step into the realm of cultivation. While Zhang Tianyang felt a sense of wistfulness regarding this matter, he was not in a hurry. With the formidable assistance of powerful hidden weapons, he could even achieve invincibility in the initial stages of cultivation. Empowered by his unique state post-self-infliction, when wielding the Zhuge crossbow, he could effortlessly discern his opponent's weaknesses and potential trajectories of action. Coupled with the precision attained in that state, he could hit his mark with unerring accuracy. As long as his adversaries had not yet attained the strength of the initial cultivation stage in this world, their only fate would be to fall beneath his arrows. Just like in the previous cycle of reincarnation, aside from the first hero, all others had been manipulated under Zhang Tianyang's careful control, ensuring that each participant gleaned some benefit. This was particularly evident in the final confrontation with the ultimate antagonist, where, under his command, his allies ultimately joined in the siege against the foe, maximizing their gains while ensuring his performance appeared entirely normal. Everyone present, including his steadfast companion Zhen Chong and Jiang Yuning, who delivered the final blow to the last boss, believed that the key to their victory lay in the healing elixirs Zhang Tianyang had procured, which had rejuvenated Jiang Yuning's fighting spirit, allowing her to vanquish their adversary. As Zhang Tianyang diligently worked towards his goal of integrating medicine into his path, Zhang Tianxin also commenced his own plans. He initially set his sights on his second brother, who possessed the rare Kongming Lingti. Regardless of the cultivation technique he pursued, he would achieve twice the results with half the effort. Moreover, their third brother was still in the phase of physical honing. Even if he lacked a corresponding cultivation technique for a while, it would not pose significant problems. The foundation of physical training would not hinder his future. Rather, it would establish a solid base for his development. However, my second brother has already commenced further training. Engaging in such a rudimentary foundational cultivation technique is not particularly significant for my second brother, who possesses an ethereal spirit body. Nonetheless, it will substantially impede his growth rate. This is something he cannot endure. Although the bond between us relies solely on the remnants of memories left by this physical form, my current perception of my second brother is less about nurturing a family member and more akin to cultivating a compliant subordinate. Even so, he will not be deprived of the corresponding resources and techniques in light of this. Once Zhang Tianxin has identified her first objective, she directs her thoughts toward how to create an encounter that is both acceptable to him and does not appear overly contrived. The first step involves selecting a technique. After thoroughly understanding the ethereal spirit body and the subsequent effects of various Dao bodies upon advancement, Zhang Tianxin ultimately decides to forge a unified Dao body for her second brother. What she seeks is the power of unity, where all things converge and yin and yang coexist. Regardless of any ostentatious distractions, she intends to draw all opponents into her rhythm and vanquish them using her extensive experience and formidable capabilities. However, to forge a unified Dao body, a certain level of comprehension regarding the concept of unity is imperative. Fortunately, she possesses a particular technique that aligns perfectly with this requirement. The Yin-Yang Wuji hand is a technique she previously unearthed from the vast arsenal within her family's scripture repository, aimed at expanding her strength and enhancing her understanding of worldly pathways. This technique harmoniously balances both cultivation and combat, allowing for a seamless and comprehensive enhancement across all facets. After training, one would not exhibit any noticeable weaknesses in strength, speed, defense, or offense. Coupled with its dynamic combat style, it can be both ferociously impactful and delicately fluid, embodying a blend of strength and finesse. Even amongst the foundational techniques known to her, this one stands out as exceptional. It rivals those practiced by disciples of prominent sects like Shaolin and Zhenwu, and in certain aspects, it even surpasses them. Having determined the technique to bestow upon her second brother, Zhang Tianxin then shifts her focus to devising a vessel for this technique. Furthermore, she contemplates how to naturally lead her second brother to discover the vessel's extraordinary nature and subsequently accept the technique. Currently, her ability to mobilize vital energy is limited. Thus, if she wishes to inscribe the technique within the vessel without drawing suspicion, the optimal material would be jade. She merely needs to locate a piece of jade with a commendable quality, infusing it with her vital energy through her phoenix bloodline. With her formidable manipulation skills, inscribing the technique within the jade should pose no challenge, provided she exerts sufficient effort. Moreover, this technique's inscription can be enhanced through auxiliary means, allowing it to possess two abilities: one-time use and automatic imprinting within the user's mind post-use. This serves to maintain confidentiality and prevent exposure of her plans due to the discovery of anomalies in the vessel. It also imparts an air of mystery to her second brother, providing him with a subtle yet profound sense of inheritance. From these two perspectives, employing this method to grant her second brother the corresponding technique is indeed a prudent choice. As for the inevitable changes that time has wrought upon the jade, she can employ a similar approach to age the jade as a vessel, making it appear as if it has weathered the passage of time, thus rendering it a dulled gem. Although Zhang Tianxin has never attempted this before, she has encountered similar methods in miscellaneous records. With a modicum of effort and several trials, she is confident in her ability to master this antiquing technique. Additionally, this opportunity cannot be limited to her second brother alone. Should she wish to create further opportunities in the future, refining this skill to a level of near perfection would be highly advantageous. However, that is a discussion for another time. With the details of the inheritance finalized, the next step involves identifying the location where the opportunity will be concealed and devising a method to lead her second brother to seek it. Zhang Tianxin is, after all, merely a young girl. Given that she had recently fallen into the family courtyard's pond, she cannot venture into potentially perilous areas too distant from her home. The mere thought of stepping beyond the gates of her family estate is daunting. After contemplating the places she can access, she ultimately fixates on the garden where she had previously fallen into the pond. Within the garden, a plethora of vibrant flowers compete for attention. She plans to disguise the jade as a common stone, rendering it unremarkable, and then inscribe some intricate patterns to mark it. Afterward, she will casually discard it in a spot where even she will forget its location. This endeavor aims fundamentally to expedite her second brother's development, enhancing his cultivation speed and swiftly nurturing him into a capable individual who can stand on his own. In her family, the nominal strongest member is still her father, who is at the opening stage of enlightenment. However, should a confrontation arise, her mother, despite not having transcended this stage, exhibits combat prowess far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Frankly, upon learning the truth, even the worldly wise Zhang Tianxin felt as though she had encountered a ghost. How could her mother, who has already glimpsed the path, still be at the opening stage? The reason for her mother's stagnation is almost comical. Who would have imagined that someone with such talent and aptitude, worthy of ancestral reverence, would squander so much time merely due to a lack of foundational techniques? Both her parents stubbornly cling to the inherited escort agency from her mother's family, refusing to ally with the prominent families of the county or larger cities to acquire their cultivation techniques. Their behavior leaves one utterly perplexed, lacking any spirit of advancement. Upon realizing some truths, Zhang Tianxin privately muses that her father is indeed a man of great fortune. However, at this moment, she has arrived, armed with cultivation techniques and a more comprehensive plan in place. The narrative may seem convoluted, but once she has managed to complete these events, a singular thought lingers in Zhang Tianxin's mind. Without her, this family would truly face calamity. This notion swiftly dissipates, overshadowed by her resolve. Her current thoughts do not hinder her actions. From the jewelry gifted by her parents and brothers, she retrieves the essentials for crafting the opportunity. The vessel she initially selects is a ring carved from white jade, a trinket she typically treats as a toy. Though small in size, this poses no issue for Zhang Tianxin. Utilizing her mastery over vital energy and her phoenix bloodline, she effortlessly inscribes the technique within the jade ring. Regrettably, most of the jade items bequeathed to her are primarily in the form of rings and bracelets, with few resembling jade tablets or hoops. The choice of the ring is simply the most fitting option available. Upon completing the inscription of the technique and aging the ring using vital energy, Zhang Tianxin gazes at the now antiquated and profound-looking ring in her hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Indeed, she is a prodigy, achieving such perfection on her first attempt. The next step is to find a moment of solitude to bury the ring in the garden. Marking it appropriately, she must then choose a discreet location, ideally one that will not attract attention, ensuring that it remains unnoticed when the garden is tidied. Chapter 24. The Spirit Jade Concealment. Second brother, play with me, Zhang Tianxin exclaimed, her face radiating innocence and exuberance as she bounded toward her second brother following the conclusion of his training. She grasped his arm with both small hands, shaking it playfully. All right, I will go change into another outfit first, then I shall play with you." For his beloved younger sister, Zhang Tianxin could not help but shower her with endless affection. Moreover, having concluded his training for the day, persisting further might not only be unwise but could also inflict irreversible harm upon his body. Fully aware of these realities, Zhang Tianxin had no intention of being obstinate, especially in light of his sister's sweet and pleading demeanor, which made it impossible for him to decline her request. He hastily made his way to the adjacent room beside the training area, his heart resolute and unencumbered, shedding his garments before plunging into the large wooden tub positioned in the center of the room. There, he washed away the medicinal ointments that aided his cultivation, ridding himself of the sweat that clung to him. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianxin emerged from the tub, donned fresh attire from a nearby rack, and promptly exited the room to as for the discarded clothing and the now murky water in the tub. He knew they would be tended to by dedicated personnel, requiring not a moment of his concern. What truly occupied his thoughts was the desire to swiftly join his sister in playful pursuits, a matter of utmost importance to him. He wondered where his sister wished to play today. Due to prolonged exposure to the ointment, Zhang Tianqing had developed a lingering scent that clung to him, one that refused to dissipate even after his recent cleansing. Yet, despite the odor that may have been off-putting to others, Zhang Tianqing maintained her charming smile, showing no signs of disdain. "Second brother, let us play in the garden. I have heard that the everlasting flowers have bloomed, and I wish to frolic among them." Zhang Tianqing exclaimed. To this suggestion, Zhang Tianqing felt no objections. Firstly, the act of gathering flowers in the garden posed little danger and would not result in harm to his dear sister. Secondly, playing in the garden was akin to enjoying the safety of their own courtyard, devoid of the unforeseen perils that lurked outside. Furthermore, being in close proximity, should any unexpected situation arise, his current abilities would easily allow him to safeguard his sister. Upon hearing his agreement, Zhang Tianqing secretly wore a triumphant smile, then lifted her head, still radiating her sunny disposition, and took her brother's hand, leading him towards the garden. Unlike the gardens of other distinguished families that competed in splendor, the Zhang family garden was home to but one type of flower, the everlasting flower. Though its appearance was unremarkable, the colors of its blossoms were entirely random. It was not uncommon for a single plant to simultaneously bear blooms of yellow, blue, and red, or even more hues. This flower, renowned for its prolonged blooming period, often showcased 5 or 6 different buds that opened in succession. As 1 or 2 blossoms flourished, the rest stood ready to reveal their beauty as soon as the previous ones wilted. Such longevity and unique blooming patterns imparted upon the everlasting flower a strikingly peculiar sight, thriving throughout the seasons, save for the harshest of winters. Hence, it earned its name, symbolizing wishes for health, immunity from ailments, and longevity. Moreover, the petals of these flowers, when dried and processed, could be transformed into medicinal concoctions, possessing remarkable restorative properties often used in brewing everlasting flower tea. Though neither sibling understood why their mother held such a fondness for the everlasting flower, its seemingly humble nature belied its aesthetic appeal, offering a charm that revealed itself over time. "Second brother, come catch me," Zhang Tianqing called, quickly dismissing thoughts of the flowers as she dashed away, her mind filled with the treasures of the past that she had encountered. Far beyond mere everlasting flowers, she had not forgotten her purpose today, to guide her brother towards the unique cultivation method she had hidden within the garden, prepared specifically for him. Having observed her brother's training performance and her understanding of the pure spirit body, Zhang Tianqing was resolute that she would ensure her brother acquired the precious book she had prepared. Their father, despite his limitations, remained ensnared in his narrow worldview, oblivious to broader horizons. The education he provided was, frankly, a disservice. There were many cultivation paths that could have been directly traversed thanks to the pure spirit body, yet he insisted on leading Zhang Tianqing down a circuitous route, which was a wasteful folly. As Zhang Tianqing watched his sister sprint ahead, he paused momentarily before pursuing her. This game of tag had been a cherished pastime for them throughout their lives. Not only was he older, but his physical prowess far surpassed that of his younger sibling. Furthermore, having embarked upon the path of cultivation, he was not easily fatigued. Accompanying his spirited sister in her playful antics would hardly exhaust him. With a determined heart, Zhang Tianqing deliberately slowed his pace, allowing himself to trail after his sister. Observing her as she laughed like a silver bell, weaving playfully through the flowers, she appeared as a sprightly sprite dancing among the blooms. The warmth of his smile never faltered as he spread his arms wide, adopting a fearsome pose, akin to a playful beast ready to pounce, emitting silly sounds. The picturesque courtyard, adorned with blossoming flowers and animated children, alongside the spirited antics of a youthful boy, painted a harmonious and delightful tableau. Even the busy maids passing through the garden could not help but pause, captivated by the genuine joy displayed by those of their age. Smiles illuminating their faces. "Second brother, hurry." "All right, dear sister, Wait for me. Let me think. According to the teachings of the Medicine King's scriptures, at this moment, I should add 3 grams of blood-nourishing herb, then boil it vigorously until it thickens into a paste, allowing it to cool before rolling it into pills, sealed with beeswax. This medicine would be complete. Gazing at the bubbling copper pot before him, Zhang Tianxing felt a surge of happiness as he noticed the liquid inside thickening with increased heat, transforming into a viscous concoction. With this, the energy-nourishing pills shall be ready. Once the mixture reached the desired consistency, Zhang Tianxing carefully removed the copper pot from the heat, setting it aside to cool naturally. Seizing the opportunity, he resumed selecting the necessary herbs from the nearby cabinet, meticulously weighing and categorizing them. Then, he entrusted his sister Pinger with a new task. The copper pot rested atop the hearth before him. As he proceeded to sequentially add various medicinal herbs beside him, a table was piled high with 4 or 5 pots of ointments awaiting to cool, alongside several heaps of pills, meticulously kneaded and sealed with beeswax. These ointments were the successful products of his recent boiling experiments, including foundational elixirs such as the Qi-enhancing bodily nourishment pill and the Sanyang strengthening pill, which served as aids in cultivation. Additionally, there were remedies designed to expedite the recovery of qi and blood, such as the qi-returning blood pill, the clotting and bone-mending pill for injury repair, and the 100 herbs detoxification pill, along with the Xianyin barrier-breaking pill, essential concoctions for any traveler in the martial world. Within his mental space, Zhang Tianyang, who had simulated the descriptions from the Medicine King Sutra numerous times, approached the crafting of these pills with an expertise that belied his novice status. He masterfully timed the addition of the herbs and controlled the heat during the boiling process, achieving results that closely matched his simulations. Indeed, I am a genius. Grabbing a freshly crafted qi-enhancing bodily nourishment pill, Zhang Tianyang did not hesitate to pop it into his mouth. He savored the warm flow gradually melting within him, along with the medicinal potency nurturing his body. Maintaining the breathing technique of the Yuan Taigong, he expelled any residual pill toxins and harmful substances from his body through his breath, retaining only the beneficial components. Zhang Tianyang praised his earlier decision. The Yuan Taigong technique exceeded his expectations in both efficacy and capability. It was precisely this technique that empowered him to boldly test the concoctions he created, relying on his ability to discern the toxins and harmful substances exhaled to estimate the effectiveness of his creations. According to the classifications he had encountered in novels, he aimed to determine whether his refined pills fell into the categories of beginner, intermediate, advanced, or perfect quality, striving to refine them towards perfection. After bolstering his resolve with encouragement, Zhang Tianyang immersed himself once more into the grand endeavor of alchemy. However, his fervent engagement raised some doubts in the mind of Pinger, who had been observing quietly from the side. What could have spurred such an unusual desire to concoct these so-called pills? She had never witnessed her young master perusing any medical texts or studying pharmacology and alchemy. To her, it seemed that her young master had simply lost his mind and was engaging in folly. As for the possibility of mishaps occurring during his pill-making, she was oblivious. In her understanding, the herbs in the apothecary were all beneficial. Whenever her young master fell ill or weak, he relied on the remedies from the apothecary. After all, these were all good things. Her young master's actions could only result in a chaotic stew at worst. And since they were beneficial, consuming a bit more wouldn't cause harm. Second brother, come help me plant flowers." Upon hearing his younger sister's call, Zhang Tianxing wore a smile and hurried to her side, waving to summon a nearby servant to bring the tools for digging and planting. He readily agreed to his sister's request, as it was merely an act of planting flowers that would add a splash of color to the garden. Even if their parents discovered it, they would likely only express concern over the placement, fearing it might mar the garden's beauty. Such trivial matters paled in comparison to his adorable sister, at Zhang Tianxing's behest. Zhang Tianxing wielded a small spade, swiftly digging into the earth. With his physique already in the realm of cultivation, it did not take long to create small flower pits. Following his sister's instructions, he set aside larger stones and other debris from the excavated soil, stacking the remaining dirt for later use. After completing these preparations, he watched as his sister earnestly began planting the everlasting flowers. and a smile of joy involuntarily crept onto his lips. His hands unconsciously rested upon the stones and clumps of earth he had just unearthed, embracing the philosophy that idleness was a waste. Zhang Tianqing idly played with the varied small stones. However, as he squeezed one that appeared reasonably formed, his grip unexpectedly loosened. The stone, which had seemed robust, crumbled under the slightest pressure, scattering dirt everywhere and revealing a simple ring. Its design obscured by years of burial. The ring was marred with dirt and appeared tattered, yet to him, it seemed extraordinary, emitting a faint yet peculiar pulse of qi and blood energy. Furthermore, Zhang Tianqing could distinctly sense a kinship emanating from this energy. This sensation was oddly compelling, leaving no room for doubt about the ring's significance. Perhaps it was the instinct that suddenly arose in his mind, or the warmth of familiarity it exuded. These two factors alone were enough to disarm the vigilance of this young child regarding the peculiar ring. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqing, engrossed in her flower-planting game, noticed her elder brother had unearthed the jade ring she had crafted. She subtly lifted her head to observe her brother, who was deeply absorbed in studying the intricacies of the yujia. A sly smile crept across her face, only to be replaced by a mask of focus as she returned to her planting, continuing to feign her playful activity. Truly, he was a perceptive one. She had anticipated that her brother would require considerable time to stumble upon the jade ring, perhaps needing her guidance. Yet, it seemed his awareness was remarkably acute, and judging by his current demeanor, he might even be sensing the qi and blood energy emanating from the ring. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianqing was thoroughly pleased with this unexpected turn of events. The stronger, the better. The more impressive, the better. Ideally, he would possess a robust physique alongside an unparalleled comprehension. In any case, having a trustworthy companion like her second brother, whose strength and talent were exceptional, was of utmost importance. On the other hand, after examining the ring in her hand for a while, Zhang Tianqing found it unresponsive. Tentatively, she decided to direct a portion of the qi and blood she had cultivated towards the ring, mindful to moderate her force to avoid inadvertently damaging what was undoubtedly a powerful artifact. If she were to ruin it, she would indeed find herself in a most lamentable situation, akin to being served a feast by the heavens, only to spit it out in disdain. Such folly was inconceivable. As Zhang Tianqing's finger, imbued with qi and blood, made contact with the ring, it felt as though an extraordinary switch had been activated. A surge of crimson energy coursed from his fingertip into his mind. The moment the ring released this vibrant energy, it shattered, and simultaneously, a formidable technique named Yin-Yang Wuji Shou manifested within Zhang Tianqing's consciousness. Astonished by this remarkable occurrence, he marveled at the existence of such methods of inheritance in this world. Moreover, the training regimen of Yin-Yang Wuji Shou starkly contrasted with the teachings of his father, diverging from the initial phase of physical refinement he had undergone. It deviated from the methods his father had introduced, which emphasized external cultivation through the processes of destruction and restoration to strengthen the body. It became clear that this world possessed techniques that did not require arduous practice to hone the body, but rather, by following the recorded actions of the technique step by step, one could enhance both their cultivation and physical prowess simultaneously. This treasure of a technique was undoubtedly invaluable. He could only wonder which esteemed predecessor or renowned sect had allowed it to become buried in the earth of his family garden, hidden from the world. Upon comprehending the essence of this martial art, Zhang Tianqing's mind instantaneously became invigorated. According to the introduction within this text, by practicing this technique, he would not only solidify his foundational skills, but also lay a robust groundwork for future advancements. Moreover, with the aid of this method, his Western-style speed would experience a remarkable enhancement. Perhaps, before long, he would surpass his father and emerge as the strongest within his family, in his current perspective, his father, who was in the enlightenment stage, represented the pinnacle of strength he recognized. His tireless pursuit of cultivation was driven not solely by a yearning for formidable power, but also by a profound desire to support his family, safeguarding his frail elder brother and cherished younger siblings, ensuring that his aging parents could enjoy a tranquil and fulfilling twilight of life. The advent of this martial art provided him with a swifter path to realizing his dreams. However, he pondered whether he could impart this technique to others in the future, perhaps teaching it to his younger siblings or his parents, which would indeed be a commendable choice. After all, it would be a lamentable waste if such an exceptional skill could only be mastered by himself. With this notion in mind, he endeavored to articulate the teachings stored within his mind, or to transcribe them according to his understanding, yet the outcome proved unsatisfactory. Regardless of the approach he employed, he found himself unable to express the martial art that resided in his consciousness. It was not a sensation of being forcibly silenced, but rather a realization that his comprehension of these techniques was not as profound as he had imagined. This art was indeed etched within his mind, yet even reciting it verbatim, he could not unveil its true essence. Forcing others to practice this technique would be less about sharing his secrets and more about causing them harm. Recognizing this predicament, Zhang Tianxing decided to temporarily abandon thoughts of teaching the technique, opting instead to immerse himself in further practice until he fully grasped its intricacies. Only then would he consider imparting it to others. "Second brother, I've planted well. Where shall we play next?" The sweet voice of Zhang Tianxing jolted him back to reality, redirecting his focus to his adorable sister. Although Zhang Tianxing yearned to continue playing with her, after a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly spoke up. "I apologize, Tianxing. I have a small matter to attend to and may not be able to accompany you further. I will have Tianxi join you to play instead." Upon hearing her brother's words, Tianxin understood his intent to return to his practice, contemplating the martial art he had imparted to her. This aligned perfectly with her own motivations, as she would never presume that someone of her stature, who had once dominated the world, would find joy in trivial flower-planting games. The very reason she had sought him out was to assist him in mastering the technique. Now that her purpose had been fulfilled, there was no reason to continue playing. Rather than engage in frivolous games, she preferred to return to her own practice, enhancing her cultivation and refining the phoenix bloodline within her. Thus, when her second brother chose to depart, she merely shook her head gently, her voice soft as she replied, "It's quite all right, second brother. I had a delightful time today. Thank you for accompanying me. Since you seem so eager, it must be of great importance to you. Coincidentally, I am also a bit weary from playing and plan to rest in my room, so you need not worry. You should carry that guilt with you, deeply burying it within your heart." Zhang Tianxin thought maliciously beneath her innocent visage. After today, he would undoubtedly regret forcing his sweet sister to feign joy for the sake of his own hasty practice of the martial art. Chapter 25. Provocation. With a long exhale, Jin Chang withdrew from the stance he had just assumed during his practice, feeling the subtle surge of energy within him. He gently clenched his fist, witnessing his skin tighten instantaneously, as if myriad tiny creatures were scurrying beneath the surface. Clearly, after a period of diligent training and having cultivated the Vajra body, he had successfully entered the first stage of cultivation, the foundation establishment phase. From this moment forth, he was no longer a defenseless ordinary individual but a true warrior capable of partaking in battle and seizing his own fate. Humph, he mused, for it is often said that joy brings vitality. Feeling the power surging within him after his breakthrough, Zhen Chang could not help but hum a tune from his past life, a melody of delight that even his fellow disciples from the monastery could perceive from a distance. Observing Zhen Chang's exuberant demeanor, several of his peers, who had long harbored disdain for this interloper from the servant hall, conspired in hushed tones before striding toward him. "Greetings, junior brother. I am Zhen Liang. Your senior by a measure. I couldn't help but notice your elation. Have you perhaps made some progress in your training?" As Zhen Liang approached, he refrained from direct provocation, aware that such an approach would leave him in a precarious position. His intention was to teach this upstart a lesson, mindful that any altercation could lead to severe consequences within their order. Even as a relative of the monastery's overseer, he would face dire repercussions for breaching the sacred code against infighting among disciples. Therefore, dealing with those he found intolerable required a more cunning approach, and he was well versed in such matters. "Junior brother, I merely just mastered the Arhat fist and felt a surge of excitement. Thinking I was on the cusp of entering the realm of cultivation. If my exuberance disturbed you, I sincerely apologize." Zhen Chang maintained a humble demeanor, having garnered sufficient understanding of Zhen Liang through his previous encounters with senior brother Zhen Yong. He truly wished to avoid confrontation, yet his concession only piqued Zhen Liang's interest and desire to dominate, as he perceived retreat as a sign of weakness, in his mind. Weakness equated to being easily bullied. Thus, Jin Chang's image instantaneously transformed into that of a timid and easily intimidated individual in Zhen Liang's eyes. Moreover, Jin Chang's humble origins further cemented his perception of superiority. Ha ha, junior brother, you jest. This training ground is vast, and your exuberance could hardly trouble me. Zhen Liang replied with a courteous smile, yet his seemingly gentle tone harbored an undercurrent of malice. However, your display reminds me of my own beginnings. When I first entered the martial arts world, even the slightest progress filled me with uncontainable joy, much like yourself. Upon hearing this and observing the peculiar demeanor of the other party, even if Shen Chong were truly a fool, he ought to discern the oddity in their behavior. Particularly since Zhan Chong had recently participated in a cycle task, he had developed a clear awareness of such dangers. He understood that if the other continued speaking in this manner, it would not be long before they would invoke the guise of training and guidance to challenge him to a one-on-one duel. This could hardly be classified as bullying. Rather, it could be seen as a senior brother's concern for his junior. After all, martial artists ultimately rely on their fists, and even the most compassionate of monks can exhibit a fierce demeanor. Therefore, this method of engaging in a combat that poses minimal danger yet enhances the combat abilities of the disciples aligns perfectly with the Shaolin precepts. Even if this matter were to be brought before the disciplinary committee, the senior brother would have justifications, although typically, no one would be so petty as to deliberately bully those weaker than themselves. Such self-destructive behavior that tarnishes one's reputation is generally reserved for those of lesser talent, or for those who resign themselves to a life of mediocrity. It is rare for a senior brother to exploit such rules to oppress a junior disciple, as this practice is typically employed by respected seniors to mentor promising disciples in hopes of fostering goodwill. Unfortunately, it was precisely this scenario that Shen Chong encountered. Just as he was about to change the subject to deter the other from using this pretext to engage him in combat, it was already too late. The opponent had already assumed a fighting stance, disregarding martial ethics, with a broad grin and a gentle demeanor as they addressed Shen Chong. Fear not, my junior brother, I shall temper my strength. The sole purpose of this duel is to guide you in the practice of the Luohan fist. I implore you not to refuse my goodwill. With such words spoken, the situation was effectively sealed, as prior arrangements had been made with the junior brother intended for instruction. Once the two commenced their bout, the notion of infighting among disciples was rendered irrelevant. It was merely a routine instructional match. However, should the senior brother inadvertently fail to control his strength and cause harm to his unfortunate junior, leading to a period of inability to train, he would be consumed with guilt, dedicating himself to caring for the injured junior in the days to follow. While calculating in his mind, Zhen Liang maintained his outwardly gentle expression. Witnessing this scene, Shen Chong could not help but sigh internally. It was indeed true that one wishes for tranquility while the winds of conflict persist. He realized that his opponent was deliberately seeking a quarrel, intent on delivering a thorough beating. Though he could not fathom why this individual, who had only recently entered the monk academy, harbored such unfounded aspirations. Zhen Chong was no pushover. Damn it, you've pushed me to my limits. Today, I shall show you that even a Buddha can unleash their wrath. With this thought, Zhen Chong donned a smile, clasped his hands together, and bowed to the poised senior brother. In that case, I humbly request your guidance, senior brother Zhen Liang. With that, Shen Chong initiated the attack, his fists flying like a ferocious tiger, aimed squarely at Zhen Liang's forehead. This sudden turn of events immediately disrupted Zhen Liang's anticipated tactics. He had not expected Zhen Chong, who had previously been timid, to engage in such a frenzied assault. For a moment, Zhen Liang found it difficult to execute his moves, forced to retreat, parry, and withstand, appearing increasingly flustered. A senior brother, who had diligently trained in the monk academy for several years, was now being overpowered by a junior who had only recently joined. The onlookers, initially eager to witness the plight of the underdog, quickly shifted their amusement. Such a scenario, where one who routinely hunted geese was instead pecked in the eye, was a rarity indeed. Zhen Chong, riding the wave of his advantage, unleashed a powerful blow with his right fist. Fully committed to striking Zhen Liang, faced with Zhen Chong's ferocity, Zhen Liang found his legs growing weak. His previous encounters had been characterized by mutual restraint. Battles typically followed the protocols of the Luohan fist, but this reckless approach was unprecedented. This left Zhenliang, who normally relied on brute strength and his extensive knowledge of the Luohan fist to easily vanquish all opponents, bewildered in the face of such chaotic combat. It had previously been stated that those who could train within the confines of the monk academy were mainly taught the methods and corresponding techniques of the Luohan fist. The offensive maneuvers necessitated further practice within the training halls. Regardless of how many years one had trained, all were still yet to break through to the skin-refining stage. Zhenliang, accustomed to imposing his will through strength and technique, found himself momentarily at a loss against the unexpected ferocity of Zhenchang's attacks. He could only rely on his superior cultivation and far richer combat experience to contain Zhenchang, attempting to gradually wear him down. However, in this regard, Zhenchang still held the upper hand, having received the enlightenment of the diamond body during his time in the cycle of reincarnation. The diamond body encompassed not only external cultivation methods but also a complete set of boxing techniques and footwork. These three skills naturally manifested in Zhenchang's mind and instincts after his enlightenment. Thus, compared to Zhenliang, Zhenchang was indeed a practitioner of combat techniques, bolstered by the support of the diamond body. Having already entered the skin-refining stage, his strength and defensive capabilities far exceeded those of a typical practitioner. Consequently, during their confrontation, he did not find himself at a disadvantage due to a lack of power. As time passed, Zhenliang found himself increasingly anxious. The opponent showed no signs of revealing the vulnerabilities he sought. Instead, he felt the pressure mounting under Zhenchang's persistent assault, leading to a loss of face. Zhenliang grew ever more impatient. This was no longer a simple outlet for personal frustration. The outcome of this battle directly impacted his status and reputation within the monk academy. Should he lose to Zhenchang today, not only would he struggle to hold his head high in the future, but even as a relative of the academy's overseer, he would become a target of ridicule. Damn, 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 he muttered furiously in his mind, cursing the audacity of one who dared to defy him, while simultaneously feeling the sting of embarrassment. Zhenliang's actions became increasingly wild. As he swung his fists, he began to abandon the original techniques of the Luohan fist, opting instead to strike ruthlessly at Zhenchang's vital points. Hey, this kid is getting desperate. Aside from having an uncle in a supervisory position, this individual lacked talent, temperament, and capability. What right did he have to stand in the monk academy? Zhenliang thought. I bet this guy will be stuck like this for the rest of his life. Perhaps he would even end up with a title like 10,000-year martial student. The surrounding murmurs only exacerbated Zhenliang's agitation, transforming him into a frenzied beast. With the battle atmosphere now familiar and even exhilarating to Zhenchang, he had no intention of continuing to engage with this unruly opponent. As Zhenliang charged at him with reckless abandon, Zhenchang sidestepped to evade the incoming punch, following up with an elbow strike to Zhenliang's right chest. The impact elicited a violent cough from Zhenliang, causing him to curl up on the ground, gasping for breath. Moments later, his head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness. Boss, brother? The two monks who had been whispering with Zhenliang rushed forward, one on either side, to support the unconscious figure. Although they appeared urgent and acted swiftly, their eyes betrayed a sense of disdain. It was likely that they sought to curry favor with Zhenliang's supervisory uncle, paving their paths for future advancement and training. Perhaps initially, they had been subservient to Zhenliang due to his displayed prowess, willing to serve as his pawns. However, now that Zhenliang had fallen so pathetically, he had become nothing more than a stepping stone for their dealings with his uncle. His existence held no further significance for them. Well done, my friend. You've truly entertained me with this spectacle. As he beheld his adversary being carried away by his two lackeys, he found himself unable to utter even a single word of the menacing rhetoric typically expected from a villain. Reflecting on his circumstances, he lamented that he lacked the fortune of a protagonist and would never experience the serendipity of encountering countless opportunities to showcase his prowess at every turn. However, as he cast his gaze around the courtyard and met the eyes of his fellow disciples, he noticed that the disdain and contempt that had once colored their glances had dissipated. What remained was a newfound respect for him, born from his demonstration of strength and a genuine acknowledgement of his membership in the monastic order. Shedding the past of his humble beginnings as a mere servant, The elixirs produced by the cycle of 6 paths indeed exhibited remarkable efficacy. Yet, he pondered the origins of these potions. Despite their relatively modest prices, their effects were akin to the legendary elixirs of yore, of which they had only heard whispers. Not only did these potions possess an exceedingly negligible concentration of toxic essence, but one could argue that they contained none whatsoever. Utilizing these potions to aid his cultivation, the only factor that would influence his progress was his own capacity for endurance. Zhang Qingjian, who had previously lamented the exhausting toll of detoxifying after consuming lesser potions, now felt an immense sense of relief. Under the influence of this newfound sensation, he perceived his cultivation realm beginning to shift, and he resolved to continue consuming the elixirs in an orderly fashion. Diligently pursuing his training in less than half a month, he believed he could ascend to the mid-stage of the refinement of the viscera realm. At that point, with his elevated cultivation, he would be able to procure substantial quantities of elixirs from the sect. And if fortune favored him, he might even acquire some that were of little use to him, but held considerable value within the cycle of 6 paths simultaneously. His anticipation for the next cycle of 6 paths grew ever stronger. He wondered what vistas awaited him in other realms and what magnificent skies he might behold at higher levels of cultivation. Young master, it is time for you to rest. Although your health has improved considerably, you must not overexert yourself. To do so would be to invite disaster, Pinger implored, observing her master still engrossed in his alchemical pursuits. After much internal conflict, she finally interrupted his relentless endeavor. For the past few days, whenever he had a moment to spare, he had been raiding the family's storeroom for medicinal materials, claiming he was concocting elixirs to fortify his constitution and heal his injuries, preparing for his future self. Yet, in Pinger's heart, she suspected her master was merely seeking to occupy himself. While she had confidence in his abilities, she remained skeptical that he could independently create effective elixirs. Adhering to the principle of indulging her master's whims, she allowed Zhang Tianyang to immerse himself in alchemy. However, as time passed, her concern for his health began to resurface. Zhang Tianyang had accomplished in mere days what had previously taken him nearly a year to achieve in terms of physical exertion. This alarming transformation startled Pinger, compelling her to intervene before her master continued down this path. Dear Sister Pinger, I assure you, I am well aware of my own body. You can see that I am improving day by day. Zhang Tianyang responded, a hint of joy flickering in his heart at her concern. Yet, he was torn between not wanting to worry her and not wishing to slow his progress. With the aid of the elixirs, his recovery had accelerated significantly. The remedies concocted by ordinary physicians paled in comparison to the elixirs of esteemed martial artists. In a quaint rural town, the local apothecary was considered quite proficient if it could provide remedies for sprains and common ailments. But the recipes related to cultivation were treasured secrets, hoarded by various families and factions, never to be sold. Unfortunately, Zhang Tianyang's attempts at charm fell flat, as he had employed this tactic far too often recently, leading to Pinger developing a resistance to his pleas. Her expression remained steadfast, unyielding to his display of vulnerability. No, young master, you must rest today, regardless of what you say. Prolonged exertion is exceedingly harmful to your health. For your well-being, I cannot allow you to continue this way. With that, Pinger decisively gathered the materials Zhang Tianyang had been working with, stacking the copper pots and tools aside for the other servants to clean up later. She meticulously placed the prepared elixirs into jade vials, sealing them according to his categorization. Ignoring her master's protests and desperate pleas, she resolutely dragged him away from his beloved storeroom and alchemical chamber. Steering him towards his quarters, I will not return. I will not return. I do not wish to sleep. I do not wish to rest. Ah, my copper pots, ah, my elixirs. Ah, my ointments. Sister Pinger, I implore you, let me go back. No way! Confronted by the incessant antics of her mischievous young master, Pinger resolutely chose to decline his pleas. She then slightly tilted her head to one side and, relying on the memory of her body, made her way towards the master's chamber. She feared that if she continued to gaze upon him, she might succumb to his charming wines, yielding to her soft heart, and allow him to return to the storeroom to busy himself once more. Such a scenario was absolutely unacceptable. Yet, despite her firm resolve, she found herself at a loss when faced with her young master's newly restored health and his overwhelming clinginess. Even though her conscience told her that her actions were justifiable, the sight of his pitifully large eyes always sent her heart into a flutter, as if her very conscience were chastising her. The two of them departed amidst their bickering, entirely oblivious to the fact that after a brief interval following their exit, a stealthy, diminutive figure began to peek curiously into the storeroom. This figure moved with agility, swiftly stepping into the storeroom after observing for a time. Her movements were succinct and rapid, revealing her complete familiarity with the ongoing disputes within the storeroom. Even the other servants passing by, upon noticing this figure, chose not to shout or report her presence. Instead, they pretended not to see her, continuing with their own tasks as if nothing were amiss. The petite figure, seemingly unaware of the servants' feigned ignorance, maintained an air of triumph, remaining in her concealed posture and disregarding the occasional glances cast her way. After a brief survey of her surroundings, she seized the opportunity to slip into the storeroom when the gaze of the two watchful attendants wavered. Whether this fleeting shadow was a charming little thief or a whimsical little angel remained a mystery. Chapter 26. Time flies as the rhythm of his deep breaths gradually calmed. Jinchang found solace after the vigorous practice of the Luohan fist, which had stirred his vital energies. Following his daily training session, he casually retrieved a Dan pill from the jade vial he had set aside and consumed it. These pills were a benefit provided by the Monk's Academy, allowing each individual to claim 10 every month, serving to rejuvenate one's vitality and bolster physical strength. As a supplemental aid for cultivation, they were simply perfect. After ingesting the pill and allowing a moment for its effects to take hold, Zhenchang glanced around before making his way to the left corner of the training ground, where a rack of weapons, primarily long staffs, sabers, and swords, was displayed. The purpose of these weapons was to provide the monks with suitable tools during their training breaks, while also allowing those with familial martial arts traditions or a keen curiosity about various weapons to practice during their training sessions. At that moment, several monks clad in yellow robes surrounded the weapon rack, their role being not only to prevent accidental injuries during sparring but also to deter any heated conflicts that might arise among the monks, which could lead to a rash decision to retrieve weapons from the rack, resulting in greater casualties. After surveying the weapon rack, Jinchang ultimately selected a blunt saber, weighing it in his hands before assuming a stance nearby. He began to practice the techniques of the King Kong saber, as taught by Zhang Tianyang, executing the move slowly and clumsily from start to finish. The King Kong saber was characterized by its bold and vigorous strikes, relying on sheer strength, which made its techniques appear rather ordinary and rudimentary to outsiders. Consequently, the monk tasked with overseeing the weapons, after squinting at Zhenchang's practice for a while, recognized that his techniques lacked sophistication and were merely basic, losing interest and turning his attention back to the training of other monks. Zhenchang, however, remained undeterred, immersed in the world of saber techniques, wielding his weapon with the grace of the wind, fluidly recalling Zhang Tianyang's teachings and correcting his errors. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon a thin sheen of sweat appeared on Zhenchang's forehead, while his stomach began to grumble in protest. Aware of his body's signals, he instinctively sheathed his saber and contemplated the gains he had just made. The King Kong saber, indeed, was a foundational technique recognized by his seniors. Seemingly simple yet exuding an essence of profound mastery. The sensation he experienced while practicing was truly delightful. The transitions between techniques flowed seamlessly. If he could maintain this level of effectiveness with daily practice, he might master the saber techniques within a week. As he mentally calculated, he resolved to combine the footwork of the King Kong body with the saber techniques in his upcoming training sessions. After all, in future battles, he would undoubtedly prioritize his saber techniques, and blending them with the footwork would yield results far exceeding mere addition. However, these considerations were not the immediate priority. The previous training had drained much of his energy, and even the vitality replenished by the Dan pill had dwindled significantly. The hunger gnawing at his stomach urged him to seek out nourishing food without delay. Turning his gaze to the training ground, he noted that the previously bustling monks had begun to disperse in pairs and threes. The period akin to a collective training session had concluded, allowing the monks to allocate their time freely. Apart from a few diligent practitioners, many chose this opportunity to rest. Observing the animated figures of his peers, he pondered how long it would be until the dining hall opened and felt the jade vial nestled against his chest. Counting the remaining Dan pills within, with a resigned sigh, he approached the weapon rack, sheathed the saber, and bowed respectfully to the few senior monks guarding the area. As Zhang Chang departed, the seniors overseeing the weaponry began to discuss among themselves. This new junior displayed considerable talent, although he lagged behind the companion who had journeyed with him, who had embarked on the path of cultivation on the very first day of their arrival. His tenacity was genuinely commendable. One of the guarding monks remarked to a nearby friend, expressing high hopes for this gifted and diligent young man. Jianji, you should reflect on yourself before praising his talent. Do not be deceived by your current position, for you have moved beyond the most rudimentary training and are not on the same level as him at present. Yet, given his talent and dedication, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses you. Soon, you may find yourself gazing up at his back rather than looking down from your current vantage point. Upon hearing the tone of Zhenji, which was utterly out of tune, a martial monk of seemingly similar age immediately interjected, not forgetting to admonish the monk who lacked the understanding of diligent practice. Facing his senior brother's words, Zhenji could only manage a foolish grin, not daring to utter a single word of rebuttal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xinchang, having departed from the training grounds, felt that there was still a considerable time before the noon meal. Thus, after leaving the training area, he returned to his own courtyard. Unlike the shared dormitory of the miscellaneous work disciples, the martial monks' quarters had been upgraded from a large communal space to double occupancy rooms, and Xinchang continued to reside with Zhenyi. However, in contrast to Xinchang, who frequently trained at the martial field, Zhenyi was wholly different. Perhaps due to the psychological shadow cast by recent bullying, he had become reclusive, rarely stepping outside his door. Listening to the daily mandatory teachings from the overseer, he had only needed a single day to step into the skin refining stage, an extraordinary feat that earned him special permission to practice in solitude at home. This privilege was reserved for prodigies. As Xinchang pushed open the gate to the courtyard, he was greeted by the sight of a small monk, resembling a porcelain doll with rosy lips and white teeth, who was engrossed in performing the Arhat fist with a serious expression, completely unaware of Xinchang's presence. Witnessing Zhenyi's dedication brought a smile to Xinchang's face. Unlike himself, who had to strive to enhance his techniques and combat abilities in preparation for upcoming reincarnation tasks, Zhenyi, like an ordinary person, remained focused solely on the Arhat fist and his cultivation, which was their only path to strength at present. Xinchang quietly observed his little junior brother, whose talent was indeed astonishing. After merely half an incense stick's worth of cultivation, Zhenyi had entered the skin-refining realm, a mere beginning rather than an end. Within a week of entering this stage, Zhenyi had made remarkable progress, successfully breaking through to the mid-skin refining stage. The speed of his advancement was truly terrifying. Besides talent and effort, what Xinchang envied the most was his junior brother's disproportionately large appetite in the initial stages of martial arts cultivation. The formula was roughly 7 parts nourishment to 3 parts training. Although this phrase initially meant to consume high nutritional foods during training to compensate for energy loss, in Zhenyi's case, it took on another meaning. His enormous appetite not only provided ample nutrition and energy for his cultivation, but, thanks to his formidable digestive abilities, allowed him to extract nutrients from ordinary food, even reaching levels akin to medicinal pills. He was fully on the path of quantity over quality. You may wonder how Xinchang knew this. It was evident when he observed his little junior brother consuming what he himself could barely eat, only 1 medicinal pill a day, treating it like a mere bean. After finishing the pill, Zhenyi's cultivation speed, relying solely on the free buns and chicken legs provided by the cafeteria, was only slightly slower than when he consumed the pills. Any person of average intelligence could deduce that his innate constitution was extraordinary. Brother, you're back. How was your training today? After completing a set of the Arhat fist, Zhenyi slowly withdrew his stance and turned to see Xinchang standing at the door. A smile instantly brightened his cute face, and he paused his practice to inquire. Not too bad. Xinchang and the exuberant Zhenyi chatted in the courtyard for a while, discussing the challenges faced during their training and their recent achievements. Jinyi rarely encountered difficulties in his practice, as his talent permitted him to overcome obstacles that would typically hinder ordinary individuals. Even in addressing the issues Xinchang faced, he could rely on his intuition to accurately pinpoint Xinchang's mistakes during practice. As Xinchang marveled at his junior brother's extraordinary talent, an inner sense of urgency welled up within him. Jinyi's innate gifts already surpassed his own, and his unique constitution ensured that he could dedicate far more time to cultivation each day. Coupled with his powerful digestive abilities, it was as if he were consuming medicinal pills daily, while Xinchang had to rely solely on the pills exchanged from the cycle of reincarnation and those provided monthly by the Martial Monks Academy. The remainder he had to cultivate on his own, significantly slowing his progress. If this continued, the gap between him and Jinyi would likely widen further. Currently, Xinchang's strength was slightly greater than Jinyi's, although Jinyi's cultivation level surpassed his by a small realm. With the defensive and enhancement capabilities of the Vajrabody, as well as the support of footwork, palm techniques, and swordplay, he could still easily manage against a junior brother who had yet to master any techniques. However, in the future, it was likely that Jinyi would easily outmatch him. It seemed that if he relied solely on his own cultivation, it would be impossible for him to keep pace with his junior brother's progress. Over time, he feared he would fade into obscurity, overshadowed by Jinyi's brilliance. This was unacceptable. After all, he was a transmigrator, a reincarnator reliant on the cycle of reincarnation, which should ensure that he was not inferior to his junior brother's innate talent. Little junior brother, I shall allow you a brief lead, but I will soon catch up. With this thought flashing through his mind, Xinchang calmed himself, dispelling the doubts that surfaced upon confronting Jinyi's talent once more. As he noted the time, he proposed to his junior brother that they head to the cafeteria for a meal together. Pinger watched as the young master busily added all sorts of bizarre ingredients into the copper pot before him. A strange smile plastered across his face, and she felt increasingly unfamiliar with him. Initially, he had been using medicinal materials to concoct pills. Although it sounded a bit absurd, at least the materials were relatively normal. In her view, things that might not necessarily be useful but certainly wouldn't be lethal. However, looking at what her young master had been up to lately, using names like heartbreaking grass and five-step flower, which were clearly not benign materials, and after concocting them, mixing them with various poisons and venom to create something that looked decidedly malevolent, she worried about the increasingly alarming trend if this continued. She could only wonder what other heartless deeds her young master might undertake in the future. Surely, her young master wouldn't end up like the character in Supervisor Tang's stories, becoming obsessed with raising poisonous creatures, eventually transforming into something neither human nor ghost. First, it was alchemy, but if he continued down the path of poison, it would be unreasonable not to delve into the art of raising poisonous creatures. An image of her young master, grown up and engrossed in the practice of such dark arts, suddenly appeared in her mind. He would be a gaunt figure resembling a skeleton, with hair long gone, sparse teeth, sunken eye sockets, and the body covered in strange scars, giving him a ghastly appearance, with horrifying insects crawling over him. Pinger's experience was limited, and her only exposure to such bizarre tales came from the stories Supervisor Tang shared during their leisure time. In those tales, anyone associated with poison was often portrayed as anything but a good person. Either they were malevolent villains twisted in spirit or ruthless killers who regarded human life as worthless. She did not want her sunny, cheerful young master to end up in such a state. Even more so, she wished to prevent him from straying down a dark path, ultimately facing the wrath of righteous heroes and suffering a tragic fate. With these thoughts, she redirected her gaze back to her young master, observing his intrigued expression, her resolve gradually solidifying as she reached out toward him. Oh dear, what are you doing, Sister Pinger? I haven't finished organizing these herbs yet. Please don't mess around. Chapter 27. A new cycle. Seeing her young master being pulled away by her, Pinger felt increasingly determined, despite his attempts to protest and explain his actions. Xinchang finally let out a long sigh. Deciding against further teasing Pinger and instead recounting his recent endeavors in detail, hoping to earn her forgiveness and be allowed back into the storeroom to continue his potion making. However, this time, Zhang Tianyang had genuinely gone too far. No matter how he tried to persuade her, Pinger remained convinced that he had been seduced by some book, leading him to ponder the path of poison due to a halt in his martial arts training. Although Zhenchang's chances of being swayed in such a manner were nearly zero in Pinger's eyes, he was still just a child, barely 10 years old. What if, just perhaps, his clever little mind had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation and unwittingly embarked on an irreversible path of poison? With this thought, Pinger's resolve only grew stronger. Young master, there's no need for this. I know I can't out-argue you. You always have your own ideas, and I realize my knowledge is limited. Nevertheless, you mustn't treat me like a fool. Regarding Zhang Tianyang's recent demeanor, which could easily be likened to that of a villain with a sinister cackle, Pinger found it hardly surprising. Sister Pinger? My dear sister, I truly regret my actions. I apologize for teasing you in such a manner. It was a grave mistake, and I have come to realize my folly. Please, push me back, he implored. Yet, in response to Zhang Tianyang's fawning words, Pinger did not acquiesce as she had previously. Instead, she resolutely insisted on ushering him away from the apothecary. My young master, you are accustomed to soothing my feelings, fully aware that I lack the discernment to see through your words. Now that you've spoken thus, how can I comprehend? Ever since you were compelled to rest for a time, you have essentially transformed the pharmacy into your quarters, immersing yourself in the study of alchemy and pharmacology based on the scriptures and texts. This behavior, to an outsider, might appear to border on obsession. After a brief contemplation, he recognized that he had concocted numerous healing and detoxification elixirs, and his research on poisons was nearing completion. He had even declared success with his 2 self-created formulas, each yielding over 20 pills. Combined with the potions he had previously crafted, this would sufficiently support his team's logistics, even if more allies were to join them later. However, a pressing concern arose regarding how to transport these items. By the way, Sister Pinger, have you received any updates on the wheelchair I requested? What is the status of its progress? Observing that his sister was adamant about not allowing him to continue his endeavors, he had initially intended to prepare more thoroughly, particularly in terms of the healing and detoxifying elixirs. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that he would gain access to the storeroom anytime soon. During this period, his energy had been persistently strained. If this continued, even a machine might falter, let alone someone as fragile as he. Seizing the opportunity to rest was indeed a judicious choice. With this thought in mind, Zhang Tianyang gradually ceased his struggles, akin to a petulant child who, upon realizing the futility of his actions, promptly desisted. As for Zhang Tianyang's inquiries, Pinger, who was behind him pushing the wheelchair, did not pursue further questions, nor did she inquire why he insisted on adding functional armrests to the wheelchair for storage purposes. In essence, she had enhanced the wheelchair with a storage compartment, allowing him to carry more medicinal supplies before requiring additional storage. I truly wonder what you are contemplating, my young master, she mused, feeling somewhat helpless. Lately, it seemed her master had become increasingly unpredictable. His health had improved significantly, and all appeared to be progressing positively. Yet, the once calm and endearing young master was nowhere to be found. Before he could even attain independent mobility, he had already been engrossed in concocting potions and brewing poisons, and now he wished to modify his own wheelchair. Adding a storage compartment was acceptable, but his underlying intention to enhance the wheelchair's speed and maneuverability raised questions. Setting aside the feasibility of such requests, one must ponder the purpose behind them. After all, she could push him anywhere he desired. Why transform the wheelchair into something so formidable? Soon enough, they returned to Zhang Tianyang's chamber, where Pinger promptly presented a brand new wheelchair. Damwai master, regarding your recent requests, the carpenters and blacksmiths have informed me they cannot fulfill them. However, the hidden compartments you previously requested have been installed, and I have asked them to redesign the side compartments for your convenience. Come and give it a try, my master. With that, Pinger gently lifted Zhang Tianyang from his original wheelchair and transferred him to the new one. Upon sitting in the newly crafted chair, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. It was indeed a splendidly customized piece, albeit constrained by the materials and technology of the era. While the wooden structure conformed to his body, it did not offer the level of comfort he had envisioned. Nevertheless, the newly added compartments were thoughtfully designed and satisfactorily met his needs. What on earth has my young master been up to lately? Has he perhaps been perusing some peculiar texts, contemplating some strange endeavors? As she uttered these words, Pinger felt a slight flush on her cheeks, her voice softening. Ultimately, she resolved to directly inquire of her master, for the previous assumptions were merely fanciful notions, devoid of substance. Over the years of companionship, she understood that her master was not the person she had imagined him to be. Rather than indulging in unrealistic speculation, it would be far more straightforward to ask him directly. Regardless of the outcome, whether he was truthful or not, she was willing to believe everything he said. It was perplexing. Despite his previous struggles with health, he had devoted himself to studying various texts on Buddhism and Taoism. Why, now that his condition had improved, did his interest in alchemy suddenly ignite? Fear not, Sister Pinger. After all these years of companionship, I believe you have come to know me well. Do you truly think I am the kind of person to indulge in frivolities? Before he could finish, a series of knocks interrupted him from outside the door. Brother, may I come in? A familiar, endearing voice resonated from beyond the threshold, abruptly halting Zhang Tianyang's speech and rendering the atmosphere within the room strangely tense. Initially taken aback by this peculiar scene, Pinger paused momentarily before hastily approaching the door to open it. Standing on the other side was a petite, exquisitely crafted young girl, yet more captivating than her charming visage were her bright, beautiful and profound eyes. Sister Pinger, it has been a while. Thank you for your concern last time. The visitor, Zhang Tianxin, was her brother's personal maid, and she felt no sense of unease regarding her presence. It was only natural. Even as a favored child of destiny, despite having extended her lifespan through unknown means, she could see that he was now likely too weak to sit in the wheelchair for long and would soon need to rest. However, that was not her purpose for visiting today. By the way, Sister Pinger, I need to speak with my brother about something. Could you kindly keep an eye on the door to prevent any interruptions? As she spoke, Zhang Tianxin batted her large, watery eyes, filled with a pleading expression. This display was hard for anyone to resist, especially considering she was the sister of the young master. Moreover, given her age and the fact that she was stationed at the door, there was no way she could pose a threat to her brother. You've arrived. The voice was neither familiar nor foreign, yet it carried an oddly unsettling tone, instantly alerting Zhang Tianxin to the peculiar atmosphere. Nonetheless, she brushed off the discomfort and hurried to her brother's side. Brother. She employed her skills of charm and playfulness, something she had previously dismissed as trivial. After all, apart from her deceased parents and her revered master, ordinary folk could scarcely comprehend the true essence of her being. Yet, over the past period, those once effective tactics seemed to have lost their charm. Your sister has come to see you today? But I suspect it is not merely to reunite with her long-lost brother. When she uttered the term brother, she emphasized it heavily, her gaze fixated intensely on Zhang Tianxin, her eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. Revealing a depth of emptiness in that moment, he appeared devoid of all emotion, unsure of the purpose behind his sister's visit. Brother, how could you say that? Is it not permissible for me to seek you out without any particular reason? After all, we are siblings. While she was uncertain about the current atmosphere or her brother's intentions, Zhang Tianxin resolved to steer the conversation back to her own rhythm. However, when she lifted her gaze to meet his, the unique yet somewhat hollow gaze left her momentarily at a loss for words. In our sibling relationship, there is no need for pretense. You likely seek something from me today, so please, do not hesitate to express it. Indeed, my dear brother, I previously stumbled upon a considerable number of elixirs in the warehouse, which can aid in the cultivation process. I took some at the time and, out of curiosity, wondered who had placed those elixirs there. Thus, I employed a few tactics and eventually witnessed you concocting those potions. Hence, I have come today to request more elixirs from you. Zhang Tianxin, with an earnest demeanor, articulated her purpose for being there, akin to a stream flowing freely, which prompted Zhang Tianyang to nod in approval. This was indeed the right course of action. Zhang Tianyang felt no discontent regarding Zhang Tianxin's choice. Rather, he perceived her inclination as somewhat in harmony with his own desires. The elixirs he had casually placed in the warehouse were of little concern to him, mere byproducts of his pursuit of perfection. Nonetheless, her deliberate approach to explain the situation brought him considerable comfort. Contemplating this, Zhang Tianyang could not suppress a gentle sigh, adjusting his posture in the wheelchair, his essence sharpened by a day's worth of enlightenment, quietly observing his sister before him. Her spirit and corporeal form exhibited a harmonious unity, presenting an impression indistinguishable from that of a normal person. The circulation of vital energy was evident both externally and internally, clearly indicating that she had embarked upon the path of cultivation. Furthermore, Zhang Tianyang sensed the immense and pure power contained within his sister. Gazing at the familiar figure before him, he could only exhale softly and nod slowly. Those elixirs were merely my practice creations. If you find them appealing and they serve you and your brothers well in your cultivation, feel free to take them. I am weary. Zhang Tianxin looked at her brother, who had reigned in his peculiar aura. Observing him as he sighed deeply and leaned back in his wheelchair, she opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to express something, yet ultimately said nothing and silently exited Zhang Tianyang's chamber. How poignant it is, that in the end, the world has transformed beyond recognition. A sigh echoed from Zhang Tianyang's room, lingering in the air, causing Pinger, who had been preparing to assist the young master in resting after the lady's departure, to pause momentarily. She was left to ponder what melancholy had befallen her master. Time slipped away, unobserved, flowing slowly onward. Each individual, whether engaged in martial arts or alchemy, continued to progress in their own distinct manner. A month passed, and once again, the grand and familiar voice resonated in the ears of Zhang Tianyang, Zhenchang, Zhang Qingjing, Jiang Yuning, and others. Chapter 28. The reunited companions. As the majestic voice faded into silence, the individuals gradually reopened their eyes, greeted by the sight of their comrades standing in their original positions, smiles of joy illuminating their faces. Despite the brevity of less than 2 months, it felt as though they had been apart for an eternity. Seated in a newly crafted wheelchair, Zhang Tianyang gently caressed it. Since its creation, he had filled it with the elixirs and various poisons he had concocted, intending to prevent his master from experiencing the cycle of reincarnation. Indifferent to his present circumstances, the items he wished to carry into the cycle had long been prepared, all to face any unforeseen events that might arise. At this moment, he remained as he always had. Seated in his wheelchair, though his complexion appeared somewhat improved compared to before, flushed with a hint of vitality, suggesting that his recovery had been progressing well. Yet, to this day, they remained oblivious to the cause of his injuries or the identity of those who had inflicted them. However, when it came to matters concerning himself, he was extremely cautious about revealing any information. Meanwhile, the young monk of Shaolin, now referred to as the Shaolin warrior Zhenchang, had refined his cultivation to the mid-foundation establishment stage. He was not far from the late stage, and with a little more effort, nutritious sustenance, or the aid of elixirs, he could ascend during their current mission. Zhang Qingjing, as a practitioner of the refining organ stage, had also, with the assistance of elixirs, stepped into the threshold of the mid-stage. He was relentlessly striving toward the next level. Upon reaching the refining organ stage, he found himself capable of enduring poisons that had previously been unbearable. His digestion and absorption of the energy contained in food had improved significantly, not to mention his foundational strength, physical condition, speed, and the application of his internal vital energy in both martial arts and swordsmanship. Compared to before, Zhang Qingjing had multiplied his power by 3 or 4 times after advancing from the refining organ stage. In parallel, Jiang Yuning's cultivation had similarly broken through to the refining organ stage, successfully entering the initial phase. With this newfound capability, her strength and various other aspects had also seen considerable enhancement. Following her was Qingfeng, whose prowess was beyond question, bolstered by the assistance of elixirs and support from their sect. Qingfeng was but a step away from fully entering the refining organ stage. Yet, Qingfeng felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Among the three, he was the only one who had yet to enter the refining organ stage. This left him feeling somewhat diminished in stature. However, he bore no ill thoughts towards his companions, preferring to surpass them through honorable means rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. Conversely, Lu Wuming's progress was comparatively modest. Being only at the refining skin stage, he held a lowly status within his sect, receiving significantly fewer cultivation resources than the other three each month. Coupled with his innate talent, which paled in comparison to theirs, Even with the elixirs and resources he had exchanged from the cycle of reincarnation, his power had barely reached the initial phase of the refining flesh stage. Despite his serious and aloof demeanor, hints of his inner frustration surfaced when he casually shared his recent developments with the others. "Little monk, catch the knife." Qing Feng, dressed in his Taoist robe with a hairpin securing his topknot, casually uttered these words. A ring knife arced gracefully through the air towards Xinchang, its trajectory straight and unwavering. Should he fail to react, injury would be inevitable. Facing the unexpectedly flying knife, Xinchang deftly waved his right hand, effortlessly catching the blade. His strength was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary person. "Not be it appears you have not neglected your daily training. I initially thought that your attainment of this level must have stemmed from dedicating most of your energy to mastering the foundational techniques. Now, it seems you possess some talent." Qing Feng, ever the sharp-tongued one, even though their relationship had improved following their previous mission, could not resist jabbing at Xinchang. Zhang Qingjing and Jiang Yuning merely smiled at Qing Feng's remarks. "Though this knife may not match the exquisite weapons bestowed upon us by the elders of our sect, it is nonetheless a finely crafted piece. Moreover, even though you practice unorthodox techniques, possessing a weapon is certainly safer than being empty-handed." They teased Qing Feng, who had gone out of his way to procure a well-forged knife for Xinchang. Despite the seemingly lofty rationale behind Qing Feng's actions, it was evident to the others that they merely chuckled softly at his expense, choosing to leave him with a semblance of dignity. "If it comes down to the final push, perhaps I can offer you some assistance." As he spoke, seated in his wheelchair, Zhang Tianyang, who had previously been overlooked by them, suddenly attracted the attention of several individuals. Now, these individuals had all reached the stage of body cultivation, their perceptive abilities and various skills significantly enhanced. A mere glance revealed to them that, compared to before, Zhang Tianyang's physical condition had indeed improved considerably. Although he still remained an ordinary person who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, he at least appeared less frail than before. "Could it be that you have already?" No, the quickest to react among them was Xinchang, whose mind was particularly agile. Almost immediately after Zhang Tianyang spoke, Xinchang grasped his meaning. Previously, Zhang Tianyang had exchanged for the Yaowang Jing, which contained various formulas for elixirs and specific details regarding their efficacy. From the introduction in the exchange list, Xinchang and the others had also learned about the elixirs recorded in the Yaowang Jing and their precise functions. However, relying solely on the Yaowang Jing and the brief descriptions in the exchange list, they had no way of knowing the exact formulations of these elixirs. Nevertheless, whether it was the qi-boosting elixir or the Sanyang strengthening pill, these concoctions could directly enhance the user's physique upon consumption. They served as excellent aids during the initial stages of skin and flesh cultivation for martial artists, although they could not compare to the formidable effects of the Vajra strengthening pill, which they had previously obtained from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Given the current circumstances, they had no means to exchange for that particular pill. Having alternative elixirs as substitutes was still a commendable choice. However, prior to that, there was still a matter to address. How effective are these elixirs, and what should their price be? This had to be clarified from the outset, as they had witnessed teams disintegrate over profit disputes in the past, especially considering that their group typically operated with a shared sense of risk, keeping their fortunes close to their belts. They were primarily concerned that an uneven distribution could lead to rifts within the team, which would not only hinder the completion of their tasks, but could also plunge them into an irretrievable predicament over such a trivial matter. The elixirs were not difficult to produce, and the materials required were not exorbitantly priced. Their primary goal was to survive together in this perilous location and collectively embrace a brighter future. Moreover, in the upcoming missions, they would need to rely on a few individuals to protect him. Therefore, these elixirs were meant as a token of his goodwill, available for everyone to use at their discretion. In addition to the 2 types of elixirs meant to aid in cultivation, he had also prepared several vials of healing and detoxification elixirs in advance, to prevent any potential separations during future tasks due to unforeseen circumstances. Everyone should take these vials for now. As he spoke, Zhang Tianyang opened the hidden compartment beside his wheelchair without hesitation, retrieving over a dozen jade vials and categorizing them for distribution among the other 5. The others found Zhang Tianyang's actions quite peculiar, considering that during prior missions, he had demonstrated combat capabilities that rivaled those of martial artists. Despite not being one himself, with a weapon as formidable as the Juga crossbow, which possessed power equivalent to that of a martial artist in the body cultivation realm, he had proved to be a force to be reckoned with. They dared not underestimate this 10-year-old boy sitting in a wheelchair. Regarding the boy's decision to enhance his auxiliary capabilities and pursue the path of an alchemist, they chose not to refuse, recognizing that it would provide better logistical support in future missions. Furthermore, they had gleaned some understanding of Zhang Tianyang's current situation through their previous exchanges. Unable to tread the path of a martial artist, he had turned to the healing arts, becoming an indispensable logistical member of the team while also seeking ways to heal himself. However, his current demeanor struck them as somewhat peculiar. It felt as if he were a younger member of their organization, fretting over his safety as he prepared to embark on a distant journey, packing him with all manner of potentially useful elixirs or items, as if fearful that he might stumble into danger. How to describe this feeling? While it was heartwarming and gave a sense of being cherished, the fact that the benefactor was a child younger than themselves, appearing frail and confined to a wheelchair, elicited an indescribable sense of discomfort. Furthermore, based on the pharmacology outlined in the Yao Wang Jing and his own experiments, he had successfully created a rather effective elixir, although its specific efficacy had yet to be validated, and its name had not yet been chosen. He speculated that this elixir could potentially elevate one's strength by a small realm. With that, he retrieved another jade vial from a different hidden compartment, opening it to reveal several elixirs sealed with beeswax. Zhang Tianyang inverted the vial, shaking it vigorously until 6 elixirs tumbled into his palm, which he then distributed to the others one by one, leaving only one for himself. Given the elaborate process of creating these elixirs and the scarcity of materials, he had not produced many, enough for each person to have one, which could serve as a valuable option in a critical moment. In that case, thank you, Brother Tianyang. Just as the others fell silent, gazing at the elixirs in their hands, Jiang Yuning, standing nearby, reacted with a charming smile, placing her elixir into a small cloth pouch at her waist. The others soon followed suit, realizing that this was not the time for refusals, especially since Zhang Tianyang had already provided them with an opportunity to accept. Rest assured, Brother Tianyang, as long as we are here, we will ensure your safety. If anyone wishes to harm you, they shall have to step over my corpse. Zhang Qingjing replied with a carefree smile. Since Zhang Tianyang had shown such consideration for them, they could not let him down either. Continuing on this topic would only serve to stiffen the atmosphere, so it was better to shift to other matters. However, I wonder why the 6 Paths of Reincarnation has not directly issued a mission this time. Could there be other requirements, or are we waiting for someone? Just as Zhang Qingjing's inquiry arose, it seemed to trigger some sort of mechanism, as 3 beams of light illuminated from behind the 3 divine beasts. Immediately, 3 figures stumbled out from behind the statues, clearly still disoriented from the recent events. I am Zhang Qingjing, a disciple of the Jinwu sword sect. May I ask who you are? Chapter 29, New Allies and Missions. Before them stood 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men, clad in tight-fitting attire, showcased a robust physique, his face marked with a rugged demeanor, exuding an intimidating presence. The other man was lean and gaunt, his muscles appearing sunken, giving him an impression of someone who might topple over at the slightest gust of wind. The final figure, a woman, stood apart from the other 2, dressed in an ornate and extravagant robe. Adorned with jewelry that gleamed with gold and silver, it was evident she was of considerable value. She radiated an alluring fragrance, her voluptuous figure captivating the attention of the 2 men accompanying her as soon as she stepped out from the statue. Even the typically stoic and rigid Lu Wuming, along with Jin Chong, currently a disciple of the Buddhist faith, found themselves involuntarily drawn to her curvaceous form. Upon hearing Zhang Qingjing's inquiry and observing the young chivalrous figure before them, the 3, who had initially been on high alert, gradually relaxed, stepping forward to clasp their hands in greeting. I am Tiniu, the second in command of the Iron Palm Gang in Hushi County. It is a pleasure to meet you. Young heroes, you may simply call me Tiniu. I am currently a mid-stage martial artist in body cultivation, and my strength is considered quite respectable among my peers. The robust man was the first to speak, his tone casual, especially as he boasted about his cultivation level. I in their small corner of the world, a mid-stage martial artist was sufficient to exert influence over their town. Observing the youthful appearance of the individuals before him, his narrow-minded perspective led him to underestimate their abilities, believing that even if they hailed from reputable backgrounds, there were no shortcuts in cultivation, and at their age, how much prowess could they possibly possess? Clearly, this narrow-minded man was unaware that the disparity between individuals could sometimes be greater than that between a human and a pig. In fact, he quietly speculated that if the individuals before him were lacking in strength, perhaps through his lively demeanor, he could even position himself as the leader of this group of young heroes from prestigious backgrounds. It would be quite a feat to boast about back in his gang, bringing him considerable prestige. After he introduced himself, the lean, tall man beside him also cupped his hands and spoke. "I am a wandering swordsman from Shai County. I am the martial world. They have given me the name Five Wound Sword, but it is nothing to speak of." In contrast to the rather arrogant leader of the gang, this individual who calls himself the Five Wounds Sword appears to show a certain degree of disrespect towards them, or perhaps it is more accurate to say that he is excessively wary of them. Not only does he merely mention his nickname and the county he hails from, actions that are merely superficial gestures of respect, he also refrains from disclosing the extent of his cultivation or the level of opponents he is capable of confronting. This omission could certainly lead to considerable misjudgments when facing adversaries, and in severe cases, it might even jeopardize their lives. However, they do not harbor the intention of compelling him to divulge such information. At their age, they have not yet reached a point of such ruthlessness. They respect each other's actions and acknowledge the caution inherent in their natures. Since he wishes to conceal himself, they shall allow him to do so for the time being. Believing that after witnessing the wonders of this realm of reincarnation and enduring a life-or-death adventure, his perspective may undergo some transformation, I am Qin Qingfeng, currently the head courtesan of the Huaxian Tower. I am proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet I have never dabbled in martial arts. As she uttered these words, Qin Qingfeng's voice trembled slightly, revealing her evident lack of security when confronted by the surrounding martial artists. A sentiment that is entirely natural for an ordinary person. Moreover, having grown up in a brothel, she is acutely sensitive to the scrutinizing glances of the two individuals beside her. Were it not for their current inactivity, she might have felt compelled to beseech the five of them for assistance in safeguarding herself. Upon hearing the introductions of the three, Zhang Qingjing and the others nodded slightly. Although the quality of these newly added companions pales in comparison to their own, the strength of the Five Wounds Sword, though yet unspoken, is evident to all present. Consisting of individuals from reputable sections from his demeanor and actions, it is clear that he possesses only mid-level strength and body refinement. Evidently, while he may have a fair understanding of the disciples from esteemed sects, he still harbors certain biases, failing to regard their true capabilities with sufficient seriousness. They, having undergone a previous cycle of reincarnation, have taken the time to reflect upon their past actions and even devised a pretext for external training and preparation. Inquiring about their elders' knowledge has significantly enhanced their ability to assess people and situations. Thus, the malice and wariness they perceive in the eyes of the two cannot possibly escape their notice. Similarly, the fear evident in the words of the courtesan named Qin Qingfeng has not gone unnoticed by them either. Yet, none of these matters present a significant issue for the group. Their long-standing education has instilled in them a sense of duty to address such injustices. Do not worry, fair maiden. Though we may be young, our strength is commendable, and we will certainly do our utmost to ensure your safety. Ultimately, through a silent exchange of glances, they decided to have Zhang Qingjing temporarily step back and allow the younger, more handsome and endearing Zhenchong, whose background would likely endear him to them, to engage in communication. The outcome was evident. Upon seeing Zhenchong, the group visibly relaxed. He then proceeded to represent them, elucidating the current situation in this realm of reincarnation and outlining the actions they ought to undertake next. The tale Zhenchong recounted seemed fantastical to them, yet the reality before their eyes left no room for skepticism. Subsequently, after ensuring the two who were intent on exchanging stones for valuable items were settled, Zhenchong turned his attention to the newly arrived trio, particularly the one maiden who had not approached them. Fair maiden, there is no need for concern. We have made certain arrangements for the matters ahead. Coincidentally, We have an individual who cannot move independently and requires assistance with a wheelchair. As we may soon face potential battles, we might be unable to attend to our comrade. We kindly ask for your assistance in aiding our teammates' mobility. Noticing the unease in her demeanor, Zhenchang was reminded of his own past insecurities. Although he had not been as fragile as she, he understood her current thoughts quite clearly. Therefore, he chose to delegate some tasks to her, allowing her to feel a sense of purpose within the group, thereby alleviating any notions of being abandoned. In his heart, Zhenchang silently acknowledged his fortunate upbringing, which had shaped him into a thoughtful individual. Even in a different world, his concern for others remained steadfast, and coupled with his identity as a compassionate monk, he felt he was making significant strides toward becoming a genuinely good person. As he beheld the fair maiden before him, her lips red and teeth white, with an undeniably charming countenance and an air of spirited confidence, Qin Qingfeng, despite her belief that she had seen all facets of the world and understood the nature of men, felt an unexpected flutter within her heart. Her gaze flitted toward the young monk, and she stood momentarily entranced, perceiving him as radiating a gentle glow that illuminated her spirit and soothed her soul. Despite his apparent youth, she found herself irresistibly captivated. Fair maiden, two soft calls brought Qin Qingfeng's thoughts back to reality. With a charming smile, she offered a slight bow to the young monk and replied, "Thank you, master, I shall not fail your trust." Her voice, melodious as the gentle strumming of a zither, resonated like the tinkling of a spring. It stirred a tremor within the heart of Zhenchang, whose psychological maturity surpassed his youthful appearance, prompting him to marvel at the prowess of a courtesan raised in a brothel. "I should not be here. I ought to be beneath the carriage," Zhang Tianyang mused, feeling out of place sandwiched between the two. If he were not truly immobile, the modified wheelchair would not hinder his escape. He longed to extricate himself from this uncomfortable situation, feeling awkwardly positioned between them. While he understood that children his age could not fully grasp the nuances of the situation and acted out of good intentions, he was reluctant to be used as a mere tool for flirtation. "How long do you intend to maintain this standoff? Have you considered my feelings at all? This is exceedingly awkward." Perhaps due to a lack of awareness, Zhenchang perceived the allure of the courtesan's charms as formidable, befitting her legendary status. However, the rest of the group could not overlook the greed tinged in Qin Qingfeng's gaze directed at Zhenchang, even if they were largely oblivious to its true implications. Ha ha ha! With such an opportunity at hand, how could great things not be achieved? From this day forth, whether it be savoring flesh or indulging in lavish feasts, who knows, I might even become the lord of a county, surrounded by numerous concubines, or venture even further. The first voice to break the silence belonged to Iron Bull, clearly a person incapable of keeping secrets. In the face of such a momentous opportunity, he became momentarily dazed, forgetting the potential dangers that lay ahead. Instead, he began to fantasize about completing his mission and attaining profound power, envisioning himself commanding the elements and freely pursuing his desires. Meanwhile, although the merchant ship did not exhibit any overt signs of distress, the excitement in their eyes was unmistakable. They had each begun to form a vague understanding of the immense power that this realm of reincarnation held. You may choose to sell your cultivation techniques to the realm of reincarnation for merits, which can then be exchanged for items you require. Alternatively, you may opt to refrain from any exchanges for the time being, awaiting the completion of this task before distributing your spoils and then proceeding with the exchanges. Even though these two individuals exude an aura of discomfort, their actions and gazes unmistakably convey the notion that they are the villains in this scenario. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that they are all teammates who will need to rely on one another for the forthcoming mission. Regardless of their unsatisfactory performance, abandoning them is not an option. Just moments ago, while Zhenchang was entangled in a silent exchange with the courtesan, Zhang Tianyang was reluctantly relegated to a mere tool at the side. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingjing and the other three engaged in a silent dialogue, utilizing glances and gestures to communicate their initial intentions. They resolved to closely observe the actions of the trio during the upcoming task. Should their conduct prove commendable, they would naturally be welcomed into their ranks. However, if their behavior exceeded the established boundaries, despite the likelihood that they would not initiate an attack, acceptance into the team would remain out of reach. the cyclical mission commenced. The largest gang in Muyun City, the Green Snake Gang, has fractured. Sun Yaohai, the second in command of the Green Snake Gang, dissatisfied with the leadership style of the gang's chief, led half of the gang's members to split off and re-establish themselves as the White Snake Gang, positioning themselves against the Green Snake Gang. When two tigers clash, one is bound to be injured. Similarly, the other two factions have also plunged into this chaotic conflict, leaving the citizens of Muyun City in dire straits. Yet, the city lord's manor, due to its limited influence and military strength, is unable to impose order amidst the turmoil created by the four dominant gangs in an effort to quell the chaos instigated by the gang wars and to ensure the peace of his domain. The city lord of Muyun City has begun to recruit heroes from the martial world, intending to form a military force to restore order. Chapter 30. The Arrival Main Quest. Join the team assembled by the city lord of Muyun City to quell the turmoil caused by the four major factions and maintain long-term stability in Muyun City. Quest Reward. Each individual who joins the team organized by the city lord will receive a reward of 50 merit points. Note: this main quest is a chain task. Subsequent main quests will only be issued after the completion of the first. In this reincarnation mission, the side quests are hidden tasks that must be discovered by the reincarnators themselves. Progress in these side quests will contribute to their scoring, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they will qualify for an honor medal, which can be exchanged for desired items in the honor exchange ledger. The method by which the 6 paths of reincarnation issued tasks has changed, leaving the few who have only completed one task somewhat astonished. After all, previous tasks were straightforward, clearly instructing where to go, what to do, and whether to eliminate or save someone. Even with a lack of understanding of everything within that world, they merely needed to adhere to 3 questions: where to go, how many people, and what to do. However, now it seems that having cleared the first task of the 6 paths of reincarnation has elevated the difficulty level significantly. While this merely adds a slight inconvenience compared to future actions, it also signals a troubling prospect. Subsequent tasks may encounter risks of failure due to their unfamiliarity with the situation. All reincarnators, please prepare yourselves. In 1 incense stick's time, this task will commence. The grand voice of the 6 paths of reincarnation resonated within everyone's minds. The 3, who were witnessing this phenomenon for the first time, were on the verge of kneeling in reverence, invoking the name of the divine. On a positive note, at least the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation, much like the last time, has granted them a brief moment to exchange items before the task begins. Noticing a shift in the atmosphere, Zhen Chong, ever the lubricant of the team, swiftly initiated a jest. He did not perceive anything amiss with this alteration in the 6 paths of reincarnation, in his view. The initial tasks in a divine space primarily serve to filter out warriors suitable for cultivation within the Master's domain. Tio put it bluntly, the first tasks are generally straightforward, with uncomplicated prompts, as the primary focus is to gauge one's courage for battle. Other aspects are comparatively less significant. However, the 3 newcomers to the 6 paths of reincarnation were oblivious to the reason behind the expressions of the more experienced youths upon hearing the voice of the 6 paths. They refrained from inquiring, wary of any potential taboos they might inadvertently breach. Given that the tasks issued by the 6 paths of reincarnation provided scant information, the task brief lacked any elements that exceeded their expectations. Thus, they had not contemplated exchanging cultivation techniques for themselves, opting instead for items that could ensure their survival. Presently, with the elixirs provided by Zhang Tianyang and the potions they carried daily, they felt adequately prepared. As the time arrived, the task commenced. The familiar sound of explosions echoed in their minds, followed by a sensation of dizziness. In a fleeting moment, their surroundings blurred, only to be replaced by the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. The scene before them gradually became clearer, with sunlight filtering through the canopy of trees and casting golden patches upon the ground. Unlike the previous task, where they were instantly transported to the mission site, they now found themselves at the forest's edge, with a relatively wide dirt road visible nearby. This unexpected development caused a furrow of confusion to form upon their brows, though it quickly eased as they recognized that this task would undoubtedly be more challenging than the last. Such unforeseen circumstances were entirely normal. However, the group was not disheartened. Barring Qin Qingfeng, none were helpless or considered their strength negligible. At this juncture, Their priority was to ascertain the precise location of the so-called Mu Yun city. This time, the 6 paths of reincarnation had not directly transported them into the city, leaving them uncertain of how far they were from their destination. Having learned from their previous experience, they were no longer the naive novices who relied solely on brute strength without considering their surroundings. Brother Zhang, let us first find a place to inquire about the whereabouts of Mu Yun city. Given the current circumstances, gathering relevant intelligence was of utmost importance. Suddenly thrust into this unfamiliar world, they were not only ignorant of the local conditions but also anxious about potentially veering off course. The consequences of failing the mission were beyond their capacity to bear. There happens to be a broad road nearby. Let us proceed along it and see if we can find a passerby to ask for directions. Everyone present understood the gravity of the situation, and thus, no one opposed the suggestion. For this task, they must unite as one. Should anyone betray the group during their subsequent actions, they would not hesitate to act with ruthless resolve. After establishing the boundaries of this operation with the 2 new teammates, Zhang Qingjing, adopting a somewhat leadership-like demeanor, continued, "Since there are no objections, let us pledge to stand together through thick and thin, striving to ensure that we all survive this mission." Having instilled a sense of assurance, Zhang Qingjing led the group away from the thicket and towards the main road. The forest floor was uneven, with protruding roots and decaying leaves entangled, but this did not deter the others. However, for Zhang Tianyang, who relied solely on a wheelchair, and Qin Qingfeng, who had taken on the responsibility of assisting him, navigating this rugged terrain posed a significant challenge. Nevertheless, even as she stumbled, Qin Qingfeng refrained from uttering a single complaint. Gritting her teeth and resolutely keeping pace with the others, she was indeed a girl of remarkable inner strength. At the closest proximity to the other party, Zhang Tianyang observed with utmost scrutiny, gently nodding his head, inwardly marveling at the unexpected resilience of the young lady before him. Contrary to the initial assumptions held by himself and his companions, this girl exhibited a remarkably strong spirit. Not merely a product of luxury and pampering as they had presumed. Upon reflection, it made sense. For those accustomed to a life of indulgence, it would be exceedingly difficult to maintain a virtuous reputation within the confines of a brothel. As a courtesan, she had managed to preserve her honor until this very moment. The brothel is not a haven of compassion. It is a realm governed solely by self-interest. Theo sustain her reputation in such an environment, particularly at her age, suggests that she must have provided the madam with profits far exceeding the value of her initial sale, thus earning her the status of a cherished asset, one to be protected from any tarnish. The hardships endured to achieve such a feat are likely beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. From this perspective, her current demeanor is not surprising. Perhaps she has long since adapted to this arduous existence. Although these thoughts raced through Zhang Tianyang's mind, he showed no inclination to engage in deeper conversation with her. She was undeniably beautiful and skilled in her attire, yet when compared to the women he knew, apart from his younger sister, who was still quite young and adorable, it was impossible to predict how she might appear in adulthood. Among the other women he was acquainted with, she was only slightly less attractive than his mother and Jiang Yuning. And in fact, she surpassed his sister Pinger by quite a margin. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianyang harbored no ulterior motives. After all, a gentleman does not covet what others cherish. The true meaning behind the earnest gaze of the young monk was likely unnoticed by the protagonists themselves. Yet the astute Zhang Tianyang discerned their subtle intentions with clarity. He had no desire to engage in any rivalry over a woman with Xinchang. There are countless beautiful women in the world, and he was neither a cliché hero enamored by every maiden he encountered, nor a caricature of a man who becomes utterly enraptured by the presence of a woman. "Miss Qin, please take these 3 Yangqi pills. Should you find it unbearable, just consume one, and it will significantly replenish your strength. I must ask for your assistance in the upcoming tasks. Do not succumb here." Seizing the moment when the other 2 were distracted, Zhang Tianyang discreetly retrieved 2 pills from the hidden folds of his clothing, wrapped in beeswax, and quietly handed them to Qin Qingfeng, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. Before long, the group departed from the thicket and set foot on the main road. Upon reaching the mainland, everything seemed considerably easier. Although the road was nowhere near as smooth as modern concrete or asphalt, it was still commendable for ancient times. At least Qin Qingfeng could push her wheelchair with greater ease than in the underbrush, and the others need not deliberately slow down their pace to accommodate Zhang Tianyang and his companion. Unfortunately, their luck seemed to have waned. After carelessly choosing a direction and walking for quite some time, they still encountered no one. Logically, such a wide road should have been bustling with travelers, yet for reasons unknown, they found themselves in this desolate situation. Just as the group began to feel increasingly restless, a tea house suddenly appeared beside the road, its awning providing shade, and judging by the nearby setup, it seemed to offer some food as well, with a few patrons faintly visible within. This discovery invigorated the members of the party. After such a long journey, despite their robust physiques and minimal exhaustion, hunger was inevitable. The presence of a tea house was fortuitous, as it could provide them with a meal and a chance to inquire about their destination. With a stroke of luck, they might even secure a horse or donkey cart to conserve their energy. With the tea stall as their goal, the previously slowing group quickened their pace once more. Soon arriving at the establishment, as Qingfeng glanced ahead, she noted that the proprietor of the tea house was a gray-haired old man, and two tables were occupied, one by a porter with a shoulder pole and the other by an elderly man playing the hukin. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, the group exchanged glances, and ultimately, Zhenchang stepped forward with his hands clasped in prayer, smiling as he said, "Allow me to inquire about the situation and procure some food, as well as ask the proprietor where horses might be rented." Upon hearing Zhenchang's suggestion, the previously timid Wushang Jian and Tiniu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting instantly. They eagerly stepped forward, patting their chests with bravado, declaring, "There's no need to trouble Master Zhenchang. This trivial matter is ours to handle." Without waiting for a response, Tiniu wrapped an arm around Wushang Jian's shoulder and made his way toward the tea stall. This was a cause for concern. Zhang Qingjing shot a glance at Zhenchang, signaling him to follow along. Noticing Zhenchang's confusion, she leaned closer and spoke in a lowered voice. "Earlier, when I observed the porter and the elderly Huqin player, I found them rather peculiar. The porter appeared too sprightly for someone who presumably spends his days working, and although the old man's clothing seemed tattered, he bore no signs of the weariness typical of a seasoned performer. It's possible they are concealing their true identities, and their motives are not our concern." Upon hearing Zhang Qingjing's words, Zhenchang clicked his tongue in realization. If Brother Zhang has already discerned this, then why send me forth? If they truly possess an extraordinary background, me approaching them so brazenly would be akin to a lamb walking into the den of wolves. At that, Zhenchang adopted a mock-serious demeanor, as if to convey that this matter would not be resolved easily. This comical display even elicited a light chuckle from the otherwise stoic Zhang Qingjing. "You are young and appear as a novice monk. Asking for directions will not seem out of place. If they truly have ulterior motives, they would not harm you or incite chaos. Besides, we are here to support you. With your formidable cultivation and alertness, you are unlikely to fall easily, and with our speed and reflexes, we could intervene swiftly if trouble arises." While this reasoning held merit, Zhenchang remained insistent, tugging at Zhang Qingjing's sleeve and feigning a sorrowful expression. Of course, his antics were devoid of malice. His intent was simply to lighten the atmosphere and move past the matter. He hoped the two individuals would adopt a more amiable demeanor while inquiring for directions. Otherwise, should any trouble arise, it would be a different story altogether. Chapter 31. Turmoil in stark contrast to the concerns of the two individuals behind, Tiniu and the lean man, who called himself Wushang Jian, began to converse as they left, with Tiniu still draping an arm over Wushang Jian's shoulder. "Heh, brother. It seems you've noticed how those youngsters are tiptoeing around. Their strength must be quite limited. I see your unbridled style suggests you possess some ability. Why not seize this opportunity for us to establish dominance within this group? At that point, whether it be that courtesan or the striking beauty, they will belong to us." It was evident that Tiniu's intentions were to leverage this opportunity to engage with Wushang Jian, whom he perceived to be far superior to the others, and to secure a position of authority within the group, with aspirations of expanding their gains in the future. Truly, the second in command was astute, recognizing talent when he saw it. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were no ordinary individual. One day, you will soar like a dragon amidst the winds. However, I do harbor some concerns. Those youngsters may possess more skill than they appear. Upon hearing Tiniu's words, Gu Bin's eyes flickered, and in an instant, a scheme hatched in his mind. Unlike the naive Tiniu, who hails from a humble background and has scarcely encountered the grandeur of the world, Gu Bin is acutely aware of the chasm that separates him and his companions from the disciples of the top sections. Thus, while he refrains from forging deep connections with others, he also harbors no intention of antagonizing them. However, fate has presented him with this foolish giant, who, ironically, clings to some unrealistic ambitions. To neglect the opportunity to exploit this fortuitous circumstance for his own benefit would be a grave miscalculation. With their ulterior motives in tow, the two arrived at the tea shop. Upon entering, Tiniu, who had previously exhibited arrogance towards the small vendors, slammed his palm onto a nearby table with such force that the already flimsy structure shattered into fragments, sending dust swirling throughout the tea shop. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? As you can see, our establishment operates on a modest scale, barely making ends meet, and we do not possess anything of great value. The elderly vendor, his hair a cascade of gray, spoke with a furrowed brow, eager to avoid entanglements with such unruly patrons. He adopted a submissive demeanor, hoping to placate the two and send them on their way. Yet, neither of the two was amenable to being dismissed, especially Tiniu, who, upon witnessing the vendor's cowardice, reveled in the display of dominance. The other two men beside him shrank back, attempting to make themselves inconspicuous. As if hoping to evade the attention of their assailants, Tiniu, they were nothing more than spineless creatures, easily manipulated at will. Having long been accustomed to preying on the weak, he had no intention of relinquishing this opportunity. His initial objectives faded from his mind, replaced by an overwhelming desire to extract every ounce of profit from the vendor. I care not for your circumstances. If these tables and chairs are of such poor quality that they shatter with a mere strike, do you think I can afford to bear the cost? Moreover, while testing the durability of your furnishings, I sustained injuries from them. Surely, you must offer some form of compensation. This was nothing short of a brazen act of extortion. Aimed at portraying himself as a victim of injustice, it was a clever ruse, designed to garner sympathy from onlookers, and the more witnesses present, the more his performance thrived, ensnaring the unsuspecting, as Tiniu continued his blustering. The anticipated resistance from the vendor did not materialize. Instead, the tea stall owner maintained a facade of deference, repeatedly bowing in submission. He then retrieved an object wrapped in burlap from behind the counter. Throughout this entire exchange, Gu Bin, the wielder of the 5-wound sword, observed with a detached demeanor, indifferent to the unfolding drama. He was merely waiting for Tiniu to exhaust his amusement before they completed their mission and returned. In stark contrast to the seemingly frail tea stall owner, Gu Bin's attention was drawn to the peculiar figure of a portly peddler and an elderly man of distinguished bearing, who held a huqin in his hands. The two men remained unperturbed, and the distant Zhang Qingjing and her companions, unable to discern the full scope of events due to their distance, observed the situation without intent to intervene, in that moment of collective complacency. The gray-haired tea stall owner suddenly revealed a short blade from within his robes, targeting Tiniu, the most boisterous among the two, before he could react. Clearly, the tea stall owner possessed formidable skills, likely at the mid-stage of the skin refinement realm. Though his strength was comparable, the element of surprise and the advantage of a weapon rendered Tiniu vulnerable, leaving him unaware until it was too late. In an instant, blood gushed forth from Tiniu's wound like a stream. Though his heart was injured, he had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness. However, even in optimal condition, he would have found himself powerless against the sudden assault. His feebly raised arm sagged back down, and as his vision blurred with the loss of blood, he teetered on the brink of collapse. You bastard! The 5-wound sword, having swiftly processed the unforeseen turn of events, prepared to retaliate. Yet, before he could draw his weapon, the peddler lunged at him with a long sword drawn from his shoulder pole, while the elderly huqin player unsheathed a slender blade, attacking from either side with precision. The two assailants executed their moves as if rehearsed 1,000 times. One aimed for the left side, thrusting upward towards the heart, while the other swung down from the right, intent on severing his head. Surrounded and outnumbered, Even the renowned Five Wounds sword felt a pang of arrogance in the face of such peril. He had underestimated the potential dangers lurking in a seemingly insignificant tea shop, believing he could act with impunity. Now, caught off guard, he realized he had placed his life at risk. No. I have only just begun to explore this magnificent world. To glimpse opportunities beyond my reach, I cannot abandon it now. How could it be possible for an ordinary person to perish in such a manner at this location? Alas, the inexorable laws governing the flow of events do not bend to the whims of any individual. Even if he exerted every ounce of strength to contort his body, relying on his mastery of the flesh-refining realm to forcibly tense every muscle, seeking to alleviate the harm inflicted by the razor-sharp blades. The prowess of these two adversaries was not to be underestimated. Judging by the speed of their strikes and the ferocity of their assaults, their strength also reached the realm of flesh refinement, and their capabilities extended beyond mere enhancement of physical attributes, fortifying speed and defensive prowess in ways distinct from his OWN. The moment the two blades pierced his skin, Gu Bin could distinctly feel an invisible force coursing through the swords embedded within him, swirling violently within his body. This energy wreaked havoc upon his muscles, gradually advancing towards his vulnerable internal organs. He had yet to attain the realm of organ refinement. Although his internal fortitude surpassed that of an ordinary person, it remained exceedingly fragile. Presently, the only course of action available to him was a desperate strike, a gamble with no retreat. Either he would perish, or his foe would meet the same fate. The two muscles that had been pierced maintained their tautness under the influence of his vital energy. Meanwhile, his arms extended. His left hand formed a sword shape, aimed at the wrist of the elderly man wielding the huqin. The other hand raised the sword, carving an arc of profound mystery as it launched toward the vendor on his right. Regrettably, neither of the two assailants showed any sign of hesitation. They were both adept assassins, striking true, prepared to distance themselves at the first hint of survival to await another opportunity. Moreover, the wounds inflicted by the two swords had already taken a considerable toll on him. The force delivered through the blades had, by all accounts, inflicted damage upon his internal organs. This cascade of events transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Zhang Qingjing and the others sensed something amiss, Tainyo had already been stabbed through the heart by the tea stall owner, a fate from which he could not escape. The one who called himself the Five Wounds sword also succumbed to the grim fate of surprise attack. In such dire circumstances, losing a teammate constituted a significant loss. They could not allow the rider to eliminate the Five Wounds sword, further diminishing their own strength. Thus, Zhang Qingjing and Qingfeng, both of whom possessed formidable skills and ranked among the strongest in the group, swiftly maneuvered towards the tea stall. Among the group, their speed was unparalleled, making them the optimal choice for rescue. The remaining teammates relied on Jiang Yuning and the others as a bulwark, both to prevent the emergence of similar assassins who might exploit their absence and to safeguard against the potential slaughter of their comrades. This would create chaos, leading to their inevitable annihilation. Furthermore, they aimed to expedite their assistance. Should their entire force rush from the tea stall into the fray, they would need to temper their pace to avoid leaving anyone behind, lest they fail to rescue the Five Wounds sword. With their formidable strength and incredible speed, Zhang Qingjing and Qingfeng swiftly arrived before the elderly man and the vendor at that moment. The two had just distanced themselves from the Five Wounds sword, poised to strike again at the opportune moment. Suddenly, Zhang Qingjing and Qingfeng's figures materialized beside them. Before they could react, the two were decisively dispatched, their throats cleanly severed. Although they were technically still minors, the trials they endured within their respective sects, coupled with their harrowing experiences during the 6 paths of reincarnation, had rendered their hearts as cold as steel, their resolve unshaken by the loss of 1 or 2 lives. By the time Zhang Tianyang and the others reached the tea stall, Zhang Qingjing and Qingfeng had already resolved the chaos that had unfolded. The tea stall owner, an elderly man with graying hair, lay subdued, his tendons severed, and even his jaw had been forcefully dislocated by Zhang Qingjing. The 2 assassins who had previously occupied the tea stall met their demise, their bodies severed, faces frozen in disbelief as they departed this world. Zhang Shixiang's speed of action is truly remarkable. We had barely arrived when he resolved everything, remarked one of the group. paying no heed to the lifeless Tainyo or the dismembered assassins, nor the tea stall owner who lay incapacitated. Zhang Chang produced a healing elixir previously bestowed by Zhang Tianyang. While teasing Zhang Qingjing about his prowess, he approached the injured Gu Bin of the five-wound sword. First, he fed him a healing pill to sustain his life, then began meticulously attending to his wounds. The strength of these individuals seems to reside within the flesh-refining stage. For you, they are formidable adversaries. However, it is peculiar. Though I cannot ascertain the precise tier of flesh refining in this world, it is unlikely they would form a team at this tea stall without reason. After tending to the wounded, Zhan Chang attentively listened to Zhang Qingjing's analysis while seamlessly initiating a search for valuables among the remains. Inwardly, he chided his comrades for their lack of prudence, for failing to recognize the value of such spoils after battle. Was this the indifference of disciples from prestigious sects, too proud to care for trifles? I ask, you answer. Should you utter a single lie, you shall learn the meaning of a desperate struggle for survival. Upon hearing Zhang Qingjing's remarks, Lu Wuxin instantly responded, shattering the tea stall owner's teeth to prevent him from taking his own life. Then, he forced the man's jaw shut and inquired, "Guess." Zhang Shixiang, this fellow's resolve is too strong. I am utterly powerless against him. Perhaps incensed by the tea stall owner's taunt, Lu Wuming took it upon himself to conduct the interrogation. To spare the children present from enduring severe psychological trauma, and to maintain his own persona, Lu Wuming seized the tea stall owner's hair and dragged him behind a nearby mound. The sounds of shrill screams erupted from behind the hillock. Meanwhile, sensing impending danger, Zhang Tianyang retrieved a concealed crossbow from a compartment in his wheelchair, holding it firmly in his grasp. With a newfound confidence, he could wield this weapon independently. Furthermore, based on his previous experiment, as long as he did not perish during the reincarnation task, the 6 paths of reincarnation would restore his body, alleviating the damage he sustained while cultivating the Yuan Tai skill. With this assurance, knowing his lifespan had significantly extended, he resolved to sacrifice a few days of life if necessary, entering a profound state of enlightenment akin to automatic targeting, wielding the crossbow with the precision of a peak-level archer in the flesh-refining realm. Concurrently, Zhan Chang rummaged through the tea stall, acquiring several bottles of sleeping powder and what appeared to be the currency of this world. He collected the weapons from the 3 corpses and gathered any items that seemed valuable, then shifted his attention to Zhang Qingjing. For the time being, Zhang Qingjing was the unanimously appointed leader among them, and the direction of their group's actions could not stray from the captain's control. Given the uncertainty of the situation, their initial intent to inquire about the route to Muyun City had become moot. Regardless of the schemes brewing among them, it was prudent to depart this perilous place as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing Zhang Qingjing's statement, Zhan Chang turned to the still morose Lu Wuxin. Perplexed Lu Shixiang, you asked for so long, employing no small measure of torture, yet you failed to ascertain the location of Muyun City? Hearing this, a slight embarrassment flickered across Lu Wuming's face, yet he maintained his stoic demeanor as he replied, I am uncertain how it transpired and my intent was merely to inquire about directions. The methods I employed were merely instinctive, yet he remained resolutely unyielding, as if he would divulge no information under any circumstance. No matter my efforts, he maintained that demeanor, as if this were not an interrogation but a game of wits. Whoever revealed information first would be the loser. At this point, even Lu Wuming, who had consistently worn a deadpan expression, exhibited a hint of peculiarity in his tone. I do not understand why, yet it was simply a question of direction. His attitude suggested I intended to unearth his ancestral secrets. With this, Zhan Chang gleaned the unfolding events. A potential realization surfacing in his mind. Lu Shixiang, you have not yet dealt with him completely, have you? It seems that the matter has yet to reach a conclusion. In order to allow him a moment of tranquility to contemplate the appropriate demeanor with which to converse with me, I employed a certain strategy, maintaining him in a state of persistent, albeit minor, bleeding. He should not succumb to death anytime soon. From these words, I discerned the other party's intentions, and I could not help but click my tongue in astonishment. On the surface, Brother Lu, who appeared so cold and stern, was revealed to possess such a dark and scheming nature. Simultaneously, I patted my chest in relief, grateful that I had not inadvertently provoked this brother Lu. For had my name found its way into his mental ledger, who could say when he might seize the opportunity to make me experience the plight of that tea stall owner? Perhaps I should test the waters myself. A sunny smile broke upon Zhang Tianyang's face as he joined the conversation between the two, capturing their curious gazes. After all, Zhang Tianyang appeared to be merely a 10-year-old child. One must question whether it would be appropriate to task such a young boy with the interrogation of a captive, lest it inflict irreversible harm upon his psyche, given his porcelain-like appearance. Sending him to interrogate a prisoner might very well induce laughter from the already half-dead tea stall owner. It was not that I underestimated Zhang Tianyang. Rather, his current appearance was exceedingly deceptive. Both his frail physique, which could only sustain him in a wheelchair, and his consistently gentle and compliant demeanor suggested he was easy to bully, a pitiable and helpless little creature. Thus, when the notion of involving him in such a gruesome affair arose, the immediate reaction from all was one of rejection, especially from Zhenchang. The others, while they too felt a degree of sympathy for Zhang Tianyang due to their noble lineage and the gratitude they owed him for the elixirs he had provided, were primarily motivated by their pity for his current predicament. Zhenchang, however, had his own reasons beyond those mentioned. Following the conclusion of the last cycle of reincarnation, he had received a martial arts technique that, while reliant solely on skill, would not allow him to break through to the realm of skin refining, nor would it raise any questions regarding his future cultivation progress. This not only saved him the expense of purchasing manuals, but also allowed him to exchange for abilities with greater potential. Rest assured, I harbored no expectations. With M.R.Lu Wuming's methods, it was hardly inconceivable for him to make others dissipate. Yet the outcome was a resounding slap to his face, as various unpleasant memories surged forth. I merely wished to test the poison I had concocted through practice, to see how effective it truly was, whether it possessed the legendary property of dissolving upon contact with flesh or delivering a lethal blow upon bleeding. Such matters were not inherently shameful, and once I conveyed my motives to the two, their expressions shifted dramatically. Although, theoretically, such actions lacked morality, when one resorted to employing such trump cards, who would concern themselves with ethics? Preserving one's own life was already a considerable achievement. Thus, Zhenchang and the others merely pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Adhering to the principle of making use of the useless, even if captured, one could still maintain a faade of toughness, refusing to divulge information, or even respond when asked for directions. However, while Zhenchang and Lu Wuming posed no questions, Qin Fengqing, who silently pushed Zhang Tianyang's wheelchair from behind, cast a peculiar gaze at him. He could hardly fathom that the child, who had shown them such gentleness and appeared so fragile, harbored such a ruthless side. This left Zhenchang momentarily taken aback as he took over Zhang Tianyang's wheelchair, still reeling from the shock of the earlier revelation. Let us proceed to that tea stall for a brief respite. After we conclude matters there, we shall continue our journey, striving to locate others and ascertain the route to Muyun City. Having spoken these words in a cold, unyielding manner, Zhenchang moved directly toward the stall without waiting for Qin Fengqing's response, continuing to speak as he walked. I advise you to acclimate to such matters swiftly. Often, it is far better to be ruthless toward one's enemies than to allow harm to befall one's allies. Zhenchang and Zhang Tianyang soon arrived behind the earthen slope, witnessing firsthand the condition of the tea stall owner after Lu Wuming's interrogation. The sight was grotesque. The man bore no semblance of humanity, with his fingers and toes pierced by sharpened wooden stakes, and the soft flesh between his legs reduced to pulp. His entire body was a canvas of wounds. His clothes drenched in blood, resembling a wretch who had just clawed his way out of a pool of blood. Yet, under Lu Wuming's meticulous technique, the tea stall owner remained alive, albeit with a twisted expression of pain. His breaths shallow and labored, his consciousness fading. Amitabha, forgive me, forgive me. Tianyang, I beseech you to assist this poor soul on his journey, to relieve him of his suffering. Initially, Zhenchang had hoped to seize this opportunity to harden his resolve against taking lives, lest he falter in future battles due to an aversion to killing, leading to his own injury. However, upon witnessing the tea stall owner's abominable state, he found himself disinclined to strike again. The man had suffered so greatly that any further assault would only serve to exacerbate his torment. And Zhenchang feared the moral repercussions of such an act. The tea stall owner's dismal condition also startled Zhang Tianyang. He, too, had harbored similar intentions. In his previous life, his decisive actions stemmed from the nature of his opponents. Akin to zombies or poison beings, and more importantly, he had sought to ensure his strikes were lethal. During combat, he had maintained a state of enlightenment, utilizing that unique mindset to ensure focus and precision while safeguarding himself from external distractions. However, Zhang Tianyang understood that the primary purpose of this enlightened state was to grasp the profound truths of existence, to enhance his cultivation, and to attain clarity of mind, rather than serving as a mere tool for combat. Engaging in battle while in such a state felt akin to being an observer, closely witnessing a thrilling clash without ever experiencing its reality. Throughout the process, Zhang Tianyang felt no tangible sensation. Although knowledge of countering opponents surfaced in his mind, it did not translate into practical experience. True understanding stems from practice. No matter how much knowledge one acquires, if it is merely recitation, one cannot become a formidable force. Yet, similar to Zhenchang, the realization that the tea stall owner was on the precipice of death evoked a sense of helplessness in Zhang Tianyang. Even should he eliminate the man, he would not derive much satisfaction from it, perhaps even feeling as though he had not slain an enemy but rather assisted one in escaping the cycle of suffering. The thought of accumulating merit lingered in his mind, prompting a deep sigh to escape his lips. Given that the objective of fortifying his resolve could no longer be achieved, he resolved to at least fulfill his goal of experimenting with the poison he had crafted in this undertaking. Zhang Tianyang had brought along 2 categories of poison. Point 1 was a highly corrosive powder, gray in hue and emitting a pungent odor, akin to corpse-dissolving agents. Upon hearing of such a substance in a novel, he had deemed it a waste to use it solely for disposing of corpses. The ability to turn a body into a puddle of putrefaction in mere moments, leaving no trace, made it a formidable weapon. Any who came into contact with it would undoubtedly face the prospect of dismemberment or death. Yet, the notion of employing such a potent poison merely for the sake of obliterating evidence struck him as an egregious waste. The second type resembled a narcotic, inducing a state of weakness and lethargy with just a whiff, rendering it an excellent choice for infiltration, or to sap an opponent's strength during battle. Judging by the tea stall owner's condition, the second poison would likely serve no purpose, leaving Zhang Tianyang with only the first option to explore. As he scattered the grayish powder, the seemingly lifeless tea stall owner suddenly regained some semblance of vitality and let out a piercing scream. "I will tell you anything you ask. Please, just kill me. Kill me." At this moment, the tea stall owner had completely shattered. He had already resigned himself to the notion of a valiant death, and thus, despite enduring the frenzied torment inflicted by Lu Wuming, he remained silent. Just when he believed that everything was at an end, and he would soon die with honor, the solitude and agony of his fading life filled his heart with unbearable anguish. Even his once resolute spirit began to show signs of fracture. Although he might have regretted his choices and reignited a desire for life, Lu Wuming had already departed, and no further misfortune seemed likely. However, fate had other plans, as 2 more individuals arrived, and even upon seeing his wretched state, they showed no mercy. The torment of his dissolving flesh became too much for him to bear. Ultimately, in a state of utter despair, he pleaded for mercy, forsaking any notions of honor or dignity. At that moment, he merely wished for a swift death, and even the prospect of revealing the plans of the Lord of Muyun City seemed no longer daunting. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhenchang and Zhang Tianyang exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion and bewilderment in the other's eyes. Nevertheless, given the current posture of their counterpart, they knew they could not let this opportunity for intelligence slip away. Then tell us, in which direction lies Muyun City? Chapter 33. A temporary stay. Although the tea stall owner was astonished that they merely sought to inquire about the direction of Muyun City, he inwardly regretted having provoked them without reason. Such a simple matter need not have been complicated to this extent. Yet, resigned to his fate, he divulged the precise location of Muyun City to Zhang Tianyang and the others. It was only then that Zhang Tianyang realized they had been heading in the wrong direction. Muyun City lay along the very road they had traversed. Due to this misdirection, Their prolonged journey had only taken them further away from Muyun City. They were likely advancing toward the opposite direction, perhaps unaware of their true destination by the end. Afterward, Zhang Tianyang intended to inquire about the previous statements made by the tea stall owner, seeking clarification on their meaning. However, before he could voice his question, the tea stall owner succumbed to his agony, falling silent. Following this, after regrouping with the others, Zhang Tianyang and his companions proceeded along the path indicated by the tea stall owner. Swiftly arriving at Muyun City, the journey was remarkably calm. Not a single merchant or traveler could be seen on the typically bustling thoroughfare, nor were there any bandits, as often depicted in dramas. Thus, the group soon found themselves at the gates of Muyun City, the towering walls reaching an impressive height of approximately 20 to 30 meters. Scattered about were soldiers and guards, arranged in a disciplined manner. Although the city gates stood wide open like any other town, the flow of pedestrians was strikingly sparse. Most of those they encountered were villagers or landowners from nearby farms, with few dressed in the attire of adventurers, clad in leather or linen, armed with swords and daggers. Among the current group, aside from the grievously injured Wu Shangjin, who could not move, and Qin Qingfeng, adorned in gold and silver, their garments resplendent. The oldest in appearance was the perpetually morose Lu Wuming. Although the leadership of the group had continually hovered around Zhang Qingjing, his age was still relatively young. If he were to lead the group into Muyun City, it was likely that before he could showcase his abilities, none of the city's factions would regard them with any esteem. However, upon their entry into the city, they did not hasten to complete their mission. Firstly, they had just endured a long and arduous journey. Relying solely on their own legs for so long, especially with those among them who had not trained, the accumulated fatigue was palpable. To stride boldly into their task would likely result in being intercepted before they even reached their objective, and those they encountered would hardly take them seriously. Regardless of how events would unfold in Muyun City or how their mission might evolve, solidifying their identities without leaving a favorable initial impression would be detrimental to their future prospects. Everyone was weary, and noting the calmness of Muyun City, Zhang Qingjing had previously scouted the area and found no information had yet emerged. Even the recruitment of the city lord was only just beginning. Additionally, within the cycle of reincarnation, there was no stipulated time frame for their mission, suggesting that it would not commence swiftly. As an ideal resting place, Zhang Qingjing retrieved items from the cloth pouch at his waist, which he had specifically prepared for such a situation. What he poured out were scattered pieces of silver, the majority stemming from previous earnings akin to lucky money and rewards. Having remained near the sect, there were fewer expenses for cultivation resources, as their sect had its own palace. Transactions often required fundamental currency that could enhance one's strength, rather than the gold and silver they were currently using. Thus, he found himself with a surplus. When he had previously sought information, he had also taken the opportunity to glance at the marketplace in this world, comparing it to that of his own, and he had come to understand the similarities in their monetary systems. Although common impoverished families might not utilize silver, its inherent value remained intact. Therefore, as Zhang Qingjing placed the silver on the inn's table, the crisp sound echoed. "Please prepare 4 rooms for us, and if there are any specialties, bring them forth. Use as much of this money as needed. Should we find ourselves still hungry, we may need to order more." Upon hearing Zhang Qingjing's request and glancing at the silver before him, the attendant initially nodded almost imperceptibly before suddenly becoming exceedingly enthusiastic and approaching Zhang Qingjing. His face bore a radiant smile, as if the indifferent demeanor he had exhibited moments ago was not his own. He skillfully swept the silver offered by Zhang Qingjing toward him, then retrieved a pair of professional scissors and a scale from beneath the counter. Meticulously weighing the scattered silver pieces, "I trust you are aware, esteemed guest, that the influx of visitors to Muyun City has been overwhelming as of late, with many travelers choosing to stay at inns. So the prices, naturally?" The attendant spoke cautiously, observing Zhang Qingjing's expression for any sign of discontent, all while maintaining a careful demeanor. It was not out of cowardice, but rather due to Lu Wuming, who was still covered in blood from the earlier encounter with the tea stall owner. The blood that stained him was a remnant of his previous efforts to extract information from the tea stall owner, without regard for the splatters that had marked him. Although he had managed to cleanse some of the blood from his face and hands at the tea stall, The stains on his clothing were not easily washed away. Time and energy were against him. Now, this bloodied appearance unwittingly served a different purpose. That is fine. The charge shall be what it is. And do not forget to deliver the food to our respective rooms, along with plenty of hot water. Zhang Qingjing casually issued a few instructions, and upon witnessing his demeanor, the young attendant breathed a sigh of relief, his smile growing ever more radiant. Very well, we have 4 rooms available, meals prepared, and bathing facilities. Esteemed guests, please make yourselves at home. Initially, he had expected to confront ruthless individuals, considering the oppressive aura exuded by the stoic man, whose bloodied appearance was undeniably intimidating. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by their amiable disposition. This realization filled the young attendant with a sense of fortune as he glanced at the rest of the group behind the 2 men. There was a frail child seated in a wheelchair, easily liftable by a single hand. Next to him stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, adorned in exquisite attire, radiating an alluring charm that captivated anyone who caught a glimpse of her. Then, there was a small monk, clad in a gray robe, his lips a vivid red and his features delicately sculpted, a young Taoist boy, distinguished by his long sword and hair adorned with a Taoist pin, completed the ensemble. Lastly, there was a pale, emaciated man, dressed in tattered clothing stained with blood, supported by the young Taoist, and among them, a delightful young lady with a gentle demeanor, wielding a long sword. This motley crew seemed to embody a diverse array of professions from across the lands. The young attendant had never before encountered such an eclectic assembly, and found himself pondering the reasons that had united these individuals to arrive here. Recently, it appeared that numerous adventurers had been forming similar groups in this city, and it was said that those who came here often vanished without a trace after some time. They had already accumulated a considerable fortune left behind by the many adventurers who had mysteriously disappeared from their lodgings. It seemed this city harbored complexities far beyond their initial perceptions, suggesting the presence of hidden traps within their mission. With time still on their side before the task commenced, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to investigate the city and uncover its clandestine machinations. Contrary to their original plan, the group found themselves converging in Zhang Tianyang's room, intent on summarizing and discussing their observations and the intelligence they had gleaned from the local populace. Adventurers akin to themselves had flocked to the city during this period. According to the young attendant, many had taken up residence in their establishment, which was not nearly as spacious as they had imagined. Zhang Qingjing took the lead, as he had always been the primary negotiator within the group. Possessing more pertinent information than the others, he had discerned subtle discrepancies in the remarks made by the locals. Brother Zhang suggests that someone is hunting in the shadows, targeting adventurers like us who arrive in Muyun City. But what could their intentions be? The sagacious Zhen Chang quickly grasped the deeper implications of Zhang Qingjing's words. The others, however, shook their heads in uncertainty, unable to deduce the reasons behind this scenario. After all, the initial task merely required them to join the city lord's retinue while subtly revealing the existence of the 4 major factions within Muyun City. The ultimate objectives and the specific plans of these factions remained shrouded in mystery. Given the current ambiguity, recklessly immersing themselves in the chaotic situation could lead them into peril. Therefore, Zhang Qingjing proposed that they unite to gather sufficient information within the city tomorrow. His gaze swept over Jiang Yuning and Qing Feng, the 2 strongest members among them, understanding that strength was paramount when it came to intelligence gathering, especially in such a treacherous environment. Jiang Yuning and Qing Feng readily agreed, but Zhan Chong and Lu Wuming were restless. They were acutely aware that wandering aimlessly in their current state, with an unknown opponent, was tantamount to courting death. However, the notion of remaining inactive in the inn was utterly implausible. They would not comply with such passivity. As if considering their concerns, Zhang Qingjing shook his head slightly and continued, to the rest of our companions, I entrust you with the task of establishing a secure base for us in this city tomorrow. Qing Feng, the first to respond, expressed his reservations about the precarious situation, questioning the wisdom of purchasing a property that would expose their actions. Moreover, their funds were insufficient to acquire real estate in this city. Even renting a house with a courtyard for their comfort would entail considerable expenses. While the inn provided a modicum of safety, the young attendant's earlier remarks hinted that numerous adventurers had met their demise within its walls. Zhang Qingjing patiently explained his reasoning. Thus, This inn is not a sanctuary. It may very well become our grave. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingfeng nodded, appearing to comprehend Zhang Qingjing's perspective. Zhang Tianyang, who had been quietly observing from his wheelchair, voiced his agreement with the plan. Additionally, possessing a stronghold would enable them to effectively utilize the poisons he had concocted, should the need arise. After solidifying their course of action for the following day, Zhang Qingjing and the others delved into the finer details of their impending endeavors. Meanwhile, Zhenchang and Lu Wuming began strategizing their approach, contemplating how to locate a suitable property for sale that met their requirements, as well as discussing the logistics involved in such an undertaking. The most pressing concern was the source of funds for purchasing or renting these properties. Although they had preserved some wealth, it was far from adequate for their needs. This dilemma persisted until Qin Qingfeng proposed using her pure gold adornments as collateral to secure the necessary funds to accomplish their task, thus providing a clear plan of action. Chapter 34. Preparedness is key. Currently, the information at their disposal was scant, and the objectives of their mission were far less defined than those of their previous assignment. Ultimately, they were not omniscient beings capable of discerning the greater picture from mere fragments of knowledge. The intelligence they had gathered thus far was insufficient to extrapolate further insights. They could only adapt to whatever challenges arose, navigating each step as it came. As others departed one by one, the arrangement of the rooms had been predetermined. The strongest among them, Zhang Qingjing, shared a chamber with the critically injured Gu Bin, who was unable to move independently. Jiang Yuning and Qin Qingfeng, both formidable women capable of extraordinary feats when pushed to their limits, were assigned to the same room, ensuring mutual protection. The allocation of the remaining 2 rooms was more arbitrary. Though Qingfeng desired to share accommodations with Zhanchang for mutual support, Zhang Qingjing ultimately vetoed the idea. In terms of compatibility, Zhang Tianyang and Zhenchang, both of a similar age, would likely find common ground, whereas the temperamental Qingfeng would be better paired with the taciturn Lu Wuming to reduce potential conflicts. This arrangement also ensured a balanced distribution of strength among the rooms. With such close quarters, should an attack occur, it would suffice for a single, slightly stronger individual to engage the assailants, allowing the others to swiftly come to their aid. Within their respective teams, Qingfeng was undoubtedly the powerhouse, tasked with handling such assignments with ease. In contrast, Zhang Tianyang, who appeared frail, was entrusted with the same responsibility alongside Zhenchang. Zhang Qingjing recalled that Zhang Tianyang possessed a top-tier concealed weapon, Galestorm, capable of countering formidable adversaries. Coupled with his deceptive appearance, it was conceivable that he could neutralize intruders before assistance even arrived. Indeed, the challenges of this recurring mission were becoming increasingly formidable. Having dined, Zhenchang, after a brief discussion with the waiter at the restaurant, indulged in a comforting hot bath. With a playful leap, he bounded onto the bed, reminiscent of a carefree child rolling about on the soft mattress. Despite having reached a level of mastery in his training, the fatigue from a day filled with exertion weighed heavily upon him. At that moment, he longed to languidly recline on the bed, utterly disinclined to lift even a single finger. Hearing Zhenchang's exclamation, Zhang Tianyang nodded in agreement. He possessed an extraordinary ability, allowing him, when necessary, to utilize the power bestowed by Zhan Wu Jiandao to revert to a prior state, unleashing a force that, although he had never employed, instinctively felt capable of annihilating an entire city. With the foundation of Yuan Taigong, even if he returned to that formidable level, his life would remain intact, suspended by the original bow of the Yuan Taigong. This technique connected him to the world as if the universe were a womb and he, its fetus, drawing sustenance through the umbilical cord of his breath. In this state, he merely needed to maintain a low-energy existence akin to that of a lungfish or a scavenger. Thanks to the capabilities of Yuan Taigong, he would soon restore his normal state. Initially, Zhang Tianyang had dismissed this ability, as he had previously surmised that each use would require decades for recovery. However, the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation now presented a possibility for him to self-destruct within the cycle, obliterating his foes, provided he did not perish before the cycle concluded. As long as he returned to the realm of reincarnation, the 6 paths would undoubtedly restore his form. Time to rest. Tomorrow brings many tasks, he mused. Just as Zhang Tianyang pondered these thoughts, Zhenchang, having vented his frustrations, leapt off the grand bed in the inn. He swiftly lifted Zhang Tianyang from his wheelchair and settled him onto the adjacent bed, ensuring his comfort before retreating behind a screen in the corner of the room. Upon hearing Zhenchang's words, Zhang Tianyang returned to the present, his gaze fixed upon the exquisitely crafted young monk before him. And after a brief moment of silence, he closed his eyes. Submerged in the warm water of the tub, Zhenchang exhaled deeply, finding solace for his weary spirit. Reflecting on his youthful body and the formidable strength within him that he had once deemed unattainable, he considered his recent efforts and the fantastical experiences he had encountered. A sense of reality began to take shape in his heart. In his previous life, he was known as Lu Zhenchang, an ordinary university student in Huagua, whose sole pastime was indulging in novels of various genres. Whether it be tales of transmigration, martial arts, the uncanny, or romantic narratives, he welcomed any story that piqued his interest. Undeterred by genre, often, he would fantasize about traversing into fantastical realms or historical epics like the protagonists in those stories, aspiring to achieve greatness in such worlds. Yet, he understood that these were mere flights of fancy, unrealistic daydreams. As he entered university, his thoughts of transmigration gradually faded. However, just as he embarked on this new chapter of his life, with eyes closed and opened anew, he found himself in the midst of Shaolin. Transformed into a child of merely 6 or 7 years, before him stood an elderly monk, clad in a robe of yellow, radiating warmth and benevolence. With broad hands, the monk gently brushed over Zhenchang's head, causing his disheveled hair to fall away. The monk's deep, resonant voice echoed, "From this day forth, your Dharma name shall be Zhenchang. You shall enter the service hall. Henceforth, I hope you will diligently study the Dharma, attain enlightenment, and remain unclouded by hatred." Even now, Zhenchang remained perplexed by the monk's mention of hatred, unsure of why he had been assigned to the service hall. Yet, he found himself disinclined to ponder the matter further. The so-called hatred spoken of by the monk was not his own. He was merely an accidental transmigrant, devoid of memories from the original self. This severed any causal connection to the past, and he would not be foolish enough to bear the burdens of another's life or seek revenge. Perhaps in the future, the enemies of this body would come seeking him, intent on extinguishing his life in its infancy. However, he was now a disciple of Shaolin, poised to become one of its most esteemed members, wielding considerable influence. Having embarked on the path of martial arts and entered the grand opportunity of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he recognized that while the tasks ahead were fraught with peril, the rewards were equally abundant. It was evident that his growth would surpass ordinary expectations. How could he fear the enemies of his past self? Indeed, when he finally crossed paths with them, he would likely have far surpassed them, rendering them inconsequential. A bright future loomed ahead. Perhaps, in this life, he could truly ascend the celestial path, traverse the world in song, and wield the power to obliterate all with a mere gesture. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a future where he donned white garments, radiating serenity, with a single gesture causing the world to crumble. Yet, in the next moment, this vision morphed into a scene of his burly self wielding a massive cleaver, muscles taut, surveying the strange sights from the southern Heavenly Gate to Penglai East Road, an image that diverged from his aesthetic ideals. Startled back to reality, Zhenchang realized the bathwater had grown lukewarm. With a splash, he rose from the tub, grabbing a coarse towel from the nearby screen to dry himself. After donning the fresh clothes that Zhang Qingjing had instructed the waiter to procure, he approached another bed and retrieved the jade vial previously bestowed upon him by Zhang Tianyang. He poured a pill into his mouth and, employing the breathing techniques of the Luohan fist, began to circulate his internal energy for cultivation. The following morning, the members of their small group awakened in succession. They casually ordered breakfast downstairs at the inn, devouring their meals heartily. Once finished, Zhang Qingjing and Jiang Yuning exchanged knowing glances with the others, nodding to each other before departing the inn. Remaining behind were Zhenchang, Zhang Tianyang, and Lu Wuming, who, after savoring their final bites of baozi and finishing the last drops of soy milk, adhered to the plan laid out by their leader. Their objective was to secure a discreet courtyard to serve as their future base of operations. As for the funds required for this rental, Zhang Qingjing and the others had already contributed their remaining funds. Pooling their resources, each member offered their earnings or wealth accumulated from their previous lives. Notably, Qin Qingfeng, the weakest among them, generously donated her jewelry and accessories. Ultimately, they amassed a sum of several hundred taels of silver, deemed sufficient to rent a modest courtyard within the city, potentially even leaving them with a surplus. "Where shall we seek to rent our courtyard?" Zhenchang inquired as they left the inn, liberated from pushing Zhang Tianyang's wheelchair thanks to Qin Qingfeng's assistance. He immediately turned to Lu Wuming, fully aware of the cold demeanor that masked a ruthless nature. In confrontations, Lu Wuming's methods were often terrifyingly cruel, instilling a sense of dread. In essence, he was a reliable ally, yet a formidable foe. Given that Lu Wuming had accepted this task, it implied he possessed a means to fulfill it. However, in this unfamiliar territory, where could they possibly find a suitable courtyard? Surely, they would seek out those who knew the area. Upon hearing Zhenchang's question, Lu Wuming found it peculiar that Zhenchang would inquire about something so elementary. However, upon witnessing Zhenchang's bewildered expression, he instantly came to a realization, inwardly lamenting the peril of habitual thinking. At Zhenchang's current age, he was indeed at a stage of naivety, and being a disciple of the Buddhist sect, it was likely he had never ventured into the city, lacking such common knowledge. It would not be surprising to describe him as someone untouched by the mundane world. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Wuming's gaze towards Zhenchang gradually took on a peculiar quality. Nevertheless, he refrained from saying much, patiently contemplating how to elucidate the present circumstances to Zhenchang. Yet, Zhenchang himself had an epiphany, mentally berating his own foolishness for not having considered such a simple matter earlier. Awkwardly accompanying Lu Wuming, he listened as he imparted wisdom on contemporary knowledge. "Brother Lu, wait a moment." Just as Zhenchang was on the verge of social embarrassment, a voice that sounded like celestial music reached his ears. Turning around, he discovered Zhang Tianyang, seated in a wheelchair, intently gazing at a nearby apothecary named Bai Chaotang. "Brother Zhang, is there something you need?" "Well, this task may very well turn into a protracted endeavor. So naturally, the more restorative potions we have, the better. The supplies I brought previously are limited, and under the circumstances, it would be advantageous to acquire as many as possible." Upon hearing Zhang Tianyang's remarks, combined with his penetrating gaze, both men easily discerned each other's intentions. He intended to procure medicinal supplies from the nearby apothecary to concoct a substantial quantity of healing elixirs for future tasks. With this understanding, Lu Wuming could not help but marvel at how astutely Zhang Tianyang had chosen, recognizing the immense importance of having such logistical support within a team. Consequently, he found no reason to decline. "Brother Zhang speaks truthfully. This indeed benefits our mission. Therefore, let Zhenchang accompany you to purchase the medicines." They agreed that after their procurement, they would remain at the location until he sent someone to fetch them. With Zhenchang's relieved expression, the two entered Bai Chaotang. Chapter 35. The Qing Shi Gang, though called Bai Chaotang, it was not a place of origin. Rather, it specialized in collecting herbs from local hunters and herbalists, consolidating them for sale. Furthermore, Bai Chaotang did not merely buy and sell herbs, but also procured refined elixirs. Owing to its monopolistic status in the city, Zhang Tianyang merely inquired briefly and quickly gathered the necessary supplies. However, due to their limited funds, Zhang Tianyang opted to barter with the elixirs he had concocted. After all, the elixirs crafted by Zhang Tianyang were significantly superior to ordinary ones, yet could be traded at the price of standard potions. The exchange promised a considerable profit, so the proprietor of Bai Chaotang readily accepted the transaction. Make way for the Qing Shi Gang. Just as the two finalized their deal, receiving numerous packages of herbs from the shopkeeper, a brazen voice pierced the air as a burly man with a brutish countenance, short hair, and fierce eyes appeared before them. Flanking him were two similarly robust figures clad in short coats, exuding an air of intimidation. The sight of these men left Zhenchang and Zhang Tianyang momentarily astounded. As the saying goes, when one seeks, they often find. They never anticipated that while merely gathering medicinal supplies, they would encounter individuals from the Qing Shi Gang, previously highlighted in the introduction to the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Observing their arrogant demeanor and the disdainful gaze they cast upon others, It was evident that they believed their gang to be at the pinnacle of power, unperturbed by the challenges that lay ahead, nor concerned about inciting the ire of the city's inhabitants. "Oh, if it isn't Captain Jia, what wind has blown you here?" Upon seeing the newcomers, the proprietor of Baijiao Tang instantly donned a sycophantic smile and approached them, extending his hands to shake Captain Jia's formidable grip. Having come to stir trouble and extract profits from Baijiao Tang, Captain Jia felt the familiar weight of something solid handed to him. The recognition of its heft and texture transformed his expression into one of unrestrained delight. Truly, the proprietor of Baijiao Tang is more discerning than those country bumpkins, knowing precisely when to act generously. Well then, since the proprietor is so perceptive, to continue our entanglement would only seem ungracious. Wishing you prosperous business, having acquired what he desired, Captain Jia showed no intent to linger further, offering a mock bow to the shopkeeper before departing Baijiao Tang with a hearty laugh. "This is an opportunity. Perhaps we can extract more information regarding Muyun City from him." As Captain Jia prepared to leave, Jincheng swiftly released the grip on Zhang Tianyang's wheelchair, stuffing the purchased herbs into Zhang Tianyang's arms and advancing towards Captain Jia's retreating figure. Captain Jia's pace was leisurely, swaggering towards adjacent shops, allowing Jincheng to catch up quickly. "May I inquire if you are Captain Jia of the Qingxi gang? It is a privilege to finally meet you. The orderly conduct of the shops in our vicinity is undoubtedly attributable to your tireless dedication and unwavering commitment. This is merely a small token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Jincheng skillfully approached, showering compliments with practiced ease, employing his adept flattery to momentarily disorient Captain Jia. He then proceeded to offer a bribe. Typically, individuals of their ilk engaged in such practices to ensure their safety and better their circumstances in a chaotic world. It is worth noting that according to the Qingxi gang's previous rules, they were expected to support merchants within their territory, and the so-called protection fees, along with the various bizarre charges recently mentioned, were unprecedented. As gang members, they possessed far greater insight into the prevailing circumstances than ordinary citizens. Their current actions revealed an underlying fear, as they intended to focus solely on amassing wealth within their jurisdiction while neglecting other matters concerning the Qingxi gang, perhaps in preparation for a hasty retreat or secretive escape routes. Thus, when confronted with Jincheng's proffered money, Captain Jia did not express disdain but instead weighed it before casually pocketing it. The money Jincheng presented was originally meant for purchasing herbs, but since the transaction had been completed through a barter system, it was now conveniently available for this moment. Evidently, retaining this portion of money was a prudent decision. Captain Jia accepted the funds greedily, confirming that these resources should not go to waste. Previously, he had sacrificed his dignity and reputation merely to flatter a minor shopkeeper. His intention was to extract as much relevant information as possible from Captain Jia. The outcome did not disappoint him. With money as the primary motivator, complemented by Jincheng's sweet-talking, he successfully gleaned valuable intelligence. Observing Jincheng's serious demeanor, akin to a darkened skillet, even the physically impaired Zhang Tianyang hurriedly inquired about the situation. "This fellow is indeed motivated by greed. As long as the money is right, he is willing to divulge anything." Watching Captain Jia, who skillfully maneuvered through the throngs of merchants, Jincheng turned to the proprietor of Baijiao Tang and began. "Proprietor, I have a small business proposition and hope to collaborate with you. Is this truly a recruitment scene?" A nearly identical question simultaneously emerged in the minds of Zhang Qingjing and Qingfeng. Following their prior plan, they made their way to the vicinity of the city lord's mansion, intending to assess the situation. As expected, the mansion indeed displayed a notice for recruiting soldiers. However, the scene was markedly different from their expectations of fervor. Although a recruitment notice was indeed posted, accompanied by a canopy and a table laden with documents, it featured a middle-aged scholar languidly seated beneath it. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, this hardly resembled a bustling recruitment site. Rather, it appeared as a forlorn stall, neglected due to mismanagement. The atmosphere could be aptly described as one of desolation, a circumstance that sent a chill through Zhang Qingjing and her companions. This indicated that the city lord's mansion wielded little control over the city and was viewed unfavorably by the common populace. The desolate scene suggested that the mansion was not regarded as a trustworthy or reliable entity, only appealing to those with no other options. The cause of this predicament could stem from two possibilities. Either the leadership of the mansion was negligent, alienating the common folk, or the mansion's control over its subordinate factions was woefully inadequate, leading those gang members to dismiss its authority. Consequently, rational individuals would refrain from seeking confrontation with those factions while in the mansion's domain. Regardless of which scenario prevailed, it signified that their current mission would likely be far more complex than anticipated. To ascertain the situation further, the trio engaged in hushed discussion before Qingfeng, donning the guise of a minor Taoist priest, boldly approached the notice. In the meantime, Zhang Qingjing and Jiang Yuning dispersed to inquire among the local merchants and residents. This mission may prove to be more intricate than we initially envisioned. Their initial inquiries bore fruit as they awaited Lu Wuming, who would guide them to their rented quarters. Upon arrival, they convened in the courtyard's main hall to share the intelligence they had gathered, collaboratively deliberating on their forthcoming course of action. The recruitment notice from the city lord's mansion appeared rather mundane, merely stating the need for robust young men, preferably those skilled in martial arts, with varying compensation based on their respective capabilities. Qingfeng spoke first, his demeanor casual and his tone unremarkable, clearly feeling that no further pertinent information could be derived from this ordinary notice. According to the understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the city lord of Mu Yun City intended to quell the current turmoil, implying that this was merely a standard pre-war recruitment effort, seemingly lacking any exceptional elements. Qingfeng's remarks relieved all but Zhang Qingjing and Jiang Yuning, who remained furrowed in thought. However, before they could fully relax, Zhang Qingjing's first utterance brought their anxiety back to the forefront. It is likely that this mission is far from the simplicity we had imagined. While the notice itself appears unproblematic, the surrounding populace's peculiar reactions to the city lord's announcement are quite unsettling. Brother Zhang's observation holds true. We have questioned numerous individuals, yet the overwhelming majority expressed sentiments that contradicted the notice's content. Ordinarily, the common folk would be drawn to a notice put forth by the city lord's mansion, eager to hear the narratives from those who could read. Thus, even illiterate individuals could recount the notice's demands. Yet the current predicament reveals that most believe it merely pertains to an increase in taxes, while others divert the conversation entirely. Upon hearing Jiang Yuning's statement, Qingfeng and the others' pupils dilated, their expressions morphing into an unusual mixture of shock and disbelief. If this were indeed the case, it suggested that the pitfalls of their mission might be even greater than they had imagined. This outcome appears to be the result of deliberate manipulation, though it remains uncertain whether this guidance stems from the officials within the city lord's mansion, seeking to exploit the situation for personal gain, or from the 4 factions collaborating to suppress recruitment news, thereby depriving the city lord's mansion of its primary source of recruits. The implications of either scenario are far from favorable for them at present. After all, one indicates that they are surrounded by incompetent allies, while the other suggests that they face adversaries capable of subjugating the very faction they intend to join, who would even endure humiliation without protest. Regardless, the current situation suggests that should they rashly involve themselves, their forthcoming period may prove quite arduous. Based on the information presented in the notice, they have approximately 20 days remaining before the deadline for their mission, necessitating that they enhance their capabilities while avoiding entanglement in the center of this turmoil. The members of their team voiced their agreement on the subsequent course of action. Zhenchang, who had originally planned to advocate joining the city lord's mansion based on his reading of novels, sighed and opted to heed the thoughts of his companions. This decision, too, posed no faults. Moreover, the 6 paths of reincarnation differ significantly from the divine realm he once knew. Reality is not akin to fiction. Rather than pursuing wealth through peril, it is wiser to adopt a steady and methodical approach, for in doing so, they might secure their safety, even if the eventual rewards may be diminished. Thus, during this interval, they would engage in collective training, striving to enhance their strength before the mission truly commenced. As Zhang Qingjing exchanged glances with her companions, smiles graced their lips. Their innate talents were commendable, and through mutual validation and learning, their progress would surely be swift. In light of this, you may entrust me with the elixirs required for your cultivation, although the potions I currently produce may not yield optimal effects for you. Brother Zhang, I shall endeavor to meet your needs to the best of my abilities. Ultimately, the discussion concluded with Zhang Tianyang taking on the responsibility of procuring the necessary elixirs for the cultivation of his fellow teammates. Chapter 36. The storm approaches. Before him, A small copper cauldron bubbled ominously with a dark potion. Having grown accustomed to the pungent aroma, Zhang Tianyang found it oddly pleasant as he gently inhaled the scent. Assessing the potion's readiness based on his experience, seizing the opportune moment, he cast the already ground herbal ingredients into the cauldron and stirred it delicately. Beside him, Qin Qingfeng, who, like him, lacked any cultivation prowess, diligently followed his previous instructions to mold the thick, prepared paste into uniformly sized pills, sealing them with the beeswax prepared nearby. At this moment, they had amassed 7 or 8 jade vials filled with elixirs, representing the fruits of their labor over this period. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhang Qingjing and others, it was almost certain that this apparent task was a trap. If they foolishly engaged in it, they would likely find themselves sold out, only to count their own coins later. Yet, the current situation dictated that, in order to continue fulfilling their subsequent missions, they had no choice but to step into this seemingly bottomless pit. Thus, in a bid to enhance their self-preservation capabilities amid the forthcoming chaos, and after learning of the deadline for enlisting as heroes at the city lord's mansion, as well as the timing of the operation, Zhang Qingjing and the others, with half a month to prepare, returned to their courtyard to focus solely on their cultivation. Turning a deaf ear to external matters, it was at this juncture that Zhang Tianyang's abilities were once again brought to bear. Thanks to his prior refinement through the comprehension mode, his success rate in concocting these elixirs had significantly increased. Furthermore, by procuring raw materials directly without intermediaries, he could rely solely on himself, with Qin Qingfeng assisting, to supply the remaining members with elixirs for cultivation and recuperation. Aware of the ample time at their disposal, and in an effort to bolster their collective strength while addressing their shortcomings, the other members of the team began to take turns instructing Qin Qingfeng, particularly Zhenchang, who generously offered his expertise in the Luohan fist as a foundational technique for her training. The choice of Zhenchang's Luohan fist stemmed from the fact that the others present were unable to produce alternative techniques for her instruction, as both Zhang Qingjing and Jiang Yuning practiced methods deemed as closely guarded secrets of their respective sects, typically reserved for disciples alone, with a long-standing principle forbidding the transfer of such techniques to outsiders. Among the remaining members, Zhang Tianyang possessed no other techniques for cultivation beyond the Yuan Taigong, and he could not impart this to Qin Qingfeng, leaving him as a mere observer. As for the 5 wounds sword, which he had joined in the cycle of reincarnation, upon learning of its existence, he promptly exchanged all his known techniques for resources, intending to acquire more powerful cultivation methods and necessary medicinal aids after the task's completion. In fact, he had already exhausted the merits gained from selling his techniques. Ultimately, the only option left was Zhenchang. While his Luohan fist was also a closely guarded secret of Shaolin, unlike the others, as a transmigrator, he did not place great importance on such matters. Moreover, during this critical juncture of survival, every additional strength represented an opportunity. He would not be so pedantic as to cling to the preservation of his sect's teachings to this extent, as for whether his decision to share the Luohan fist would attract the attention of his teammates. It was undeniable that, based on their long-held beliefs, such an act of unauthorized transmission of sect techniques could be deemed treachery, an act disdained by society. However, it was fortuitous that Zhenchang hailed from Shaolin. If one were to scrutinize the matter, he should embody the compassion of a monk. When Zhenchang expressed that his actions were solely for the purpose of ensuring Qin Qingfeng's survival in the upcoming mission, thereby augmenting her chances of living, this assertion not only garnered the approval of the other teammates, but also significantly enhanced his standing in their eyes. With the cultivation technique in hand, subsequent matters became straightforward. Whether it was the continuous guidance from the other disciples of reputable sects or Zhenchang's acknowledgement of the importance of strength, apart from assisting Zhang Tianyang in concocting elixirs daily in exchange for aids for cultivation, he dedicated all his remaining time to training, barring periods of rest. If there was any lamentation in this regard, it would be that Qin Qingfeng had begun her training too late. Her body had already matured, limiting her progress. Even with the most suitable foundational technique for the foundation-building stage, she remained burdened by her current physique. Without the assistance of Tianyang's elixirs, even with her fervent dedication, it would have been nearly impossible to embark on the path of cultivation within just a month. Not everyone possessed the extraordinary talent of Zhen Yi or Zhenchang, capable of swiftly mastering the Luohan fist and successfully entering the world of cultivation. Sister Qin, your movements require refinement. Your fist should angle slightly upward. Your center of gravity needs lowering, and your awareness must flow with the technique. Tracing the latent vitality within, he observed her, a child yet embodying the seriousness of an adult, articulating the nuances of her training with soft-spoken grace. Her appearance striking with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Despite her youth, she exuded an ethereal quality. He couldn't help but recall the intentions of those women from the brothels, whether coerced or voluntary. And his gaze involuntarily wandered over Jinchong, a slight flush creeping onto his face. Sister Qin, are you listening to me? Feeling the increasingly bold gaze of Qin Qingfeng, even Zhan Cheng found himself at a loss. Although he prided himself on his thick skin, having been reincarnated, he could not possibly regard such matters with the naivety of a child. Yet, the intensity of her beautiful gaze was disarming, igniting an impulse that bordered on reckless. Regrettably, his talent paled in comparison to a master. Despite Jinchang's meticulous explanations, she remained baffled, fearing she would have to trouble him further. With that, Qin Qingfeng reined in her thoughts and resumed her disciplined practice of the Luohan fist. After this period of training and interaction, although she had yet to enter the foundational stage of body refinement, her strength had notably progressed, and she had gradually mapped out her training regimen. Typically, in the mornings, she would practice the foundational techniques alongside Jinchong, adhering to standard instructions for the Luohan fist, steadily enhancing her cultivation despite not yet having reached the body refinement stage. The reason for Jinchong being responsible for her training stemmed primarily from the desire of the others to avoid suspicion. After all, Jinchong offering his sex techniques for her cultivation was a display of his compassionate nature, particularly suitable given the current circumstances, all with the aim of ensuring this new teammate's survival in the cycle of reincarnation. However, had the others attempted to instruct Qin Qingfeng, it would have taken on an entirely different connotation, potentially transforming their image into that of individuals attempting to clandestinely appropriate her cultivation techniques. Thus, Zhan Chang's role as her instructor was almost instantly affirmed upon suggestion. Following their lunch, they would proceed to the medicinal storage room where Zhang Tianyang resided, a space dedicated to the preparation of elixirs. Here, Zhen Chang would lend his utmost assistance, striving to help Zhang Tianyang navigate the troublesome adversaries they faced in the afternoon. The responsibility would fall to Jiang Yuning, the only other woman among them. The forthcoming training in swordsmanship is set to commence. Although at the outset, Qin Qingfeng harbored some mischievous intentions while selecting her weapon, it was not her aim to deliberately target her opponent. Rather, she wished to make him experience the predicament she once faced, where she was left with no choice but to resort to the art of the blade. Regrettably, during this process, Jiang Yuning, the valiant heroine, interjected with a singular reasoning that left the still nascent Zhenchang utterly unable to refute her. Whether it was the swordplay employed by Zhenchang or the weapons favored, they primarily relied on brute strength. Such weaponry was inherently unsuitable for someone like Qin Qingfeng, whose physical prowess was insufficient for the grandiose style of combat. In contrast, the agility and versatility of swordsmanship were far more befitting of her current capabilities. It felt akin to engaging in a character development game, occasionally enriched by the assistance of fellow allies, as Jiang Yuning took it upon herself to instruct Qin Qingfeng that afternoon. The bond between the two women had swiftly intensified following their initial training, evolving at a pace that would seem almost unbelievable to an observer, transforming into a unique rapport characterized by open communication and camaraderie. Thus, it became evident that the situation was far more intricate than the simplistic narratives presented by the Wheel of Six Paths. And the Lord's manner was not as feeble as it initially appeared. Previously, during Zhenchang's first venture to procure medicinal herbs, Zhang Tianyang seized the opportunity to extend an olive branch to the master of Baikayatang, who had just endured a significant loss. Throughout this exchange, Zhang Tianyang refrained from making grand promises. Instead, he merely showcased his unique abilities before the other party. The outcome was such that, while the master of Baikayatang outwardly appeared convinced, inwardly he remained skeptical, for those who had ascended to such heights invariably possessed their own pride and convictions. Yet, propelled by the allure of mutual benefit, they were not the type to stubbornly cling to their pride. As individuals like him often wielded remarkably flexible moral standards, on the surface, he presented himself as a congenial gentleman, engaging primarily in endeavors that benefited the nation and its people, while his demeanor remained genteel, occasionally bestowing small favors upon those present. In summary, following a series of intense exchanges of interests, the master of Baikatang became Zhang Tianyang's subsequent source of intelligence and a partner in reciprocal benefit through trade. With his assistance, Zhang Tianyang unraveled the specifics of the 4 factions outlined in the Wheel of 6 Paths before the White Snake Gang separated from the Green Snake Gang. The power dynamics in Muyun City exhibited a precarious tripartite balance. Among the 3 dominant factions, the Green Snake Gang stood unrivaled, while the Iron Fist Gang and the Fierce Tiger Hall formed an alliance, with the Lord's Manor maneuvering to maintain a stable societal environment and prevent the Green Snake Gang from monopolizing power. This delicate balance allowed Muyun City to sustain a semblance of peace. However, circumstances have since shifted. Although the reasons remain unclear, the Green Snake Gang has fractured into 2 factions, leading to unprecedented turmoil in Muyun City. Yet, the aforementioned details are merely foundational, serving as background information. What truly piques his curiosity is that they are not the first wave of heroes drawn to the city by the Lord's proclamation. Prior to their arrival, approximately 20 groups of heroes had come to Muyun City for various reasons, only to be swept into the current chaos. Some drew their swords in a futile attempt to quell the turmoil, ultimately disappearing without a trace, while others, adhering to the Lord's summons, enlisted in his army, never to be seen again after entering the Lord's manor. Following that, none have witnessed the presence of those individuals. Moreover, leveraging the powerful background of Baikatang, the Master has come to learn a rather clandestine fact. The Lord's Manor has long since sealed off Muyun City from the outside world, deploying sentinels along every exit and within the surrounding forests. Should anyone attempt to leave, they would be met with immediate assault, ensuring their permanent entrapment within the city. In the face of such a blockade, ordinary individuals are rendered powerless to escape, while formidable warriors, brimming with self-assuredness, are disinclined to depart. In a sense, Muyun City has become an isolated island, severed from the world. Chapter 37. Joining Zhang Tianyang does not intend to divulge this clandestine information or the intelligence he has gathered to his companions. Wishing not to disrupt their fervent commitment to training, he recognizes that the assistance gleaned from this mission will play a crucial role in the forthcoming endeavors, as he fears that his opponents, having been forewarned about the exercise, may render all ensuing events unreportable by their instructors. Casually crumpling the intelligence before him into a ball, he cast it aside into the bubbling cauldron beneath the hearth. Should his companions become privy to this information, the task of completing the initial phase would likely become exceedingly arduous. Often, a mere glance, an involuntary gesture, or an elusive aura can cause someone who has concealed their brilliance to resurface. Reflecting on this, Zhang Tianyang resumed his previous demeanor, his presence transforming to once again blend seamlessly with the ordinary. He sought to utilize the intelligence at hand, along with his efforts, to interpret the responses of various organizations in recent times, as well as the countermeasures they would employ in the face of provocations from others. Time was of the essence. It was nearly time to officially embark on the first mission. The sounds emanating from outside the door jolted Zhang Tianyang from his reverie. It appeared that the moment to undertake the primary quest had arrived, and he felt the weight of fatigue. Not only had he been engaged in the refinement of beneficial elixirs for cultivation, but he also needed to carve out time to concoct healing potions capable of aiding them on the battlefield. Concurrently, he sought to amplify his offensive capabilities and elevate his prowess to confront stronger adversaries. This necessitated the enhancement of his crossbow's mechanisms and the mastery of intricate traps, both of which required substantial compensation for any insights gained. Thus, the only viable route to strengthen this capability lay in fortifying his weaponry. The simplest, most effective, and convenient method of enhancement was through the application of poison. By thoroughly studying the art of the apothecary, he aimed to merge its wisdom with his own understanding. This synthesis would yield results that were genuinely formidable. The poison employed in this process was a specialized concoction derived from a previous experiment, further augmented to create a unique toxin. This poison reacts solely with organic matter, and even contact with metal could induce brittleness and calcification. Consequently, Zhang Tianyang opted for the most straightforward approach, combining the specially brewed elixir with the weapon disassembled from his crossbow. Although the toxicity of this specially formulated poison may not possess the immediate lethality often depicted in tales, it is designed to incapacitate the targeted area of the body, causing the surrounding flesh to melt like wax. While this might compromise the effectiveness against metal weaponry compared to before, the adage "one must forego something to gain something" rings true. Zhang Tianyang found himself quite content with the current results in the realm of warfare. Especially amid the pressures of protracted conflict, the ultimate reliance lies in logistics. Now self-sufficient, the combat prowess he can muster far exceeds the rewards he could exchange with the Wheel of Six Paths. Who could argue that this was not a transcendental achievement? Having recognized the imminent crisis, he resolved to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. In the midst of the task, every effort is made to preserve the lives of others while remaining undetected in their peculiarities. Zhang Tianyang is in need of means to unleash even greater power. He relishes the atmosphere of the current team, particularly as he observes his comrades growing stronger and maturing step by step, evoking in him a sense of paternal pride akin to the joy found in nurturing games. This sensation is a product of the passage of time, his gradual physical recovery, and the liberation of his primordial essence, which imbues him with the residual strength of a formidable warrior. Furthermore, the prospect of reverting to his original form after the completion of the task, allowing all harm to return to naught through the cycle of reincarnation, lends him immense confidence. As the saying goes, in the previous endeavor, I was timid and uncertain due to my lack of understanding of the situation and my cards. Now, with the power of a nuclear option in my grasp, I have every reason to serve as a hidden shield for the masses, seizing the resources of this world. With merely 3 days remaining until the deadline of the first task, the group decides to join the Lord of the City's entourage ahead of time, curious to uncover the nature of the second task in the chain. Initially, the others in the team felt somewhat apprehensive, not due to doubts about their own abilities, for any warrior who has reached the skin refining stage possesses extraordinary strength, even if they may struggle against other warriors. Their sole concern lay with Zhang Tianyang, the only ordinary individual among them. Despite wielding a Zhuge crossbow and possessing exceptional archery skills, which could allow him to contend with warriors of the flesh-refining stage, he appeared frail and was certainly not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, he remained an ordinary person, making his aspiration to join the special team assembled by the City Lord quite challenging, particularly given his physical limitations that necessitated assistance for mobility. However, the outcome exceeded everyone's expectations. The reviewing officer responsible for this incident merely appraised them with a glance before gesturing for them to complete their registrations and enter the City Lord's manor. There was no requirement to demonstrate strength, nor did the presence of an ordinary person confined to a wheelchair elicit any unusual reactions. Given the current circumstances, it seems the Lord's manor is on the brink of collapse. Although accomplishing the task effortlessly is commendable, an inexplicable discomfort lingers within, as if they are unwittingly stepping into a deep pit. Listening to Zhan Chang's incessant murmurs, Zhang Tianyang recalls the intelligence he previously gathered and the glint of greed and regret that flashed in the reviewing officer's gaze when they regarded them. He can only respond to Zhan Chang's assertions with a smile. Strength. I can distinctly feel the power surging within me, and my innate constitution appears to have grown stronger in this dimly lit space. Nearly devoid of light, I sit cross-legged within a vast pool. As I stir the viscous liquid in the pool, I sense the ceaseless emergence of power and the ongoing fortification of my physique. A mad smile gracing my lips. At this moment, my constitution has undergone transformation 15 times, far surpassing the typical dragon-shaped constitution, and my innate talent in this city of Twilight Cloud is, if not unprecedented, certainly unparalleled. With a sudden splash, a figure emerges from the pool, fists rapidly striking the air, producing a series of sonic booms. The figure deftly maneuvers through the water, akin to a dragon returning to the sea. Reveling in the fluidity of movement, truly splendid. My initial choice of you was indeed the wisest decision I have ever made. You are destined to lead the world into a new era of transformation. Just as this figure revels in joy, a rasping and eerie voice suddenly reverberates through the space, causing the figure, who was initially immersed in the sensation of internal power, to pause momentarily. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, the expression of excitement on his face is instantly replaced by one of fervor and gratitude. I did not anticipate the esteemed arrival of the immortal master. I, Mu Jinshin, regret my failure to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive my shortcomings. The figure, once seated in the pool, immediately bows in respect upon seeing the sudden appearance of the other figure, bearing no semblance of the city lord's high-handed demeanor. Seeing your current strength brings me relief. I trust that within Twilight Cloud, aside from myself, few can rival you now. Though the space remains shrouded in darkness, the sudden presence of the figure seems unaffected by the gloom, as he appraises the city lord with a nod of satisfaction. All credit belongs to your masterful guidance and the bestowal of divine techniques. Had it not been for your provision of the spirit-nurturing bone transformation technique, I would scarcely have glimpsed the truth of this world, let alone wield the power capable of altering it as I do now. The figure referred to as the Immortal Master does not believe a single word of the City Lord's praises. After all, his objective is not to elicit gratitude from the other party. Regardless of what the City Lord says or does, it is of no consequence to him. His mission will be complete once he hands over this so-called technique. Fear not. This is the choice of fate. The destiny of the world has chosen you, which is why I am here to entrust you with this technique that unveils the essence of all things. I only hope you will guide this world toward a brighter future. The City Lord of Twilight Cloud has grown weary of hearing this rhetoric, yet since the formidable Immortal Master insists, they naturally have no choice but to comply. As for the chaos and other consequences resulting from the process, what concern is it of his? Nevertheless, there is one point you must heed. If you truly wish to attain immortality, you are still a step short. Merely relying on this method to accumulate power may soon leave you without the means to advance further. The City Lord of Twilight Cloud accepts this counsel, but embracing it does not mean he will relinquish his obsession with becoming a celestial being. According to the technique imparted by the Immortal Master, should he transform his constitution into that of a dragon with over 13 metamorphoses, or even more potent, a grand dragon with 19 transformations, and then utilize his blood in conjunction with the unique rhythm of the technique, he could forcibly alter his inherent constitution, granting him a far superior martial talent while simultaneously elevating his cultivation realm. Moreover, he could amalgamate his flesh with others' blood, using his own as the foundation to create flesh avatars that closely resemble himself in all aspects. According to the Immortal Master, should he succeed in creating 10,000 flesh avatars, not only would he gain 10,000 loyal subordinates of identical realm, strength, and constitution, but he could also consume them through a secret method, leveraging their power to ascend to the celestial realm and become a member of the divine domain. This revelation has become the driving force behind his relentless pursuit of cultivation. Compared to worldly wealth and status, is it not far more desirable to be an immortal, carefree, and enduring being? You have taken a crucial step forward. The subsequent tasks will be mere refinements. I believe in you. Under the guidance of fate, you will reach the pinnacle of this technique, achieving immortality and becoming a progenitor. Yes, thank you, esteemed Immortal Master. Sensing an underlying nuance in the Immortal Master's words, Mu Jinshin deeply bows his head, exhibiting an unprecedented level of acquiescence. Having completed all tasks assigned to him in this world, it is now time for him to return to the celestial realm and report the current state of affairs to the deities. The path ahead is entirely dependent on the choices he makes. Upon uttering this final remark, a radiant light pierces through layers of obstruction, illuminating the dim space. It envelopes the figure, casting light upon everything around. The chamber is filled with a haunting array of bleached bones, devoid of flesh, while the walls bear no trace of blood. In stark contrast stands the wide pool, filled to the brim with viscous, congealed blood, with Mu Jinshin standing within, his form drenched in crimson. Yet, this horrifying scene is nothing out of the ordinary for the two oblivious individuals who gaze upon the Immortal Master as he gradually fades from view. Enveloped in light, the Immortal Master departs. Mu Jinshin, who has always regarded him as a celestial being and has never learned his name, bows respectfully once more in farewell, farewell, esteemed Immortal Master. The radiance converged. The room once again reverted to its original dimness. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Mu Jinshan's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. If his previous pursuit of this cultivation technique was aimed at acquiring a more robust foundation and greater power, he now wholeheartedly believed in the other's assertions, simultaneously reinforcing his resolve to ascend to immortality. Chapter 38. Task 2. Zhang Qingjing, Jiang Yuning, Qing Feng, Zhen Chang, Lu Wuming, Zhang Tianyang, Gu Bin, and Qin Qingfeng successfully completed the first main quest and joined the effort led by the city lord of Mu Yun to quell the chaos, each earning a merit reward of 50 points. Having completed the first main quest, the second main quest was now announced. Under the guidance of the city lord's team, restore order in Mu Yun City. With each faction subdued, every member of the team would receive an additional 50 merit points. The grand voice of the 6 paths of reincarnation echoed in the ears of the few who had entered the city lord's mansion, causing their bodies to pause momentarily before they relaxed, their previously tense hearts settling back into their chests. Completing the task was indeed a cause for celebration, but what delighted them even more was that the 6 paths of reincarnation had not conjured any unforeseen complications. The process of fulfilling the task had gone smoothly, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of disparity, especially since they had initially contemplated how to face the challenges ahead. Had they known it would be so effortless to accomplish the task, and that the city lord's mansion was not as terrifying as they had presumed, they would not have delayed their arrival. Presently, Zhen Chang, after this period of cultivation, had reached the pinnacle of the skin refinement realm, solidifying his abilities and advancing towards the flesh refinement realm. Due to his initially low cultivation level, complemented by his consumption of auxiliary pills like candy over the past few weeks, and his inherently formidable talent, Zhen Chang achieved a remarkable feat, breaking through 2 minor realms, the only one among them to accomplish such a leap. Qin Qingfeng had already entered the skin refinement realm and made strides within it, thoroughly stabilizing her cultivation. The newly joined Gu Bin, who had suffered severe injuries previously, had spent the last half-month consolidating his condition and regained his combat capabilities. Regrettably, due to the lingering effects of his injuries, he had not progressed and remained in his original realm. Zhang Qingjing made further advancements in her mid-skin refinement cultivation. Though she had yet to reach the late stage, her power nonetheless saw some enhancement. Conversely, Jiang Yuning also progressed steadily in the early skin refinement realm, while Qing Feng, through diligent effort, entered the early stages of the skin refinement realm as well. Thus, within their small group, 3 individuals had already become formidable practitioners in the skin refinement realm, their strength incomparable to when they first arrived in this world. Lastly, there was Lu Wuming, whose strength resided in the early flesh refinement realm, and his potential was not as meager as he had previously believed. Ultimately, it was the limited resources of a small sect and the relatively inferior cultivation methods that had constrained his development. Although his techniques had yet to change, with sufficient resources at hand, Lu Wuming had just recently broken through to the mid-flesh refinement realm, experiencing a significant qualitative leap in strength. As for the tasks just announced by the 6 paths of reincarnation, none among them took them to heart. Not to mention the presence of numerous other martial heroes nearby, the soldiers and army of the Mu Yun City Lord's mansion needed no further elaboration. Moreover, according to the intelligence they had gathered during their occasional outings, the 4 major factions of Mu Yun City displayed a power level, with their strongest members roughly equivalent to the early stages of the skin refinement realm. Although the cultivation methods and combat styles differed between the 2 worlds, where there's emphasized strength with techniques as a supplement, while this world's practitioners relied on various specialized martial arts primarily focused on altering their physique, the ultimate results were comparable. The combat prowess exhibited by both sides could still be adequately assessed through authoritative comparative methods. Perhaps, should warriors from the 2 worlds clash, they might initially struggle due to a lack of understanding of each other's combat approaches, leading to unforeseen circumstances. However, in their current situation, this was of little concern. Their collective strength was sufficient to sweep away the opposing factions, while the mid-level combatants could rely on the support of the City Lord's army. This area is designated for your training, while the accommodations are arranged nearby. You may choose your rooms and beds at will, but alas, you have arrived too late, and many prime sleeping quarters have already been claimed by others if you wish to contest for them. You may either engage in a training match or negotiate amongst yourselves. Adjacent to the accommodations was the mess hall designated for their nourishment. Although Muyun City had been experiencing financial strain recently, ensuring ample provisions was still feasible. As the group stepped into the city lord's mansion, they had not ventured far down the path when a middle-aged man dressed in official attire approached them. His demeanor submissive and ingratiating. He spoke, "Esteemed heroes, I sincerely thank you for your willingness to arrive here and assist us in restoring order to the chaos in Muyun City. On behalf of the city lord, I express my gratitude. Please, allow me to escort you to the designated accommodations and training facilities we have prepared. I hope you will not find them lacking." Leading them into the adjacent courtyard, he sequentially introduced the basic facilities arranged for the heroes participating in the operation. After concluding his introductions, the official took his leave, without assigning any tasks or mentioning the discipline expected during the mission, nor how the rewards obtained throughout the task would be handled out of course. None of this pertained to Zhen Chang'ai. In light of their silence, it was implicitly understood that all gains from this mission were to be regarded as personal. Strange, Zhen Chang mused. There should be quite a few individuals present in this courtyard, and the official mentioned that due to our late arrival, the better beds had already been claimed by others. Yet, why is it that we see no one at all? From the outset, this entire situation has felt peculiar. What exactly does the 6 paths of reincarnation wish us to do, assigning us to this evidently precarious task? Are they merely observing us as we face our demise? Qing Feng, known for his fiery temper, spoke first. As a Taoist, he adhered to the principle of following his heart. Even aware of the vast disparity between himself and the 6 paths of reincarnation, he would not hesitate to voice his discontent when faced with matters he found objectionable. "Master Qing Feng, exercise caution in your words." Knowing Qing Feng's temperament, Zhang Qingjing hastily intervened. It was best not to provoke such a formidable entity as the 6 paths of reincarnation. Moreover, they were currently in a position of vulnerability, reliant on the whims of this power. Should they be disregarded or their words ignored, it would be a grave concern indeed if the 6 paths of reincarnation bore a grudge over such trivialities. Just then, as if in response to Qing Feng's concerns, a chorus of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. Several hundred individuals, each with distinct attire, appearances, and physiques, entered the courtyard. The first among them, a martial hero, immediately focused his attention on the group, furrowing his brow before speaking. "Are you the new reinforcements who arrived today? I am Yin Wujing, currently leading this team. May I ask how you esteemed heroes are addressed? I must admit, I have not encountered you in the martial world before." In response to Yin Wujing's inquiry, Zhang Qingjing confidently presented the fabricated identities they had prepared, having not only trained rigorously but also rehearsed their alibis. Through mutual probing, they had ensured that these details were imprinted in their minds, ready to address any unexpected inquiries. The two parties exchanged names, and soon they conversed as if they were long-lost friends. Sharing stories and engaging in light-hearted banter, it seemed they had overthought the situation. The previous silence was merely a matter of unfortunate timing, as the other occupants of the courtyard had simply vacated. Now, it appeared that the city lord's mansion was not as fearsome as they had initially presumed. The speaker is none other than Qing Feng, who has been steadfastly pushing Zhang Tianyang's wheelchair beside him. In light of the current circumstances, she can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Had events unfolded according to their initial conjectures, even though he had reached the skin refinement stage and become a martial artist, there was a significant likelihood that he could have easily fallen along the way during this task point. One can only hope so. Zhang Tianyang merely sighed in response, falling into silence, while Qing Feng, realizing that her attempts at conversation had been fruitless, internally lamented that he was indeed an unlovable child, far inferior to Master Zhen Chang. She, too, chose to remain silent. In truth, she understood that the chances of such a situation occurring were exceedingly slim, only marginally greater than the likelihood of a pie falling from the sky. Yet, what if their luck had truly played a trick on them, resulting in the current predicament? The young heroes, possessing such prowess at a tender age, evoked in her a profound admiration. These youthful prodigies, having only just stepped into the martial world, were already embroiled in such matters, which could undoubtedly be deemed the inception of a legend. After gaining a general understanding of their circumstances, the words of the few began to grow increasingly sycophantic. their fervent demeanor making the recipients feel an overwhelming discomfort, akin to being scrutinized by a deranged voyeur. Succumbing to this sensation, Zhang Qingjing and the others hastily concluded their discussions with the group, citing the need to conserve energy for the forthcoming task, and retreated to their respective quarters. Upon returning to their room, Zhang Tianyang, who had been pushed by Qin Qingfeng, was naturally escorted back as well. Before departing, Zhang Tianyang turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those individuals. The clarity in his eyes faded into a profound emptiness in that fleeting moment. His entire demeanor transformed, exuding an air of transcendence, as if he were lost in contemplation. In simpler terms, he appeared dazed. There's something intriguing here. Have we clarified where these little ones have emerged from? The martial summons facing the entirety of Muyu City was never intended to quell the chaos among the four factions. From the very beginning, this so-called objective was merely a guise to attract those martial artists, the primary goal being to congregate those with considerable strength within Muyu City. Mujinchen had discovered that utilizing the flesh and blood of martial artists as a foundation for enhancement yielded far greater efficiency than using that of ordinary individuals. The flesh avatars crafted from the blood and flesh of these martial artists could retain more of their own realm and strength, rapidly forming a formidable and loyal cadre of undead warriors. Initially, his plan was to use this pretext to lure the righteous martial artists from Muyu City and those who had come to the city to eliminate them, thereby augmenting his own talents and realm while accumulating a sufficient number of powerful flesh puppets as the main force for his subsequent plans. He would then claim to have gathered enough strength to restore order in Muyu City and engage in a fierce battle with the four factions that had instigated the chaos. Seizing the opportunity to harvest the capable martial artists among the faction members as the next batch to bolster his ascent and generate more resources for his flesh puppets. Ultimately, his target was those who neither intended to partake in his campaign against the four factions nor conspired with them. Merely existing as neutral beings, content to occupy a corner of the world in the course of this endeavor, to prevent the martial artists he intended to spare from discerning any discrepancies, he had secretly dispatched agents to seal off Muyu City, allowing entry but barring exit. The rationale provided to his subordinates was to prevent faction members from fleeing and causing turmoil elsewhere. Yet, the true motive for such precautions was known only to Mujinchen himself. Everything had been progressing according to his plan, with the initial phase nearing completion, and even covert preparations for confrontation with the four factions underway. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, this group of individuals, who should have been among those left for last, suddenly appeared. Judging by the circumstances, it seemed they had escaped through a route where the guards had been eliminated, arriving in Muyu City. They were intruders outside of his plans, but their prior compliance and lack of overt danger had allowed them to remain unnoticed until now. Mujinchen had originally intended to eliminate them in his final sweep. However, the current situation rendered their presence perplexingly awkward. Chapter 39. Testing the waters. Although Mujinchen had entertained thoughts of eliminating them to convert them into resources for his advancement, the instant this notion surfaced, his dragon-shaped talent issued a warning. This instinctive response, a manifestation of his enhanced abilities, served as a caution from his intuition. This reaction extinguished any desire to engage them in conflict. Perhaps he might prevail against them with his flesh puppets, but such a confrontation would undoubtedly disrupt his subsequent plans. Rather than pursue conflict, it would be more prudent to acquiesce to their desires and allow them to participate in quelling the chaos. This way, he could not only gauge their strength but also discern who among them posed the greatest threat, the one who instilled this sense of unease within him. Additionally, he could utilize them as instruments, directing them to eliminate foes and gather the resources he required for his further advancement. Of course, he could not forego the necessary tests. According to prior intelligence, they had rented a courtyard and had resided there for a fortnight. The previous misjudgment of their capabilities stemmed from their prolonged silence during this period. The courtyard where they had lived for 2 weeks would undoubtedly bear traces of their presence. With the talents among his subordinates, he could deduce their strength and potential personalities, perhaps even uncover their identities. Holding on to this thought, Mujinchen summoned several subordinates with specialized search techniques, tasking them with this assignment. After they left to carry out his orders, he summoned a few flesh puppets. These puppets, diverse in form and appearance, bore no resemblance to creations derived from a single human template. Instead, they They resembled a cadre of fearsome warriors birthed from rigorous training. Without the need for verbal communication, these flesh puppets immediately comprehended Mujinshin's intentions as they materialized. In the next moment, they gracefully departed from the Lord's manor, stealthily following the previously departing subordinates. This was not an act of benevolence on Mujinshin's part. Sending his flesh puppets to safeguard his subordinates, if he had initially spared them due to their unique abilities, their worth had diminished in his eyes, rendering them less useful than the puppets he had created. Though this was merely a routine intelligence-gathering mission, one could only wonder how such cunning individuals had transformed their former residents. Mujinshin was even prepared for the possibility that these subordinates might sacrifice themselves, leaving none behind. The task assigned to the flesh puppets was to emerge in the aftermath of their unfortunate demise, collecting the remains to transport back to his underground sanctuary, converting them into resources for his further advancement, and ultimately draining them of their last vestiges of worth. Thereafter, these remains could continue to serve as the primary material for his flesh puppets, eventually returning to his command, sacrificing all for him, and ultimately laying the foundation for his ascension. Such treatment, such privilege. Who could believe that these were not his trusted confidants? What on earth is our Lord thinking? It is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Among the team dispatched by Mu Jin, there was a young man named Sun Peng, who, upon embarking on their journey toward their objective, could not help but voice his grievances. Gathered together in the dead of night, they were told they were to investigate the newly joined members of their ranks, to discern the true nature of these individuals. Ever since the social fabric of Mu Yun City began to unravel, the orders issued by their lord had become increasingly perplexing. Although the rationale provided by their lord bore a modicum of sense, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered among them. This current mission was no exception. Despite having grown accustomed to such tasks, the resentment they harbored remained unabated. Enough of these idle thoughts, he mused. You know well the capabilities of our lord. When the Qingxi gang exerted its pressure, it was through clever alliances that we maintained a semblance of stability. Now, with the Qingxi gang fractured and the four major factions embroiled in chaos, is it not a sign that our Lord is poised to restore order to Mu Yun City? Indeed, chimed in one of his companions, though we've been rather busy and worn out lately. Brighter days are ahead. Once the turmoil in Mu Yun City is quelled, we shall be hailed as heroes, enjoying promotions and accolades that will surely elevate our standing among our kin. Contrary to Sun Peng's lamentations, the two seasoned men beside him, who exuded an air of worldly wisdom, abruptly interrupted him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Their words swiftly dissipated Sun Peng's dissatisfaction regarding his assignment, redirecting his focus elsewhere. Hey, Lao Li Lao Zhou, how old are you too? Clinging to that so-called honor, earning but a pittance each month. What are you striving for? At this rate, you may end up with nothing to show for your efforts. Perhaps even meeting an untimely demise along the way. Sun Peng jested, countering their earnest admonitions. Bah, bah, bah. Spare us your morose musings. We are but old steeds aiming for distant horizons, unlike you, who, in your youth, places such weight on material gain. Instead of idling about, you ought to hone your skills, retorted Lao Li. Exactly. With your lack of training and mediocre skills, if danger were to arise, you would be the first to falter, added Lao Zhou. Both men smiling as they continued to tease the ambitious youth. Sun Peng, having taken over his father's role, had indeed performed well, yet he led a life marked by complacency. Although they maintained their jovial demeanor, they harbored a sense of disappointment in him. After all, they had watched him grow. They had even visited to congratulate him on his first month, cradling the infant Sun Peng in their arms. Childless themselves, they regarded him as their own son, especially after the passing of his father. Thus, they permitted him to jest with them, hoping to impart wisdom on matters of conduct and life goals. Yet, witnessing his continued frivolity, they sighed in resignation, silently lamenting, "Old son, we have truly done our utmost. Have you ever considered the impact of your silent departure on young Peng? This is indeed the target of our mission." Quite unremarkable, Sun Peng remarked as he beheld the unassuming courtyard walls, only to receive a swift smack on the back of his head from the elder son beside him. "Uncle Li, if you keep this up, I will genuinely become upset," Sun Peng exclaimed, noting the ordinariness of their objective. The entire group exhaled in relief, their expressions easing, especially since intelligence indicated the courtyard was currently unoccupied. Sun Peng, emboldened by the moment, allowed himself a brief lapse in decorum, only to be promptly chastised. Not oldly anymore. How many times must I remind you to remain vigilant during our mission? With your carelessness, you may not even grasp the moment of your demise. Lao Li admonished, observing Sun Peng's continued nonchalance. Once more, Lao Li and Lao Zhou exchanged exasperated glances, both wishing for Sun Peng to secure a decent livelihood in Muyun City, perhaps even find a wife. Was it a mistake to have him join the Lord's service? With his carefree demeanor, they felt a sense of unease, fearing that there would come a time when they could no longer shield him. Enough of this nonsense. Let's complete our tasks swiftly and return home. Is it truly amusing to be trifling about in the dead of night? Better to be at home, nestled comfortably in bed. Is it more comfortable to lie in bed, or in the embrace of a lovely maiden? Sun Peng quipped, seizing upon the opportunity to jest. The playful banter caused his companion to flush with embarrassment. Raising a hand as if to strike him, while simultaneously laughing and scolding in that moment, Sun Peng, like a nimble monkey, deftly evaded the playful onslaught and swiftly scaled the wall, landing gracefully in the courtyard with barely a hint of dust. Seeing his reckless antics, Lao Li and Lao Zhou could only offer apologies to their colleagues, acknowledging that Sun Peng's behavior was indeed rather brash. Even by youthful standards, his actions did not reflect the demeanor of a competent officer. Yet, the remaining members of their party did not voice any objections, having long since grown accustomed to Sun Peng's antics. Without the naive filter of youth, they recognized that Sun Peng was well aware of the gravity of certain situations. Adept at discerning urgency from moments of respite, this understanding was the primary reason they refrained from criticizing his conduct. Given the simplicity of the night's mission, they allowed Sun Peng his frivolity, deriving amusement from the mundane task while indulging in light-hearted gossip. Why not enjoy the moment? Having witnessed the lively scenes and heard the merriment, they had no intention of continuing their raucous antics. Instead, they sought to gather some intelligence in the courtyard, eager to conclude their mission as swiftly as possible. From the very beginning, their objectives had been clearly delineated, and with Sun Peng taking the lead, they too felt compelled to depart from their previous location. To prevent any of their companions from discovering anomalies upon their return, they, like Sun Peng, gracefully vaulted over the low wall before them. The few with relatively weaker abilities mimicked Sun Peng's earlier maneuver, using one hand to support themselves over the wall, while those possessing superior skills leapt effortlessly into the air, soaring over the high barrier. In that moment, as they crossed the threshold, fine gray dust, stirred by their movements, cascaded down from the wall, resembling the accumulated grime of years past. This accumulation was hardly surprising, given the building's previous condition. Moreover, the dust was merely an unsightly nuisance, easily washed away with water. Some careless individuals even brushed it off their clothes with a nonchalant flick. Upon entering the courtyard, they were immediately greeted by the sight of a training ground that appeared battered and worn. However, it lacked the familiar training equipment and weapon racks they were accustomed to. The areas seemed merely delineated by paint. In the center, a painted circle contained a multitude of fragmented scars on the ground, far exceeding the damage observed in other areas. Although the dim light made it difficult to discern details, they could still perceive that these marks were relatively fresh, evidently the result of the previous occupants' training. This displayed a level of prowess suggesting that this group had likely reached a controversial stage. Preparing for transformation. After compiling various fragments of information, the group surmised that 3 formidable individuals within this courtyard had likely attained the level of transformation. Point 2 had reached the true intent realm, closely matching the strength of their most powerful member, while another was on the verge of breaking through to true intent. Additionally, there was one who had just embarked on the path of martial arts. Alongside an ordinary individual, this configuration was indeed peculiar, as most appeared quite youthful, yet their capabilities seemed to surpass those of the onlookers. From the intricate details of the training ground, these seasoned individuals had deduced the true extent of their opponent's abilities. It was evident that within this world, the strength of those in the skin refinement stage was equivalent to those who had embarked on the martial path and grasped the energy techniques. The strength of those in the flesh refinement stage aligned with those who had seized the true intent and advanced to the true intent phase, while the power of those in the organ refinement stage corresponded to the level of transformation. Captain, there are signs that the kitchen has been recently used, and there is also some leftover kitchen waste nearby. It appears that they were quite discreet, even preparing their own meals, one member reported. Captain, we searched their probable living quarters, and aside from bedding and clothing, everything else was merely the old items that already existed in the courtyard. These individuals hardly resembled children. They lacked any sign of youthful exuberance. Resembling a group of ascetic monks, the members who had initially been excited about the task of searching the rooms emerged with expressions of bitterness, revealing their lack of fruitful discoveries. Upon hearing their report, the captain couldn't help but stifle a low chuckle. Report, Captain. I found 5 or 6 copper pots in the nearby warehouse, still bearing remnants of medicinal concoctions, and the air was thick with the scent of herbs. It seems someone among them has a knack for alchemy and has utilized this space for brewing potions. Just then, those who had searched the adjacent warehouse returned, their words piquing the captain's interest. Have you inspected the jars? Are there any remnants of potions or other valuable information? Naturally, he was eager to hear that these containers held traces of elixirs, envisioning the potential for profit, either through division among the team or by selling them for a few coins. After all, it was an unspoken rule among them to seek out such opportunities, as they were only human and would not refuse a chance for extra gain. Yet their hopes were soon dashed. After thorough examination, it was confirmed that the potions crafted by their adversaries were merely supplementary aids to enhance training efficiency and restore energy expended during practice, with only minimal benefits for those at higher levels. Nevertheless, for them, these were just what they needed. What awaited them instead was an empty warehouse, leaving them with a disheartening sense of loss akin to dropping from a great height. Is there truly nothing else of value? They were reluctant to accept that what had initially seemed a simple, even mundane task had yielded so little. The mission was complete, and every potential location had been scoured, yet nothing of significance remained. With this in mind, one of the members turned his gaze towards the jars. Most were crafted from inexpensive jade or lesser stones, and logically, their worth was negligible. Had he found any elixirs useful for training, it would have been different. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to give them a second glance. However, with no other options available and unwilling to return empty-handed in the dead of night, he casually grabbed 2 reasonably good-looking jade vials from the shelf and stowed them away. Observing their leader's actions, the others followed suit, each taking 2 jade vials from the warehouse, hoping to sell them at a decent price and earn some extra coins for their late-night endeavor. Here, take these 2, one of them said, as Sun Peng returned empty-handed from his search of the other rooms. Seeing the nearly depleted jade vials, he could only lament their hunger and hasten to grab a couple for himself. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was intercepted by Uncle Wang and Uncle Zhou, who each tucked a couple of seemingly decent jade vials into his arms. The captain has spoken. Each person may only take 2 vials. Any excess, and he will not be responsible for the consequences. As they each took a vial from the shelf, they slowly made their way toward the training ground. Yet, at that moment, Sun Peng felt an unusual heaviness in his body. As if all his strength had suddenly dissipated, it was as though he had reverted to a time before he had embarked on the martial path. Unfazed, the other 2 continued on, believing that Sun Peng was merely sulking over the unexpected outcome of their foray. They assumed he was simply throwing a tantrum due to the unexpected nature of their potential earnings. Feeling something amiss, Sun Peng was about to voice his concern when he was led into the training area. Initially, everyone seemed fine. Even those with lesser skills merely appeared somewhat dazed and stiff in their movements. Although some noticed something was off, they did not dwell on it. They, like Sun Peng, sensed that something was not right. But under the influence of the substances, they found themselves unable to express their concerns, let alone seek help from their companions. They could only watch helplessly as the number of their affected colleagues grew. Observing the gradual transformation from panic to utter confusion. What is happening to this group today? Even if the results are disappointing, there is no need for us to remain scattered like this. We should at least return home. The leading captain, entrenched in his thoughts, stood there silently, entirely oblivious to the peculiarities unfolding before him. It was not until this formidable captain himself fell victim, his body gradually becoming rigid. That he found himself unable to utter a word, his countenance betraying a blend of panic and helplessness. The moment these individuals vaulted over the wall into the courtyard, they had already succumbed to the effects. Under the directive of Zhang Tianyang, the walls surrounding the house and the rooftop had been smeared with a concoction mixed with the tranquilizing powder he had crafted, a specially formulated adhesive resulting from meticulous preparation. Although they found this act somewhat juvenile, they refrained from rejecting it, considering Zhang Tianyang's youth and his good intentions. As they scaled the walls, those officials who could not leap effortlessly over the courtyard barrier had to rely on their hands on the wall's edge for support. And it was precisely this action that led them into the first wave of traps set by Zhang Tianyang. Had they chosen to leave without taking any action, they would likely have felt merely dizzy and extraordinarily fatigued, yearning for an early slumber rather than encountering such a predicament. After all, the minimal contact they had with the powder would hardly attract a significant amount of it. Dismissing the dosage in discussions of toxicity would be merely foolish. Given their cultivation levels, the powder would serve only a soporific function. However, they made the grave mistake of disturbing Zhang Tianyang's jade vials, left behind in the warehouse like bait, in what could be deemed an ostentatious trap. To others, it appeared as a whimsical manifestation of a child's capriciousness, but the jade vials he had left behind contained, beneath their unassuming exteriors, an atmosphere suffused with a toxin capable of inducing paralysis and rigidity in the muscles. Direct contact with human skin or inhaling the gas upon opening the vials would almost certainly lead to being ensnared by its effects. TSK, you thought yourselves formidable, yet here you are? Ensnared by such a rudimentary trap in this courtyard, seems I have overestimated you. A voice laced with mockery echoed, prompting the first thought to arise in the minds of these individuals. Their actions had been discovered by those within the courtyard, and given the disparity in strength, the impending outcome appeared dire.